Wish him all the very best in those 3 one-day internationals against Ireland coming up. Will Jacks also unavailable, so Sudarshan is the only change from the side that thrashed Warwickshire a couple of weeks ago here at Kia Oval. Jamie Smith the man to make way, of course, so they've gone in again with the 5-pronged seam attack. That's been the Surrey way this summer. And this time, those 5 seamers are Roach, Worrell, who will almost certainly open the bowling from the Vauxhall end in a couple of balls' time. Jamie Overton with the pace, Jordan Clark, who's been absolutely fabulous for Surrey this summer. And Tom Laws. That's turned Azad round ever so slightly. It was what we'd expect, especially with this breeze, and it's a stiff breeze. I mean, one would almost go so far as to call it a wind. We have been predicted between 40 and 45 mile per hour gusts of wind today. It's a truly filthy day for playing cricket. Won't be much fun being in the field, won't be much fun batting either. It's gloomy as well. We'll be keeping an eye on those umpires and hoping they don't take the players off the field. The floodlights are on full beam. And that's the end of the first over. Northants 4 without loss. Just to reiterate, Surrey won the toss. They have elected to bowl. I say that assuredly. They have not elected to field. No one would elect to field on a day like today. They've elected to bowl. Cameron Ponsonby alongside me. Do you want to run me through the Northants side? Because some of our watchers to the live stream may be less familiar with the Northants lineup. A lineup that's only managed to secure 4 batting points in the entire season. Middlesex have only managed 2, but Northants at the foot of the table with 4 in 12 games. So run us through this this lineup, please, Cam.
Well, opening the batting, we have Hassan Azad and Emilio Gay. The skipper at 3 is Luke Proctor. Karen Nair of triple century fame.
Is the only man,
4.
only
Yes.
man to have a triple hundred and no other hundreds in Test cricket.
It's a fine record.
It's, well, yeah.
Maybe.
Must be
possibly
quite frustrating.
Didn't he get dropped? I think he got dropped the
He
game
did.
after.
Yeah.
Should have got 4.
That 300 was against England in the 2016-17 tour.
Rob Keogh at 5, Saif Zabe at 6, wicketkeeper Lewis McManus at 7, Tom Taylor, who had a wonderful one-day competition, at 8, Justin Broad at 9.
Dan Worrell's first delivery. He's looking to pitch it up, see if the ball will swing. Driven without timing. They'll pick up a couple of runs. May think about a third. Decide against it.
Justin Broad in as the only change to this team. He's come in replacing Sam Whiteman, who was the Aussie overseas.
He's gone back to Australia, yes?
I believe so.
Whiteman, yep.
And Ben Sanderson at number 10, Jack White at 11. Justin Broad, just to get the local angle is always the most important angle.
Yeah.
Justin Broad played many games for Esher Cricket Club in the Surrey Championship. So there we go, a homecoming of sorts.
So just to fill you in on the details of the top of the table and the bottom of the table, because for Northants too, this is an important game. Their fans will not have given up hope of sliding out of the relegation mire. Their problem is they have the 2 teams above them. Kent 30 points ahead of them, Middlesex 32 points ahead of them. So Northants have to win at least one, probably both, of their last 2 games. And I believe their last game is against Essex, is it not? So they've got quite a tough old run in here.
Save the easiest for last, not a problem.
Well, we're going to be keeping an eye, obviously, on our neighbours, our cousins from across the river, Middlesex. They've got a home game today. Kent playing away. And they're in really the more realistic tussle for relegation. There's only 2 points between them. But Northants, well, they'll have to still believe. They've got to win. As I say, that, I mean, if we scenario build, let's say the side that's only got 4 batting points but somehow managed to get to 400 inside 110 overs and go on to win the game. If they've got 23 points in this game, and let's say they don't beat Essex but they draw it with 7 bonus points, 23 plus 12 is 35, that's not going to be enough. They're going to have to win realistically, both matches you would think. Oh, that edge just gone past third slip, first boundary of the day, down towards the wide third boundary. In front of the Bedser stand. It's a little bit cool at the moment for Prodigious Swing, and of course still a bit of lacquer on the ball, but looking at the pitch, there's grass on there. It's towards the side of the ground where Surrey played Warwickshire and really won the game on the first day. They managed to survive through to the lunch break, just a few wickets down, and then Ben Foakes with that superb 100, getting Surrey up towards 330 odd for 4 at close of play. And then an absolutely insane second day when 23 wickets fell. That decided the match. Surrey wrapping it up in 15 minutes on the third day in beautiful bright sunshine. Well, the conditions are very different today, I can assure you. You can see all those shadows. Well, they're not being made by the sun, they're being made by the lights that are on here around the Keir Oval. The flags stiff in this breeze come wind. Crowd starting to filter in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. But I fancy there'll be quite a few people here watching from indoors today, Cameron.
Yes. I'm not quite sure how to do this myself again, but I remember talking to you and Simon Hughes about the importance of air density in relation to swing.
Oh, now there's a little bit of movement for Kemar Roach. Go on then.
And when
Let's
it
hear
is
about
chilly,
air density.
well, no, you're the experts on this. You were telling me about it's all about the difference in kind of density of air and the immediate 2 to 3 inches above the surface of the ground.
Convection.
Correct. And so at times where the kind of convention is defied on a morning like today's, where the ball does seem to have been swinging, so convention seems to be being followed, but whether it will be swinging any more or less than if it was a balmy 20 degrees.
Again, just straying a little bit onto the hip there is Kemar Roach.
It's obviously a very deliberate ploy from Surrey. They're bowling straight at these two left-handers. Kemar Roach is coming around the wicket. He's kind of looking to challenge both edges of the bat. So if that ball does, if the magic delivery is sent down and it swings away late and takes the edge, it has 4 catchers waiting to take the chance. And then on the flip side, where it's only for Hassan Azad, they then have another catcher around the corner on the leg side as well.
Oh my word, that's close to the outside edge. Gay having a little flirtation of delivery from Roach, just finding that right line and right length now.
Oh, Hassan Azad has just applauded his teammate there for, I'm assuming, pulling away the bat just in time. I thought it was a very kind moment of teammateship. So to me, it looked like he just missed it. But
yes, it did to me too.
well,
I can bring you news. I can bring you news from Essex. And well, I think he did play inside the line. And England's most prolific batter of all time, Alistair Cook, is out. He's bowled by Mohamed Abbas for a 3-ball duck. Essex, who chose to bat. Interesting choice. So that pitch, obviously, they think is going to take spin later on, would be my guess, because the forecast for Chelmsford isn't a lot better than it is for London over the next few days. And you would think, if you were feeling you need to keep pressure on with a win, you might want to start taking wickets early. But they've chosen to bat first, and they've lost an early wicket. And who knows how important bonus points are going to be, with Surrey 18 points ahead. The way that Surrey can win the county championship in this match is by scoring 7 points more than Essex score in this match. That's how it stands. They're 18 points clear. If they can score 7 more, they'll be 25 points ahead with 1 game remaining.
Well, a colleague of ours, Bradley Adams, who does lots of the social media.
Dear Bradley, yes.
For the county championship, he's put together a full thread on Twitter explaining all the permutations.
I love a permutation.
If you're a permutation fiend,
I am a permutation fiend.
Then he has put together the thread for you. So the Division 1 title, Surrey victory with at least 3 bonus points, means that Essex would have to win to keep the title at stake, and Essex defeat means Surrey just need to draw with 2 more bonus points than Essex receive. He was just
Well, they could even lose. They could even
yeah, because it's
lose in that scenario, depending on how many bonus points Essex get.
quite. But he did also stress that it took him 2 hours to put all these permutations together.
Oh, Paul Bradley.
And but it's a very fine piece of work. And
I've no
it's got
doubt.
the shelf life of 24 hours, which I've always thought is a very, very sad kind of work to results ratio.
Dedication to permutations. Oh, now that's a nasty one. That's, I think, struck Hassan Azad on the helmet. It has. Umpires instantly have called for the physio. It also might encourage the umpires to take a little look at their light meters, because that has leapt on Hassan Azad. He got into no kind of position to play it. He looks fine. He's come down to talk to Emilio Gay. But it's a brute of a delivery that followed him.
It looks like delivery seems to have a magnet in it there. It just kept on following Hassan Azad. I'm not really sure how he could have got out of the way one way or the other.
New helmet's been brought out.
To me, it looks like it kind of... We'd need to see it on the replay, whether it's kind of struck him on the arm or something, and then rolled up and also caused him in the helmet. Really kind of the ball stuck to him upon impact. The ball didn't bounce away. It kind of almost stayed on him for another 2 or 3 seconds. It would have been a very painful start to the day.
A rapid delivery as well. I mean, Worrell is deceptively quick. Often think of him as a swing bowler primarily, but he can't get it through.
So I think it did just strike him on the arm, because we haven't had a concussion test. We haven't had a change of helmet.
No.
He's kind of...
I'd like to see that one again, if we may.
Taken the blow, and he said a very difficult first season at Northants, says Hassan Azad. He's averaged just 16 in the county championship with a solitary half-century. He was a mighty fine player for Leicestershire for many a year, and many people were surprised when he was released at the end of last year. And he's got lots of goodwill following him round on the county championship circuit.
Oh, he's fenced at that. And lucky to get away with it. It's ballooned over the slips. Perhaps a little roughed up by the previous ball. Didn't move his feet. Just fenced at it and got it down towards deep third for a couple of runs.
I think Dan Worrell's gone for the exact same delivery there, and just the line's been a tiny bit wider, and kind of drew almost a wicket-taking opportunity. But I think if I'm Hassan Azad, I'm trying desperately to either get through these next 4 deliveries or to get a single and get up the other end. It doesn't... I actually don't think of any part of cricket is looking fun at the moment. I was about to say batting doesn't look fun, and actually I'm much more happier sat up here than I would be if I was outside having to either catch, hit or bowl a cricket ball.
Dan Worrell's just moving his, what was a fine leg, to sort of deep backward square, which suggests he's just trying to put into the mind of Azad here that another short one might be on its way.
Sorry, very clearly. Don't think Azad's much cop on the short ball, which I've always thought must be the worst, most miserable reputation to gain as a professional cricketer, because you then sign yourself up for a lifetime of misery.
Yes, I mean there aren't very many people who get a reputation for not being very good on the half volley, which is of course what you'd like more than anything else.
Bowl it again. I'll miss it, I promise.
Sort of Darren Brown mesmerism to make that happen. There's only been a couple of alarms so far for Northants. I think as Surrey have tried out the middle of the pitch. Part of that might be to try and get that lacquer off the ball early, to get the ball swinging as soon as they can. It's brightening up a little. It's certainly not a balmy day in September. We were rather spoiled early on. Was it 8 consecutive days over 30 degrees? I rather enjoyed that.
Most wonderfully English interaction with a friend slash colleague of ours, Nick Friend.
Oh yes.
Cricketer. We met up for a coffee, and it was the last day of the heat wave. I sat down, he goes, God, this camp's just way too hot. I went, well, it's okay, mate, it's over tomorrow. He went, oh, that's a shame.
That is very English.
Well, we can't have it both ways, Nick. Come on.
I'm also slightly disappointed that at your age you met up for a coffee on a hot day
I'm
rather
a very
than Aperol
civilised
Spritz.
metropolitan man, Daniel.
You are, aren't you?
Mm.
Flourishing drive to end the over, just the 2 from it. 13 without loss after 4. This after Sarri have won the toss, a rare enough event in this summer, and have elected to bowl first in gloomy, tricky conditions. The light is not great, the floodlights are on, the crowd is coming in dribs and drabs, the wind is howling. But isn't it marvellous to me at this end, the business end of the county championship season, with Surrey 18 points clear, Essex still 6 for 1 incidentally, keeping a close eye on that game, and also at events at the bottom of the table, where Middlesex are batting first, having been put into bat by Warwickshire. They're 7 without loss after a couple of overs. And Kent, the match has been delayed at Taunton. The rain is supposed to be sort of moving from west to east, isn't it? But also west to north, really, west to northeast.
I think I'm shocked, having been walking to the ground this morning, or en route to the tube stop. It's hammering down with rain. I think everyone's shocked we're playing.
Well, I've been obsessively consulting weather apps, so I wasn't entirely surprised
that we made it on.
Yeah, tomorrow's looking pretty tough.
Okay.
Yeah, so Surrey will be, let's hope, not over eager, but eager to get into this Northants batting lineup, with Essex batting first, which may of course prove to be exactly the right thing for Essex, but at the moment Surrey can start taking the wickets they need for the win earlier. There are only 2 sides now numerically that can win the county championship, barring an insane intervention from the ECB and docked points, and one shouldn't rule that out after what's happened to Sussex this week. Now, Cameron, you're all over this story, aren't you?
I'm all over everything, Daniel.
I know you are, like a cheap suit. Now, poor old Sussex. I say poor old Sussex. I don't quite know what all the details are. There was a slightly concerning piece in the Cricketer from George DeBell which suggested something rather more sinister at play. But rather than comment on that until I know the details, the actual facts of the matter are that Cheteshwar Pujara has been suspended for a game as captain.
Yes, so I think there was a number, it's kind of a, what's the word?
Cumulative
An
breach.
accumulative effect, where if you are the captain of a team that suffers as many kind of breaches of the rule, you as the leader of that team kind of get banned and wear the responsibility. I believe so. Jack Carson, Tom Haynes, and Ari Carvelas have also all been made unavailable by the county. And for 3 kind of very contrasting. Well, Carvelas is kind of the ECB investigating allegations. Ari Carvelas used discriminatory language during Sussex-Leicestershire match, so that is why he actually hasn't been charged by the umpires or anything. This is a Sussex investigation that's going on into this. Jack Carson and Tom Haynes, we're not quite sure, but Dan Senior, who works for Wisden, kind of spotted a moment in the match where Jack Carson, in a kind of moment of madness, tried to trip Ben Cox running between the wickets.
That is unusual,
and it's incredibly tame to watch back. I really can't emphasise how kind of Leicestershire are 400 for 6 or something, and then you're in the depths and bowels of this match, which is going way further than anyone ever anticipated. And as Ben Cox turns for 2, Jack Carson just kind of sticks a little foot up, but we don't have confirmation whether that is indeed the moment. It's just there is a moment where Ben Cox he's very angry.
Well, there's no place in cricket for that, as we know, Cameron. If it happened.
If it happened.
Yes, we have to be rather equivocating here, because it's an emerging story, let's put it that way. Now, leg gully's in place for Azad. Oh, now, mix up. Shy at the stumps. Oof. Now, there's players everywhere here. There might have been well, this is extraordinary. They're going to get an overthrow. Azad, there was a terrible mix-up to begin with. Throw came in, nobody backing up because the field's so attacking. And It's been a while since I've seen a batter run through without a bat, herring to the other end.
I was associated
overthrow.
with Brett Lee from the 2005 Ashes. I remember him having to do it on occasion, getting struck on the hands, dropping the bat,
and
scampering
running
through. That was wonderfully dramatic. I enjoyed all of that.
I'm glad, I've got to say, that I wasn't on the radio for that one, because there were a lot of words would have been required. Mercifully, the cameras here allowed you to see pretty much what was going on there.
John Clark half stopped to the ball as he was running to the stumps. He completely stopped Hassan Azad, who tumbled over him.
That's nicely played. Moves nicely into the ball to Azad. He's going to pick up another couple of runs here. And so far, not too many alarms for Northants having been put into bat by Surrey. So quite a short footwork from Azad on that occasion. But he's got a leg gully and a deep backward square leg. So despite the 4 slips, I think he is aware that there will be a shorter ball coming at some point. And now Worrell is changing his line of attack. He's coming round the wicket.
That was a wonderful wave motion there as Worrell came from over to around the wicket. You saw the whole slip cord, almost like a kind of swarm of birds or something like that. What's the right word for
Well,
that?
I don't know, a skein of geese? What are you
Skein
thinking
of geese. All moving to the left as one to kind of take up their, assume their new positions.
Yeah, we've got a mid-wicket in place now as well. So the slips come out. Skipper Burns has moved to a wide mid-off, almost an extra cover, really. A little bit of shape. But these are quite difficult conditions to bowl in. The wind is very significant. It's going from the Archbishop Tennyson side to the Gasholder side. For those of you familiar with the Oval, I'm sure many of you are. And it's a stiff breeze at that.
Absolutely. It's not thinking about which direction it's going in either. It is kind of relentlessly going from our right to left across the ground.
But commendably, Hassan Azad is getting his feet moving and to the pitch of the ball. There must be something in the back of his mind that's saying, I've got a short one coming in a moment. The leg gully's gone a little bit finer. Fine leg's gone a little bit finer with the angle from round the wicket. That was the shorter ball. Didn't quite get up. Good take from Folkes.
It slipped down the leg side. As you'll see here on the replay, Azad did not look particularly comfortable getting inside the line and showing his leg and middle stump on the way through.
And hopping a touch too, which will only encourage further aggression, one would think.
Worrell's return to over the wicket.
Now that's more like it from Worrell, a bit more pace. Into the 6th over, still no breakthrough for Surrey. Northants 17 without loss. Northants have had a tough season. They've won just the 1 game. And as I said, they've only managed to get 4 bonus points in 12 attempts.
Back to 4 slips for Kemar Roach. Makes me feel much happier.
See, is that the Ponsonby Happiness Index?
I think so.
Yeah.
Operates in extremes.
Oh, that's turned Gay right round. I think that's got him on a fleshy part of the thigh. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Looked like it's hurt a bit. Yes, well, just above the pocket.
I think one assumes it's just missed his back thigh pad, given the reaction.
defending a touch. Interesting, isn't it? This line of attack, Roach has been on that line right from the start today.
I've been trying to work out whether, from the commentator's perspective, where it's kind of too soon to make a judgment, an assessment of the plan, because I don't doubt it's not working, as it were. Neither Azad or Emilio Gay have looked particularly comfortable against this ploy of like kind of mixing up short length deliveries with the more conventional fuller length delivery. But I also just think you've got Kemar Roach against two left-handers. Surely convention has worked for a very long time.
Oh, it's a fine stop. Third slip, fourth slip even, by Rory Burns, diving away to his left. Prevented what would probably have been 4 runs down to the untenanted backward point boundary.
And not to do Hassan Azad or Emilio Gay a disservice, but Azad's been having a tough time. He's averaging 16 for the season. Emilio Gay's actually been having a very fine season, averaging 37. I think if it works for Kemar Roach on the test stage, I think it would also work for them perfectly well here at the Oval today.
Oh, now then, was that a chance? We'll take a look at that again. Jamie Overton just slapping his hand on the ground like a furious wrestler. Trying to take his bat away. No, it's bounced just in front of Overton.
It really is remarkable just how far Hassan Azad's coming across his stumps. By the time he's finished his trigger movement, you can almost see leg and a little bit of middle.
You know, a strange light is suddenly appearing out there.
Sunlight.
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say sunlight, but I would say light that is generated by the sun, but filtered through this quite heavy cloud cover. But now you can see the shadows cast by the lights, the floodlights, have gone.
It looks a much happier day, all of a sudden.
Gets in well behind that last ball, Azad. So 7 overs gone. Coming up to half an hour into today's play. Later today we'll be talking to Chevy Green of the ACE programme during the lunch break. Be sure to hang around for that. It's a fantastic initiative. Started by Ebony Rainford Brent with the support of Surrey County Cricket Club a few years back. That's our lunchtime feature. For now, more thoughts on Cameron Ponsonby. For the first time today, it's going to be Adam Collins.
No, I did take it as a pointed remark from Dan Norcross. It's been half an hour's play as he looked around to see if a replacement was flying in to relieve him of his duties.
He'll do that.
And like magic, Adam Collins appeared.
Hello, Cam. Steady start for Northants. Worrell, who's been fabulous this season, continuing from our Vauxhall end. Not quite end of term vibes here today. Not many people in, being Tuesday morning, a chilly one at that. Trying to work out whether we're formally at the start of autumn. Someone said to me this morning that this was it, but Daniel knocked that on the head and said, no, we're a couple of days away.
So is there a specific date in time?
It's to do with the the equinox and the standing an egg on its head, and all that stuff that that never really gripped with me. Not far away. That was just up-ish towards backward square.
Rory Burns is, as captain, taken the helmet and gone in at short leg. He's been all over the field this morning. He started out at 4th slip. He's done a bit of time at cover. Now in at short leg with his newly cropped hair.
He's being sent off for charity? Is he cutting his hair, something like that?
It is indeed.
Very good. Yeah, there was a time when there were a number of captains on the county beat with hair beneath their caps. We had a Lord's fixture 2 summers ago, I think it was, maybe 3 years ago, where Peter Hanscom was captaining Middlesex, Rory Burns was captaining Surrey, both with long hair. And I did think at the time on commentary, is this the first time there's been a first-class fixture with 2 ponytailed men out in the middle tossing the coin?
Could well be. Andrew Sampson doesn't keep track of that, which is always a shame.
It's possible he does. We haven't got Samo with us in person, but he'll be there in spirit. He'll be watching and feeding his stuff through WhatsApp, and once again he sent us through a spectacular stats pack. Just gets me purring day before a game, whenever coming up to the Kia Oval. Change of angle. Nice movement, well worked. It's well played by Gay. Safely in the gap. Joins, overtakes Assad. Moves to 12 into double figures, watching it back here. Picked up the line nice and early. Compact.
I was just talking to Dan about this. I'm wary of speaking kind of too soon. Northants are only 22 for none. But what I felt like from watching Surrey this season, their skill has been they've just been kind of better at cricket, at conventional cricket than their opponents.
Again, more runs, just a single.
And this morning we've seen a number of plans in action, and none of them have been kind of without kind of rhyme or reason. But it has struck me that we're so used to seeing kind of Dan Worrell bowling these big, beautiful outswingers, nicking off right-handers. We're so used to seeing Kemar Roach having such success against left-handers.
Yep.
And this morning we've kind of had an array of plans where so far this season, one has seen Surrey kind of top the table, and comfortably so.
By contrast, Dan might have noted this, but Northants only picking up 4 batting points across the campaign in their games so far. Completes the over. Good one for Northants, 23 with that loss. Emilio Gay has enjoyed success against Surrey before. The last time these teams met at Northampton, this time last year, he rattled off 145 in the first innings. That was a drawn game where Tom Curran made his first class 100, a brisk one at that. And he made a couple of half centuries in 2021 against Surrey as well, Emilio Gay.
It was a very mundane piece of celeb spotting. I got a message from a friend yesterday saying, I've just seen Emilio Gay in the Battersea Waitrose. And I thought, hasn't really added much to my day, but good luck to both of you.
There was a great segment in an old newsletter. Kemar Roach goes again and passes the edge of that man Gay. Just one that held its line. Nice delivery. Felt he had to play it, probably didn't have to. It was cricketer spotted. It was Alex Bowden, who runs the King's tweet Twitter account and blog that's been running for a really long time. He had a newsletter which it appeared in lots of different places, but cricketer spotted was where you had to send your most obscure professional cricketer that you'd seen in the wild, and that would have absolutely met the criteria. A little bit later there by Gay. I once saw Javagal Srinath carrying a shopping bag down the main street of Derbyshire and sent it through. That was my contribution.
What a wonderful day it was for you.
Yeah, it was. Underrated night out, Derbyshire, in my opinion, or Derby rather. Nice old pubs there.
I remember a friend of mine saying he had a 15-second kind of small talk conversation with Joss Butler in Sainsbury's, but he couldn't remember why he knew who he was. So he's trying to go, is it work? Is it sport? Is it?
Fourth slip in here now.
And so after all the pleasantries of, you alright mate? Yeah, you going well? Yeah, cool, good to see you mate. He went, oh, that's why I recognise him. Captain's England.
There was always that stat the ECB rolled out, well, not stat rather, factoid from their quantitative research where more people recognised John Cena than Alistair Cook when he was Test captain, which was the basis for why the new competition came in.
That
you
was
want to
like
go all the way
Genesis
back
for
to
the 100,
the start,
wasn't it?
Yeah. Whenever the book's written of the 100, and someone will write the history of it, that'll be in chapter 1, I reckon. Again, playing late under his eyes, Gay. Good approach against Roach. He's come back for a stint at the end of the season, as he did last year. It was this game last year, and by that I mean the penultimate round, where Surrey were able to wrap it up. Yorkshire were in 8th spot, and they looked safe. They looked safe where they were. They were a long way ahead of 9th and 10th, but they got beaten inside 3 days by Surrey, which was enough for the home side to win the trophy for the 21st time. And Yorkshire were in the death spot going into the last round and lost their bundle and got relegated, and now the bottom of Division 2. Had a win a couple of weeks ago, didn't they, Yorkshire? It was Isotopes winner game stuff. It was a long, long time between victories for Yorkshire, but got on the board a fortnight ago.
I had this idea put to me this morning, and not necessarily requiring an answer now, but I assume it's something you'll have an opinion on. Because one of the great shames of this season and last season is that Surrey and Hampshire last year, now Surrey and Essex, are only going to play each other once as the top two contenders for the title.
Beats the bat again to finish. So the over bookended with balls that stood up off the seam. Maiden complete, 23 for none after 9. Surrey winning the toss this morning and popping in the opposition under leaden skies in South London.
And so I believe this idea originates from kind of John Norman, our colleague from TalkSport, which is you kind of do the fixtures on an almost NFL draft style system. So the two teams that get promoted into Division 1, you kind of guarantee that you'll only play the bottom half you'll play 6, 7, 8, 9, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as your
double ups.
Your double ups, and then if you finish in your top 5, all your double ups are the previous season's top half. So you always have the best teams playing against the best teams the following years twice. The Boston team is playing against kind of the best teams only once. So you almost have some artificial competition there as well.
Worrell 6 over begins. Frugal so far. Nice shape. Azad watching it into the gloves of Ben Folkes. It does sound like a better approach than what we have at the moment. I mean, really it goes back to the competition going from 16 games to 14 games. The last season of 16 games, well, gosh, it was 2016, wasn't it? Where the divisions had 9 teams each.
Yep.
And as a consequence, 16 games, everyone plays home and away. And look, that was elegant. And we still have that in Division 2. 8 teams, so thus 7 opponents home and away. But in Division 1 it gets a little bit trickier. There might be a way of splitting it in 2. I'm just thinking on the fly here, where you have 2 groups of 5 within Division 1. You play everyone in your own division twice, so that would make 8 games. And you play the other division, or Part B if you like, once, so that would make 13, so not quite. But in that scenario, you'd be competing with the other 4 teams in your half of the draw.
Because that's what the Scottish Premier League does. In football, you have a 12-team league. You play everyone 3 times.
Yes.
It gets you to 33 matches.
Oh, nearly cuts him in half, playing with both feet in the air. There is Azad.
And then the league splits in 2, top 6 and bottom 6, and you play your remaining 5 fixtures against the 5 teams in your half of the league. And it is bizarre because you can then kind of get scenarios where someone finishes above someone else, but they've actually only played the bottom half of the league. And I'm not for a second saying that the county championship should be taking their lead from the SPL.
We did have one season, 2021, where it did have the ability for any team in the country to win the championship when we began in April. Steering at the backward point on the front foot for the first time in a while, Azad. Where there were the 3 groups of 6, you play everyone in your own group, home and away. So that there's a procedural fairness in that. Then it was broken into the 3 divisions of 6, and you play the 4 teams you hadn't played yet. So the team that comes with you, if that makes sense, you don't play them a third time. But I know there were critics of that, and those who questioned the validity of Division 3, if you like. But what it did do was ensure that all 18 teams could win it. And there was an inherent fairness in the way that the competition was constructed. Worrell was pulling out there before reaching his load up. So I don't think that was for nothing. I know the reason it was done was for COVID, to try and group the teams geographically. But if you were starting again, I could see a world where that might work, where you could reseed the teams each year. You don't have to be geographical. You could, every season, pass the edge. So he went round the wicket in the previous over, Worrell, to try and do precisely this, where he's making the 2 left-handers play at balls they don't quite need to, but they think they should, because that angle right on the edge of the crease there when he's delivering, and that's lovely stuff. May not have quite carried to Folkes, but nevertheless a win for the bowler. Runs hard to come by. So in that world, if you were, again, starting from scratch, it might be that at the end of a season, you rank all 18 teams on where they finished. Maiden for Worrell. He's bowled 5 overs for 17. And you would, Group 1 would be teams that finished 1st, 4th, 7th, etc.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't have, ideally, much of a mismatch. It would mean teams would have a different kind of flavour to their draw each year. just having the umpires come together here. I wonder whether that might be to do with bad light. It has deteriorated in the last 10 or 15 minutes since we've been together, Cam.
We had a brief pocket of kind of sunshine, but it was so dark when we started. It really was. It did have that feeling of if it was 6 p.m. rather than 10:30 a.m.
Yes.
I've seen many a set of players whipped off because of light was as poor as it was this morning.
4 slips for Roach. Okay, picking out cover.
But it's an argument, and this isn't me necessarily advocating for 3 divisions of 6 or a complete overhaul, but an argument I've never quite understood is the idea that kind of a Division 3 creates meaningless cricket on kind of 2 fronts. One, we live in a country where the biggest sport is football, and one of the great strengths of football is kind of the depth of the pyramid and how at lower leagues people are still deeply passionate.
Oh, little fish from Gay. Again, that's the line he needn't be playing at. He tried to withdraw the bat at the last, or gave the impression that he had, but that was a false stroke.
That's a wonderful piece of bowling. That's the Kemar Roach we're so familiar with, kind of getting that ball to really dart in at the left-hander, then shape away viciously. Emilio Gay, as you said, by the time the ball passed him, he didn't need to play at it. As it was arriving to him, he absolutely felt the need as the ball was angling in towards him.
Emilio Gay, 77 and 31 not out last week against Warwickshire. So in some form, and shows it here with a drive through the covers. Doesn't quite get all of it, but the shorter side of the ground just dragged in. Laws down there on the rope. They get a couple. 25 for none.
And just secondly on the Division 3 things, the idea that it creates meaningless cricket, kind of dead rubbers, who's going to care? And it's like, well, if you have 3 divisions, you have 6 teams, there are fewer dead rubbers. If you are the 12th team out of 18 currently, you are finishing 4th or 5th in Division 2, as it were. You have more meaningless games in the middle of that division than, say, if you had Division 1, 2 and 3. If you're in Division 2, a 6-team group, almost every game is as kind of fraught with...
I mean, there is jeopardy. I agree. There is more jeopardy early in the season as well. And where I got a bit frustrated in 2021 was the derision of Division 3. Well, it was only 4 games. It was at the end of the season, and often games at the end of the season, as we'll doubtless detail over the next 4 days, don't have a lot riding on them. Well, that gave, it feels a long time ago now, but that gave Middlesex an opportunity to regroup. They'd struggled in their pool games. They went to Division 3. They won 3 of 4. They went back into the conventional Division 2 last season. And having, I suppose, got into a rhythm of winning, they got promoted last year, and convincingly so, went up to Division 1 this year. Now, they're not going quite so well in 2023, but that progression was clearly there from the games they played at the end of 2021, building something there, learning a bit more about their players, and that paying dividends the following season. I mean, that's not for nothing either.
But there's a theme across sports where a new competition is set up and it challenges kind of a lower level, as it were, whether it's the Europa Conference League or the One Day Cup, and they say, well, no one's going to care about the One Day Cup because none of the best players are there. Well, actually, we've seen how much it means to a county like Leicestershire winning last week.
Yeah, brilliant, wasn't it? Roach finishes with a ball that Azar did have to play off the inside edge. He keeps the strike and moves to 9, 27 for none after 11.
Yeah.
You're being kicked off.
I'm being kicked off. I was going to keep going about the Europa Conference League.
You were going well. We can return to this later. I think we'll go and write 800 words for cricket info about this while we're off air. As a good little freelancer that you are, Cam Ponsonby. You can find his work in all the usual freelance places, including Wisdom.com, which is the organ that Yaz Rana works for so well. Hello, Yaz, for the first time today.
Morning, Adam. So we have our first bowling change of the day as Jamie Overton comes on at the Vauxhall end. To continue where Cam left off, really, about the comparison with the Europa Conference League, I think there's a big difference in that there's a novelty in football to these clubs lower down the pecking order playing away in Europe. But the difference in Division 3 in the county championship was counties were playing the counties that they play anyway. There wasn't anything new about it. And in a 2-divisional system, you get more away days against bigger sides, whereas with Division 3 you're constrained. You're just playing fewer and fewer sides.
Overton away from us starts his day. Way down the leg side, Overton, who didn't have a lot of work in Surrey's comprehensive victory over Warwickshire here a couple of weeks ago, none for 15 and none for 16, having returned to the side in July after a lengthy injury layoff. Yeah, that's the other side of it, isn't it? That those games do feel, or they did feel, and I appreciate this point, like they weren't playing for a lot, but I suppose with the bigger picture at play, I thought it wasn't a bad way of setting up the comp each year. It's better from Overton.
I liked that you saw. Sorry, I like that you saw fixtures that you don't otherwise see. So Surrey played Leicestershire here, for example,
Yep.
and when Surrey are doing well in Division 1 and Leicester struggling in Division 2, that's not a fixture you get to see in red ball cricket at all. That's a good thing from that conference system, and I think in a one-off season, I think that was good to see. But I think the fear with Division 3 is the divisions might not change as much as you'd like, and a county could easily get stuck in Division 3 and suddenly.
Nice little steer. Zard into double figures. Got a couple. I think the key is making sure there isn't a Division 3. So you see this pushed from time to time. One way of reorganising county cricket would be 1, 2 and 3, much as it is at the moment, except you tack on a third division. You would reduce the number of games in that model, where you'd have 5 games home and away, and that'd be a lot. I don't like that. I think 14 games can be achieved by having the 3 groups being dynamic each year on year, based on your finishing position. And then, like in 2021, you steer it back just for 4 games at the end. And before that, all 3 divisions for the first 10 rounds are completely even. No difference between them. And every team in the comp can feasibly win the thing. And you raise Leicestershire, great example, right? Like, who would have had them winning a trophy, at the start of the season? I suppose of the 3, the One Day Cup's the most likely, owing to the way in which the sides are altered via the 100 in August. But still, Leicestershire, isn't there something to be said for a team gelling, right? They didn't have as many players leave for the 100. I think there was one, Colin Ackerman. So they had something going on there inside their dressing room. They were able to build through the group games and through the elimination games and get the job done with a 19-year-old at the end. Whereas Hampshire, who had the benefit of, I think it was 4 players from the 100, high-profile players returning for the finals, and they were turned over. So in a great game of cricket, it was a good advertisement, excuse the cliche, for the 18-team structure, I think.
And also for Leicester this year is that they probably won't put it off, but they've had a really good promotion push in Division 2, and I wonder if that's something that we can't underestimate what it means for a county, the carrot dangling above them, that every year you can end up in Division 1. You're only ever 2 years away from winning the county championship.
Yep. Close leave to finish, 29 for none, 2 runs from Overton's first over. Yeah, that's right. I mean, there was a time there in the middle of the season when both Leicestershire and Derbyshire were there and thereabouts. It's fallen away for Derbyshire, it must be noted, but Leicestershire are in 5th spot. They could end up as high as 3rd, I think I'm right in saying, with Sussex losing their momentum. I know this has been discussed already. An own goal for them, to say the least, last week.
I think it's also a difficult discussion in that the landscape changes every year as Roach continues from the pavilion end, and that can influence how you view things. So this year, for example, I'd almost argue that there's a division within a division in Division 1. There's a pretty clear split between the teams that have found consistency, and they are so far ahead of the sides towards the bottom of the division. I mean, I think Dan mentioned it in his first stint that Northants have 4 batting bonus points all season.
Yep. Middlesex have got 2.
That's a vast difference. Warwickshire last week were theoretically in the title hunt not that long ago, and the difference between them with a couple of players out and Surrey with a couple of players out is vast. I don't have a firm idea, but I think that dynamic changes every year, that it is not always like that. In other years, the division is much more packed.
And in the case of Northants, they're in Division 1, having been successful in 2019. Again, there's artificial, unusual seasons of 2020 and 2021, which didn't have an immediate effect on the way the divisions worked. The agreement was that what happened in 2019 would inform 2022, the next season of 2 division cricket. So I mean, but Northants, to be fair, they did finish 6th last season and won 4 games and drew a bunch of them as well. So they earned their spot in Division 1 in 2023, but yeah, they have fallen away. And then there's that ongoing debate around purchasing power for clubs, where you can see it more acutely in Division 1, can't you? Just resources. How many fit players do Northants have this week to choose from? My understanding is about 12 or 13 was their lot this week, depending on how you want to interpret it. A team to pick from today of about 12 or 13 players, of which 11 are fronting up here at the Oval. That is not that is not something you could say of clubs that are right towards the pointy end of the division, who would never be in that situation, save for a game or two maybe in the One Day Cup when they were ravaged by the 100. Doing a good job so far though. They're through nearly 13 overs on a tough morning for batting. Lights all on. We know, Yaz, that bowling first here at the Kia Oval has been the order of the day for a good couple of seasons now. I reckon you've got to go back to maybe even the pandemic year of 2020, where bowling first has been clearly to the advantage of the side winning the toss.
Well, genuinely, I think the best 2 days of batting here are days 2 and 3, and if you bowl first and you do the job well, that means you get best use of the pitch yourselves. And for go back to Northants, they've just struggled for runs this year. Really established players have been out of touch.
Oh, little fish there to finish. Doesn't hit the edge of the bat, but ever so close to doing so. Ends the over. 13 gone, none for 29. So yeah, Sam Whiteman, who was their Australian overseas, 719 runs at 38. The leader there. Rob Keogh, who's playing today, 592 at 33. Emilio Gay, before today, 564 at 38. Save Zabe at 484 at 30. And the captain Proctor, 467 at 33. So yeah, all averages between 30 and 38, no one with a 4 in front of it. The contrast to Surrey, for instance, where they've got Smith and Folkes and Sibley and Abbott, who have all averaged well into the 40s. And the captain Rory Burns, who had a poor season but still made in excess of 500 runs.
Northants going well here though, 29 for 9, and as you say, in very difficult batting conditions. Interesting story is Hassan Azad. He's not had a particularly good season, and I wonder if his previous success as Surrey has aided him a little bit, in that there was in that Bob Willis Trophy year, the 2021, so not the 2021 season with the conferences, he scored a 144 not out against Surrey here, and a 50 in the same game, so nearly 200 runs in the same game. That day they had Kemar Roach, Jamie Overton and Jordan Clark, so a similar-ish bowling attack. And you saw how quickly this morning how Surrey identified a potential perceived weakness against the short ball, and that means that Surrey veer away from what has worked well for them. And I wonder if Azad's previous success against this bowling attack has actually played it in his favour a little bit this morning. Surrey aren't doing what has brought them so much success so far this season. I mean, even here with Jamie Overton, he's got short leg, man at square leg, man at fine leg, using the short ball more than they normally do.
And this time of year, it's not unrealistic to think that Azad might be playing for his career. I mean, he was signed on a short-term contract at the start of this season as injury cover for Emilio Gay, who did his knee at the start. But he's been kind of there all year, right, on this rolling 30-day deals. But he's had 12 innings in a row under 50 after making a half-century on opening weekend against Kent. So, you know, that run includes 3 ducks and 2 ones. So it's not outside the realms of possibility that what he does today in this innings could inform whether he's there at Wantage Road next season.
No, definitely. I think eyebrows are raised when he was let go by Leicestershire. He didn't have a standout season before he was let go, but it was still decent.
Yeah.
And he had an excellent record at the county. I think he averaged around about 50 in the 2019 summer. Got that big 100 against Surrey here that I mentioned earlier.
It was the Bob Willis Trophy, would I be right in saying was it that season where
the season before
where there was chat? I mean, there was a lot of chat around what a left-handed opener could mean even up the pyramid. But yeah, it's obviously fallen away for him. Needs to make the most of this. He's faced 42 balls.
It's a lovely cut
That's
shot.
well worked, really well worked. Out towards the Bedser stand for 4. just waited on it. It's been a feature of his play across the first hour or so this morning, playing right under his eyes and picking the right balls to play. As he does here, 33 for none.
No, I interviewed Azad in that 2019 season. Quite an interesting route to professional cricket. Another one of those Loughborough University graduates. Can you guess what sport alongside cricket that he played at university?
Great little trivia question. That might be in the Who's Who you guys produce across the road each year as well. What sport did he play along with it? It won't be hockey or anything like that.
No.
A lot of them play hockey.
Not a traditional UK
sport. Okay. Why don't we go with badminton?
No, it's well, it's not just not a traditional UK sport. I think it's not a sport.
Oh, okay. All right, it's not a sport. So it's not chess.
It's Quidditch.
Quidditch.
Yeah.
It's really not a sport. Change of angle to finish. Bit of movement from Overton. Doesn't
Although
get through to defensive Azad. He's 15. Gay 16. 33 for none after 14.
I suggested to Azad that might not be a sport, and he was vehement in his defence that it's actually a very, very tiring sport. It involves a lot of running. I'm not entirely sure how it works in real life, but he was a big part of the Loughborough University Quidditch scene.
I'm trying to work out whether that'd be a good thing or a bad thing at the nightclubs after hours. I'm playing centre forward for the for the Quidditch team. Yes, that's right. That game from Harry Potter. Depends on your chat, I suppose. Here comes Jordan Clark for the first time today. He's had a bumper season, averaging 19 runs per wicket. Bowled the house down here, especially in the second innings against Warwickshire a fortnight ago. He was unplayable at the start of that second dig where he took the new ball. Made 100 here in the previous first-class fixture that Surrey played against Kent. My apologies, that was against Nottinghamshire, wasn't it? Getting my away teams mixed up. Starts here with a gentle little away swinger. But yes, what a signing he was a few seasons ago now. Jordan Clark coming down from Lancs, instrumental to Surrey holding up the trophy 12 months ago. So Emilio Gay. Well in behind it here. With Ricardo Vasconcelos missing with that wrist injury, there's been kind of, more pressure on Gay. Getting a lot of good 30s through the season. He said last week he made 77 and 31 not out in that unusual game where they tried to set it up with Northants declaring their second innings closed at 72 for none to give Warwickshire a chase of 160, which they got, albeit after losing 5 for 25 off the top. Ben Sanderson's hat-trick gave them more than a little bit of hope, but not quite enough. But yes, through the season, made a big century up at Old Trafford, 144 and 61. To that point, he had relatively modest returns, a half century against Middlesex up at Merchant Taylors. But when he looks good, the 23-year-old has a lot of fans. I know David Lloyd did that Lancashire Northants game, and he came back raving about his stroke play. There's clearly something there. Down the leg side, yep. Helps it on its way, and Ben Foakes makes that look easy. Surrey get a breakthrough in the 15th over. Clark gets one with his fourth delivery. Gay's gone for 16. But the Surrey keeper, Ben Foakes, makes something that should be tricky look straightforward.
It's an excellent catch from Foakes, and Northants, just as they got through that first hour, lose that first wicket in a way that will really frustrate them. I think Gay in particular has looked really composed. He looked like he had a little bit more time at the crease, left really well against Roach and Worrell. Jordan Clark, as he so often does, strikes early, first change, and get that first wicket. Northants 33 for 1 in the 15th over.
So frustrating for Gay. We were just saying that he's got a lot of starts this year. Needed to go on with it here at the Kia Oval. Won't be the case. Out for 16 from 45 balls with a couple of boundaries. Have gotten through that first hour for what it's worth.
Incoming batter, Luke Proctor.
Captain in at 3, Luke Proctor. Highest score in the season of 75. batted a lot with Emilio Gay up at Manchester against Lancashire. One of 4 half centuries. My apologies, an 87 not out in there as well at home against Somerset. Missed out last week against Warwickshire. Had a shoulder injury at different points through the years. It's flared up. This year that saw Sam Whiteman step in as captain for a time, but the club skipper back in today, in at number 3. Won't be easy.
A huge moment in his morning session. Surrey, as they so often do, win the toss, decide to bowl first. They'd have won at least 3 or 4 Northants wickets before lunch, and up until that point, Azad and Gay looked pretty secure.
So the captain's first ball. Oh, down the leg side as well. An appeal from Folkes. A shake of the head for a moment there. Thought it might be the Surrey all-rounder on a hat-trick in unusual circumstances with a couple of strangles, not to be. We'll get a second look here. Your thoughts, Yaz?
Almost a complete carbon copy of the ball before.
Corden very interested, although they wouldn't have got a particularly good view. Folkes as well. Not sure whether this angle will help us much, but one of those that they often go upstairs and check in international cricket. Squared up to finish. Wicket maiden from Clark to begin his day. Northants lose their first wicket. 33 for 1 after 15. After a few further thoughts from Yaz Rana, Daniel Norcross will be taking over from me for the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating morning for Surrey so far, but even though they've not got the breakthroughs that they've desired, they've not let the Northants scoring rate really get away from them at all. So Northants 33 for 1 after 15 overs. That run rate is just 2.2 runs per over. So you feel that actually Surrey, despite that frustrating first hour, if they get a couple of breakthroughs before lunch now, they'll be well on top. And a lot of Surrey fans will be keeping more than one eye on what's going on at Chelmsford at the moment. Essex having decided to bat first, 31 for 2, as I'm rejoined by Dan Norcross.
Hello, Yaz, for the
Hello,
first
Dan.
time this morning. Us together. Well, that breakthrough's been quite a long time in coming, and it's come in not the most surprising way. Surrey have explored the middle of the pitch, let's say, which they did right from the very first over. Kemar Roach banging a couple in short to start with. Hassan Azad's been hit around the shoulder near the head by Dan Worrell. That's nicely played. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Too short, but too wide. But as so often has happened this season, the arrival of Jordan Clark has made quite the difference. Might have had 2 in that over.
Yeah, I was going to ask actually, those sort of dismissals are so often dismissed as being unlucky for the batter or fortunate for the bowler. But Clark very nearly takes 2 in 2. I guess you have to decide whether or not Clark intentionally bowled the ball exactly there. But what are your thoughts on batters who flick one down the leg side off the hip?
I'm somewhat informed by Simon Hughes, the analyst, Yozza, who gets a little bit grumpy when we talk about a strangle down the leg side. He argues that, you know, if you get the little inside edge tickle when the batter doesn't quite catch up with it as much, around about shin height, knee height, yeah, there you've got a bit lucky. But the moment you come in around the hip, he thinks that that's an entirely legitimate form of dismissal, and I can see what he means actually, especially if you've got a field set to mitigate if you do nudge it off the hip and you've got maybe a short square leg, and we have here, for example, there's a very square, short square leg.
So what I don't understand, if that is the plan, why don't you have another catcher behind square on the leg side? If that is what
Like a leg slip.
Yeah, if that's what you're specifically aiming for. Because in that Clark, the second half of that Clark over, he gets the wicket down the leg side, next ball down the leg side. Last ball the over was more an off stump but about the same length, and it nearly squares up Proctor. It looks to me like that was what he was trying to do potentially for all 3 balls. And I see what you're saying about the man at square leg, but equally, if that is what you're trying to do, why have you still got 3 slips?
Well, you're allowed to do both, of course. This will be 4 more. Runs away along the square, down towards that gaggle of tabarded school children. It's always handy to be able to see where they are.
Sad moves on to 23. That's 3 boundaries now of his blade against Jamie Overton. 2 really nice cut shots behind square on the offside, and that flick through mid wicket for 4.
He's battled well this morning. Hassan Azad. It's not been easy for him. They got it into their heads that he's got a problem with a short ball, and now there's a deep backward square out. Now, why is Jamie Overton? Oh dear. Jamie Overton just feeling his groin there, which is not a great sign. See how he pulls up in this next delivery. Just stretching.
Overton, of course, missed quite a large chunk of the season through injury, and even when he's come back, he's not actually had to do that much bowling. So still probably getting back to full fitness, finding his best rhythm.
Oh no, no, this doesn't look right at all. Yep. Overton throws the ball away. Now Surrey, unfortunately, they have 4 seam bowling options, but they really didn't want to lose Jamie Overton. He's the quickest of the 5 that they have. They have 4 other seam bowling options, but he's going to walk off here. He's got a tweak to the groin by the looks of it, and he's going to have to go off for some treatment. We've seen this a little bit this season. We saw Brett Hutton of Nottinghamshire have a problem here on the first day and walked off, but that turned out to be cramp. He's walking off okay, but the moment he looked to stretch that groin in his delivery stride, it didn't happen for him. So that is a problem for Surrey. They haven't had the morning they would have liked so far. They won the toss, they've got the first bit right, put Northampton to bat. That looked like the right thing as well, but just the 1 wicket they've taken, and now, well,
Look who's finishing off the over.
it's Rory Burns. Well. Are we ever going to get the last ball of the over bowled? What is it that Hassan Azad was not happy about there, I wonder?
Viewers at home can't see, but Burns has kept a deep square leg in place.
And finishes off with a fairly filthy ball. I fancy it might be the only one he bowls in this match, but intriguing.
Why do you think he's bowled himself there? Sorry, have a number of more capable bowling options.
Well, whoever's going to bowl at this end, you would think would be the capable option at the Vauxhall end. You'd think it'd be Tom Laws. So, a dramatic over, 2 boundaries in it, and Surrey have lost Jamie Overton. We don't know how bad that injury is, but it didn't look great. Pulled up in his delivery stride twice, tried to bowl it the second time, and obviously once he stretched those legs, realised it wasn't going to happen for him. So Surrey looks like they're down to 4 main bowlers, plus Cameron Steele, of course. And straight away, Proctor capitalises on Surrey's misfortune. Bit too full from Clark from round the wicket. Now you mentioned, I hadn't kept my eye on this for half an hour or so, that Essex have lost a 2nd wicket. Wicket of Nick Brown for 3. So both openers dismissed now, 34 for 2 after 15 overs. Keeping an eye on that, of course, because Essex are the only other side that can thwart Surrey's ambitions. There is a relegation tussle going on between Kent and Middlesex as well. They're not playing each other, but there's only 2 points separate those 2 sides. Middlesex 33 for 2. Kent have yet to get out onto the ground at Taunton. Rain disrupting things down there. A wide signal. It's been a little bit messy from Surrey today, hasn't it? Yes.
I was going to say that he has picked up that early breakthrough, but I think Clark is still yet to find his areas. Really, he's not really hitting the same spot consistently at all. And I also, Dan, I wouldn't say it's light, but it is less dark than it was.
Oh, it is.
An hour or so ago.
It's positively clement now. But again, Clark's been a bit two sides of the wicket, hasn't he? I mean, I was defending the wicket that he took in the previous over. But you're right, he seems to be trying to bring those slips into play, and he's not quite got his lines right yet. Surrey do have Ryan Patel as well. So another reason why Rory Burns bowling that ball was a little odd, wasn't it?
That's better from Clark.
Done well to get his gloves out of the way there, Azad. It wasn't a million miles from the gloves.
I mentioned it just before he bowled the delivery, but I thought it was punchy from Burns to keep deep square leg in play.
Off his own bowling, yeah. It looked quite friendly, didn't it, that ball? I suppose the thinking might be, and it's actually sort of sacrificial thinking. Which is that he's not going to have to bowl in this innings. So whoever he does want to come on to bowl needs to give him a little bit of advance warning so they can loosen up, warm up. And Burns can just sort of roll in for one ball and get it out the way. And whereas the last thing you want is to bring Tom Laws on at that point without any warning at all. And then he tweaks a groin or a hamstring because he's not stretched before bowling.
And I suppose from Hassan Azad's position, you can only lose from that ball.
Yep. That's more like it from Clark. That's where he's aiming for. So 6 runs off the over, 2 of them extras, 4 off the bat of Proctor. 47 for 1 after 17.
A reasonable start from Northants, whose batting lineup is bolstered by the inclusion of Karun Nair, the Indian overseas player who made runs last week, 78.
They made a 100 against England. We mentioned this earlier. Only man to have 100 and no other 3-figure scores in Test cricket.
He's had a very quiet career since then. So he's only played 5 first-class matches anywhere in the world in the last 3 years.
Is that right?
Because there were 2, the Ranji Trophy. There was 1 year where there was no Ranji Trophy because of COVID.
Yep.
But the next year was weird. So I think if you're an IPL player, I don't think you got to play that much at all, and he didn't. And the year after, he was injured, but also wasn't selected for his state side.
Tom Laws into the attack. It starts with a pretty wide loose now. I think Surrey are struggling, against these left-handers. I'd love to get another wicket and have a right-handed bowler. Yeah, so that's it. So I didn't see him much in the IPL. Was he just in an IPL squad but didn't really get selected?
So,
right.
So he's played something like 8 games in the last 4 years. So he's really not played that much cricket, actually, since we saw him in Test cricket, which is now quite a long time ago.
It's gone through quite low to folks.
It's in vogue, isn't it, to sign Indian players who are outside the current national setup. There are quite a few Indian players playing at the moment. Chahal at Kent, Unad Kat, the 2 Yadavs, Umesh and Jayant.
Sai Sudarshan here. Sorry. Now that's a delicious delivery to a right-hander that Tom Laws has just bowled there, and that did fly through to folks.
Has just been a little bit flat from Surrey.
Has a bit.
Haven't really threatened the batters as frequently as they normally do.
Yes, we're getting a little bit. I mean, it's still 34 for 2 at Chelmsford. But the good news is, for Surrey fans, is coming more from Chelmsford than it is from the Oval today. By the way, as I was doing a little bit of my research today, I discovered something that I hadn't quite clocked. That Surrey are one of only 3 teams never to have got the wooden spoon in the county championship. They've never finished bottom.
And I think you were about to ask me who the other 2 are.
Well, I was going to ask you who the other 2 are. We can make a little bit of a quiz of it, if you like.
Probably guess Yorkshire and Lancashire 2
Not Yorkshire.
bigger clubs,
No. Yorkshire have finished bottom.
but Lancashire haven't.
I don't believe Lancashire have. The other one, rather surprisingly, from memory, I'll have to double check it, but I think is Middlesex. Surrey seeking their 21st county championship title. It would be their 13th since the war. No one's won more than that. Yorkshire have won 11 since the Second World War. Surrey 12 with last year's victory. I also, in my senescence, see your brain is younger and more supple than mine, Yaz, had to remind myself whether the 2021 county championship was still the county championship, because it was still played, wasn't it, under the same format as the COVID summer of 2020. But Warwickshire did win the county championship.
And there was a Bob Willis Trophy
And there was a
final.
Bob Willis Trophy final. Yes, that's what confused my feeble brain. Bouncer from Clark. Seen a lot of that at Hassan Azad, but he's been equal to it.
I'm not sure he'll mind it. It's a gloomy morning. It's a green pitch. Surrey are so incisive with that new ball, and they just haven't bowled as many balls in and around off stump as they normally would with it. And sure, there's been the odd ball where he's looked uncomfortable, but here he is, a man who's not in great form.
Oh, and again, both sides of the wicket here from Jordan Clark. I mean, it's a brisk day. It's not much fun for bowling. See that? That's gone a long way down the leg side. Well taken by Folkes. He's been charging around to his left and his right today, is Ben Folkes.
It's better from Clark. There's been a lot of balls in the last 3 or 4 overs where the bowlers turned around quite quickly and sort of semi-disgust at the line, I think, in particular.
I have some sympathy with bowlers on days like today, because the wind is significant. We can get a shot of the flags above the pavilion. The Northants flag is particularly perilous, swinging from side to side.
It's quite precarious, actually.
It does, rather. I wonder if we can get a... There we go. Take a look at those. That is the very definition of a stiff breeze. It may even be getting somewhere near gale force out there. Northants flag on the right there. The flagpole really swinging back and forth in this strong wind. Clark just bringing his mid off a little straighter. End of the over, just the one from it, but I don't think Jordan Clark can be 100% happy with his lines at the moment. 49 for 1 after 19. Yazran is taking a break. Phil Walker joins us. Is this for the first time today, Phil?
Good morning, Daniel. Yes, this is. Yeah, this is my debut for the game. I haven't been on the 4-day stuff for a little while, actually.
Where have you been? What have you been up to?
I know, I have other jobs, believe it or not.
I
I have
know,
a day
you
job.
moonlight, don't you?
Don't tell anyone.
50 up with that single. And Northants will be delighted with this. They've come into this match after 12 rounds of County Championship matches, or 12 matches they've played, with just 4 batting bonus points. Now, I haven't, I must say, have perused every single one of their innings, but the best case scenario is that 4 times they've made it to 299 and 8 times they've not made it to 250. Might have made 249. That hasn't happened, of course, but it means they've obviously struggled up top, and Surrey have not been able to exploit that. And what felt like the perfect toss to win today, Surrey fans that have rocked up, seen the weather forecast a little bit for today and a lot for the rest of the game, thought let's get into them, we want to get bowling quickly. Well, they've got that opportunity, but they haven't really nailed it so far today. Tom Lord's had a bit of a golden arm for them though.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's perhaps a bit more than that. Because he is an undemonstrable kind of cricketer, I think perhaps he's taken a little bit for granted, but he's proved this year that he's a lot more than a fourth seamer because of the embarrassment of riches here in the seam bowling attack. He's perhaps considered somewhere down the line, but he's been really effective whenever I've seen him. He turned the game against Kent earlier in the season on a dime on that Saturday morning when Crawley was not out and threatening, and he came in, he blew Kent away really with a fourfer. This has been his breakout year. Obviously touched people's consciousness in the 50 over stuff last year, but this has been his 4-day time.
He's got himself a leg slip, quite a fine leg slip, you can see there on the screen.
Yeah, I was listening to you and Yaz earlier about the notion of whether a strangle is a strangle is a strangle down the leg side, and where the blame lies, with a batsman or with a bowler, whether it is misfortune or whether it's misjudgment, whether a bowler can play for it. And I like that notion that off the hit belongs to the bowler. Anywhere higher than that, and certainly they've been playing for it throughout this morning, right? It's been quite evident. They've had a kind of like a body line with a small B kind of approach this morning. It's been interesting to see it play out and to ask why, really. And I wonder, throwing random theories around, Dan, as we are wont to do, it's very chilly out there.
Oh yes,
very chilly out there. And I remember speaking to Mark Butcher earlier in the summer, and we were looking at the numbers of run making month to month to month across first class cricket in England, and in April they score a lot more runs than the perception, right?
That's right, yes.
Averages are much higher than perhaps we would assume.
Ball doesn't move so much, pitches
ball
are
doesn't
much,
move so much.
flatter, they're not been used.
Mark's theory is that the ball doesn't move so much because the temperature is so cold.
That's right.
That the ball doesn't have the necessary properties, the kind of overhead conditions to help it. There's no mugginess in the air, there's no density.
The ground is cold as well.
The ground is cold as well. Perhaps because it's chilly out there, perhaps conventional swing, Worrell style, has not been available to them.
Well, they did start by not trying, to be fair.
Right, yeah, for sure.
So maybe they knew in advance.
They clearly had a theory against Azad, having bowled to him before, and as Yaz said, he made that good 100 against Surrey 2 or 3 years back. So there's a clear theory. It's not really played out. Yeah, good spot, Dan, on the monitor. Overton is back in the cordon.
Oh, that's a beauty. That is where Clark has been aiming for. Hasn't quite found it until now. See this again. Oh, got a very open stance as Proctor. And he brings that front leg round. But if Overton's back out there,
positive signs.
Positive sign for Surrey. Makes you wonder what exactly it was that's happened there. Just a little pinched nerve or something similar.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much it's impeded him over the next couple of hours.
Well, you would think. Look, he's a very fine slip fielder. And it is just possible that he's standing out there because he doesn't have to move a great deal.
Right.
And he's got great hands.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to be putting my fast bowler out there so quickly if I thought that he had a problem, a serious problem. So that ought to be positive.
Yeah, he didn't go over in a heap. He strolled off. It's hard to know from here. But you would imagine that if it was significant, then you wouldn't have seen him for the rest of the day.
Yep.
So, hopes that perhaps it was no more than a tweak and that he can battle on through. Surrey will need him, really, because he does offer that point of difference in this attack. Pace through the air with Roach is one thing, but with that trajectory, that height, he bowls a filthy heavy ball, a real dirty throat ball is his speciality, and they will need him.
Oh, and again, this time to Azad. So often it's happened this season that when Surrey have looked just a little bit flat, Jordan Clark's come on and he's really elevated the bowling attack. Made the breakthrough today.
Yeah, by my reckoning, Dan, with that wicket early on in the piece of Emilio Gay, I think he just inched ahead to become the biggest wicket taker for Surrey in 4-day cricket this year. So let me check that. Yeah, 47 wickets now for Jordan Clark, just inched ahead.
Oh, that's vicious and a surprising bouncer that Hassan Azad does very well to get out of the way of. End of an over, just conceding 1 run, 51 for 1. This was a late move from Hassan Azad. That's whistled past his nose here. Kept his eye on it for the most part.
Yeah, he's played that very tidily because that's coming on the arm towards him. He's done excellently up until now. As Hassan Azad, he's had a stinker of a season in truth, statistically. Come back into the side for this one. And he's shown real pluck up to now.
Edge gone. And it is Overton with the catch. And it is Laws with the wicket. Surrey have got their second. Wicket of Proctor. A little bit of bounce, fencing at it, probably didn't need to play at it, drawn into the shot. And Overton, we did say he's a fine slipper. It was a regulation catch, but he makes them look so easy, doesn't he?
He does, but it did fly. And it's been a slightly two-paced pitch up until now, it seems. 1 or 2 from Tom Laws have scuttled through. This one's really flown off the surface, hit the seam and moved, jagged away. And it's a tidy catch right into the midriff. Huge hands. Jamie Overton is an excellent second slip, as indeed is his brother, 2 of the finest in the county game. And again, this is what Surrey do. As soon as you're starting to feel like the batting side have ridden out the storm, they come at you again. Now, Karun Nair, how about that? One of the finest first-class players in Indian cricket, 31 years old now. So it may well be that he's not just looking for this week at the Oval, but perhaps to try and develop his red ball career, or indeed give it a bit of a shot in the arm, because as Yaz says, he's played very little red ball cricket in India in recent years, but he's chosen to come over here. IPL stalwart. Well, he has an outstanding record as well, Dan. I mean, he averages 50 across the board, and as you said earlier, he made a triple.
There aren't many
and not
people,
much else across 6 test matches.
I mean, you could probably name without checking all the triple centurions in Test cricket.
Give it a go. From Andrew Sandham onwards.
Nice. Nice local reference.
Yeah.
Got that right too.
Got to know your audience, Daniel.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to see how he goes. He came off a good knock as well, not Sandham. He's sadly passed, but yeah, Karun Nair made an excellent 70-odd last week.
And Surrey finally have a right-hander to bowl at in the 22nd over of the day. Yeah, I mean, let's have a go. I reckon there's certainly one that you'll kick yourself, but you might forget.
Oh, I mean, there's probably more than one. Do we know what number?
We can start from the highest scores. We go to Brian Lara.
Yeah, and then Hayden downwards.
Sobers.
Lara again.
Hutton. Hanif Mohammed, Wally Hammond.
Yeah, 3-3-4s.
336, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
334
3-3-4 was
Bradman.
Bradman and Mark Taylor, who declared himself.
How utterly pathetic is that?
It is, but it's so cute at the same time. And very, very Tubbs Taylor as well.
But I do like the way that Matthew Hayden was having none of that, and he was going to get his 380 against Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. A little too wide from Laws.
Yeah, he'll be a bit frustrated with that, Tom Laws. He just overcorrected to the right hand, and he's given Karen there a couple of sighters there.
Graham Gooch.
Gucci.
Chris Gale.
You know, I was at that test match. It was my first ever test match that I went to, the Laws test. I was there for day 2 of that. Yeah. Bowled by Manoj Prabhakar.
Well, Jeffrey Boycott said something during that game, which, you know, I spent a lot of time in the comp box with Jeffrey and developed a certain fondness for the old goat over the years. But he said something in that game when he was on commentary. If you recall, which I'm sure you do, Kieran Moray dropping Gooch on. He was on about something like 36.
He was exactly on
Was it
36.
36?
Yeah. And it was an absolute.
It was a sitter.
Yeah, didn't even have to
Absolute
dive,
sitter.
did he?
End of the over, a wicket taking one from Tom Laws. 51 for 2. Northants. Yeah, he said when Gooch was finally out for 333, he said, if I were Kapil Dev, I'd go up to Kieran Moray and I'd put my hands round his throat and I'd say, you've cost this team 297 runs. And I thought that might be why you didn't captain England awfully often.
Yeah. It wasn't his forte.
Anyway, we've not even mentioned John Edrich because there's 2 Surrey players on that list.
New
Along with
Zealand.
Sandham, New
Headingley,
Zealand.
I
Yeah.
believe.
And
I feel
Bobby
like we might
Simpson.
be coming back to this. Yes, Bobby Simpson. Yeah, very good. Yeah.
But we're going through. Adam Collins is here. We're going through triple centurions in Test cricket because of Karad Nair, and saying basically that, you know, a cricket badger can name them all probably off the top of his head. And we're going down, so we've got to. Oh, we haven't done Jaya Wardener yet, have we? Adam Collins can come in.
One of the most extraordinary things I've seen in cricket, full stop. Remember, you know, I think Phil, wisdom.com, your website, has these Sporkle, aren't they? These quizzes where you...
For
You're
those
given-
slow news days.
Yeah, where you're given a question like this: name all triple century, or name every England Test player between 2008 and 2013. You've got 5 minutes. Name them all. Clock starts now. That kind of thing. It's pretty niche, but your readers enjoy it. I do too. And one of them was this: name every triple ton made in Test cricket, of which from memory is there 41 or something like that. Whatever it is, whatever the number is at the moment. And I was sitting in the press box next to Jonathan Liu from The Guardian, and occasionally from Wisden Cricket Monthly as well. And he just went, "Oh, right, okay then." And his fingers didn't stop. His fingers didn't stop touching the keyboards as he said, "Oh, I'll do it in order, shall I?" And he rattled them all off in the order that Daniel's referring to, from Lara all the way down, all the way through. Didn't stop. After about 90 seconds, submit. Of course, every single one of them, bang on. That's the way Jonathan Liu's brain works, of course. He was Octa champ on Mastermind or whatever it is and all the rest. And he's got that kind of mind. But I'm actually wondering, Daniel's ran off a line. He just threw a bomb in there. There's one of them you won't get. Or what did he say? There's one you won't. I don't know who he's referring to. There's one Test triple ton that might have just forgotten. Who are more of the more obscure ones? Karad Nair is one of those in a way. Out of 700 odd, good piece of bowling there from Clark to hit the seam and move the way.
He's getting it going.
Yeah, he is.
As well, Adam. 3 times now he's beaten the lefty on that angle, coming right arm round, standing it up on the seam.
They've preferred to be around the wicket this morning. The Surrey seamers to the left-handers, of which there were 3 from Northants to start the day, with Emilio Gay and Proctor both back in the sheds now. Azad still there on 23. It's got to be there at lunch. We're 24 minutes away from the long break. Clark bowling nicely, completes another maiden. 5 overs for him, 1 for 7. Picked up a wicket with his 4th delivery. That was Emilio Gay, caught down the leg side by Ben Folkes for 16. The other wicket was Luke Proctor, caught in the cordon by Overton, who, it must be noted, pulled up in his 2nd over with a groin strain, but still out there in the cordon. That was from the bowling of Laws for 8. They were 51 for 2, and they're still 51 for 2, a couple of overs on for that. After Surrey won the toss this morning, Rory Burns elected to field. So obscure triple tons. Lawrence Rowe.
Good, 302.
That was
Jamaica, perhaps, against England.
Yeah, certainly against England in 72. New over begins from Tom Laws.
Hashim Amla here.
Hashim Amla here. I was there for that one.
Yes, so was I. 600 for 2,
Yep.
I think it was at one point.
Maybe Azhar Ali's in one of the
Good.
early day-night test matches against
Good.
the West Indies.
Very good. Warner, recently.
Warner
Pakistan.
recently. I was doing that one. I was commentating on that. I got into about 294, and that was the end of my stint. As is often the way when on commentary, you either just get them or just miss out, which is fine. Or all the fun of the fair. Laws away from us, Vauxhall End. Well played again by Azad off the top of the bounce. Sneaks through for a single. Moves to 24-53 for 2 the score.
He's played that particular delivery very well all morning. He's ridden the bounce and the angle as well. He's got up on his toes. He's played it with soft hands as well. He scored a few behind square through that gap. He's generally played within himself, but he's played really sensibly up until now. Under a lot of pressure as well. Adam came in on the back of a pretty fallow year in truth. So he's done very well up until now.
Yeah, we were remarking upon this before, that Azad, it's not outside the realms of possibility he's playing for his career here. He's had 12 innings in a row of less than 50. He made a half century first weekend of April, but slim pickings thereafter. Needs to make it count today. Kieran Nair, half century on debut last week.
Just come back to Hassan Azad, he gave a very revealing and quite moving interview actually to Joe Harmon, who works alongside you and I for Wisden, and this was at the start of the 2020 season, perhaps after he'd made the 1,000 runs.
I remember this. It was start of 2021, I reckon. This
Yeah.
interview. Yeah. When we were in that regional setup.
Indeed. And he'd made the 1,000 the year before in 2019 for Leicestershire. And on the back of that, having established himself as a county cricketer, he spoke to Joe and chose that moment to explore the challenges mentally that he'd gone through up until that season. And if 2019 was his watershed, then 2018 was his horror show. And he outlined that in really very moving fashion to Joe. I've just pulled it up actually. He talks about how throughout that summer in 2018, as he was trying to find his way as a professional cricketer coming out of university, he went to Loughborough and he didn't have a contract at the time. He was moving around the shires looking for trials here and 2-day games there, and he says it was almost impossible to get out of bed for much of that summer.
Over complete, 53 for 2 after 24.
How he felt he was isolated, how life was never going to get any better. He got to the point, he says, where I wasn't sleeping at all, and when that starts to happen, everything else gets a lot worse because you're tired, your brain doesn't have the capacity to function. And he spoke to Joe about how that whole summer is a blur, how his memory of it has become smudged with time and with pain, no doubt. During that difficult time, he went up to Leicester and he had a two-day game on trial, and he played really, really well.
Clark continues. Short ball to the man in question. Azad sways nicely.
And he recalls having a net on the morning of that trial game, and he says he was openly crying during the net itself on that morning. And these are all quotes from this piece. Nonetheless, he was able somehow to summon himself and to find a few runs and to impress the coaches, and they offered him a 1 year. He didn't know if he wanted to take it. He didn't know if it was for him. He didn't know if he deserved it. But he managed to convince himself that he was worthy of it, and moved into that 2019 season and made over 1,000 runs and batted brilliantly at points. I think he made that 100 against Surrey during that season.
Yep.
Since then, it's been a challenging time for him here and there. He's moved on to Northants, and it's not been a particularly fruitful year for him, but they're very fond of him, and you can understand why. And he's played very well here up until now.
Yeah, mentioned before, he was brought on a 30-day deal to start the season as injury cover, and he's just kind of stayed throughout. There's been no song and dance around his contract status, but you look back through the numbers, it was that 2019 season he made 1,353 first-class runs at 56 with 4 tons. I mean, that's a beautiful body of work. 8 other scores above 50. Not much to speak of in the Bob Willis Trophy, but such as it was for a lot of players, it was a strange season with 5 games clumped into 5 weekends. It's well wide from Clark there. It's missing his line and length a little bit in this over. 2021, which is when that interview took place, that was on the back of the 100 here. Average 29, opening the batting for Leicestershire. Over 500 runs, as they were last year, over 500 runs. So, I mean, they weren't complete misadventures, averaging in the high 20s in sides that weren't especially successful with Leicestershire, but, let go. And so far, it hasn't worked this year, but I think with what you're describing there, he's got the humility and the presence of mind to get himself back to where he needs to be at this level. He's done it before.
Yeah, exactly that. It's been tough for everybody really in this Northants side. It's been hard yakka at times. I felt really sorry for them last week in that Warwickshire game when they made quite a lot of running and they engineered and manipulated a finish. Ben Sanderson took a hat-trick, and at one point it looked like they were going to turn Warwickshire over.
Proper hat-trick too, right? Nicked off top order, not running through 9, 10 and 11. Had them 25 for 5. I think to the credit of both clubs there too, right? Setting up a game, rain affected. I know Northants needed to win in order to keep their hopes of staying in Division 1 alive, and for Warwickshire's part, I suppose if you squint, they could have thought they were half a, outside as it is, chance of running the table and going on to win the comp. Last ball here left alone, Maiden, 53 for 2, 25 gone, and 15 minutes until lunch here at the Kia Oval. But the fact that it was so, it felt like that the, dare I use the word, the discourse on social media was totally skewed. People didn't get what the captains were doing.
Yeah.
And I think that says a little bit about how little we see that in modern county cricket, whereas 20 or 30 years ago, Phil, when you were growing up watching the game, that was de rigueur, seeing 2 captains work out, right, if you make that many, and you declare about then, I'll declare it about then, and we'll give ourselves both a chance of winning the game, and so they did. And look, 160 was generous as a chase in 60 overs, but they, nearly got the job done. Lost by 2 wickets.
Yeah, they talk down at Essex, they talk in hushed tones about Keith Fletcher's skills as a negotiator. and you'd always end up, Essex would win with an over and a bit to go by 6 wickets and so on. And opposing captains just be standing there, just tearing their hair out. How have I been done again by the gnome?
I guess it was a big part of being a captain when it was 3-day cricket.
Exactly.
A big part of being a captain was getting to stumps on day 1 and going, right, what are our routes to victory and what do we need to negotiate over the bar? I suppose it was more stumps day 2 when those conversations took place, or maybe lunch on day 3. What do we need to realistically have a chance of both sides winning? Well worked there from Karen Nair. Moves from 1 to 5 with a boundary. Just played it nice and late. Bit too short from Laws, made the most of it. 57 for 2.
Echoes of Rohit Sharma, right? Played very, very late, but off the front foot. So the body is leaning into the ball, but the hands are held back. It's gorgeously played. Big 15 minutes here for both sides, but for Northants in particular. Can they get to lunch 2 down? They'd be delighted if they can.
Left alone again. I note that Curran Nair's got Curran on his shirt rather than Nair. sort of naming conventions with players. We can kind of get quite used to calling a player one thing when they wish to be called another. I know Virat Kohli now wears Virat on his shirt rather than Kohli. Their second Indian import of the season, of course, Prithvi Shaw came out and blasted a double ton in the Metro Bank, as we're now calling it, 50 over competition, before unfortunately getting injured. He would have been squared up there again. That's better from Laws. Just that movement. Won't get a boundary. Comes back for 2. Moves to 7. He would have been a smoky for that Indian 50 over World Cup side, I reckon, Prithvi Shaw, had he continued on that run.
Well, 450 runs in 4 innings.
Yeah.
At about 150 strike rate. Thanks for coming. Yeah, if he hadn't just pulled up lame in the field against Durham, then who knows how far he could have taken Northants in that competition. But
yes,
one of many. It's a fabulous sight, really. Suddenly there's this huge influx, really, of Indian cricketers.
About to finish a wayward one. Folkes does so well. It's going to be signalled a no ball. It's so far off target. So he'll have to re-bowl it, but Folkes saving at least a couple of extra runs here. We'll see it on replay. Worked out early, he was in strife. Great footwork to get up and dive away like a football goalkeeper to parry it away. Knew he couldn't glove it, but he could stop it, and that was enough.
Yeah, and it's the feet again. A real study in how you do it. So nimble.
Wayward over from Laws. They get a boundary, a couple of extras, 1 for 12. From 5, his return so far, 61 for 2.
Yeah, just going back to this influx, this welcome influx of Indian cricketers in county cricket. Tellingly, in red ball cricket, perhaps even more so than in white. And I had a chat with Umesh Yadav, who's down at Essex at the moment, and he's just playing for the final three championship games. And he said to me, you've got to realise we don't play very much of it. But if you're into red ball cricket, you're desperate to play as an Indian cricketer. And he's into his 30s, as is Karun out here as well. And I think that allure is maintained, perhaps not for the younger generation so much. Although, having said that, Siddharthan, of course, is out there on debut for Surrey. But he was saying that we don't get very many opportunities back in India. And so if we get the call, it's not going to be about the money, let's be honest. It's not about the money, it's about the experience, and it's about feeling that red ball in your hand again. Yeah,
in the hand last week in Adcat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Down at Hove, taking 9 for the match. The last 5 wickets of that game, just when it looked like Leicestershire were going to chase down 500 and break a bunch of records. And
oh, what a heartbreak that was for them.
Absolutely, especially when you consider that after that game, Sussex have been docked points, and we've already gone through that a little bit this morning for the disciplinary problems there. But yeah, they were all out for. They were all out about 30 odd short, 15 runs short, 15 runs short of hauling down 499 on the final day. Colin Ackerman, it's always Colin Ackerman on the final day when Leicester should get it done. And of course they won the trophy last weekend, but they were ever so close to being within touching distance of promotion, Leicestershire.
Yeah, all out for 100 in the first innings and 15 shy of chasing down 500 in the fourth.
Gotta love 4-day cricket. But yeah, Unadcat took the last 5 wickets of the game, 6 for 94 in the second innings for Sussex after taking 3 for 23 in the first. So he's making the most of his opportunity, playing under the leadership of Cheteshwar Pujara, who just loves playing county cricket, although missing this week by suspension due to those aforementioned discipline problems. Sai Sudarshan, who we'll talk about in great depth, I'm sure, when he bats later in this match. I spent some time with him last week beneath us here on the balcony.
Did you?
Had a really interesting conversation with him about red ball cricket, about where it fits for him. I asked him a bit of a leading question. I'll admit, I'll let you into this, where I said, well, Virat Kohli says red ball cricket, Test cricket's the most important cricket to him. Do you share Virat Kohli's views? So it was likely to get a certain answer. But no, he authentically said that he wants to play a 3-format cricketer, doesn't want to limit himself. He knows that having been the player of the IPL final, making 96 not out in front of 120,000 people and all the riches and stardom and attention that will bring, that's one thing. But to him, to be a complete cricketer, he wants to play Test cricket, and it's really encouraging, because we can get a bit down in the dumps sometimes when we think about the direction of travel with international cricket and the IPL, and not just the IPL, but the IPL satellite leagues around the world. Well, here's a guy who is front and centre of Generation Next for India, and he wants to be playing in that Indian Test team, and is investing accordingly, which is why he's here in London this week.
It doesn't surprise me to hear of this. Equally, it doesn't surprise me to read the quotes from Kemar Roach, who was interviewed by Yaz earlier in the week, who was saying that in the West Indies for young lads, and it's simply not relevant to them at all. I think it's different strokes for different folks in different parts of the world.
Clark to finish here. Again, Azad right in behind it. He's batting nicely on the way to lunch. We're 2 overs from that juncture, 61 for 2.
I think in India, a country that is infatuated with legacy and numbers and stats and history in the best possible sense, I think if you're a young, gifted player such as Sudarshan, then you're looking at where you could potentially end up standing in the pantheon. It's not really about money, because the money will come. It's about, as much as that, it's about where you end up, where you can potentially end up. And for all that you have the world's riches in front of you and you have immense fame at your fingertips, he's already famous. He'll already have hordes of people following him down the street. But he needs the numbers. That's what he will be looking for. If he is as good as we hear he is, then he will need the numbers to back it up. And it flows from Gavaskar to Azharuddin to Tendulkar to Kohli to Sharma and onwards, because that's a part of the culture.
Worrell back into the attack. First ball driven. Kiran Nair out towards the rope. Just gorgeous timing. Barely hit it. His second 4 into double figures for him. Northants 65 for 2.
And I'm not saying this applies to every young Indian cricketer, because some Indian cricketers won't necessarily have the full range of stroke and all the components that you need to be a red ball cricketer as well. But the best will. And I still think that is embedded in the culture. I believe that. Perhaps I'm slightly naive or simplistic in my reading of it, but I believe that still applies in Indian cricket. Certainly much more than it does over in the West Indies.
I agree, and I think it, again, my reading of the situation, having spent a lot of time in India but also just observing Indian cricket, it's a lot about the individual, about where the individual sits relative to other Indian cricketers.
Exactly.
So I saw a piece that went online this morning, which was met with fierce criticism from some of our senior Indian colleagues, speculating conspiracy theory that Virat Kohli has been left out of the Indian one-day squad for the Australian matches starting later this week because the establishment are trying to protect Sachin Tendulkar's record of centuries in one-day cricket. I mean, it's farcical, fanciful stuff, but this stuff can take hold. Sure. In some circles. You see the criticism of, I mean, I don't even really understand the jargon here, but Kohli stands up against Rohit stands on social media. I mean, there is that inbuilt rivalry, and you're right, the currency, what wins you that fight is being able to deliver for India, but not just in one format. It's about doing it, 200 days a year, all the cricket that they play, all the commitments they have around the world.
Yeah, and it flows from the greats, and you only have to watch Kohli in the whites or Sharma in the whites to know that that form of the game is alive and well out in India. And I think it's too simplistic a measure to look at TV numbers and advertising revenue. That's clearly a part of it, but one thing Indian cricket is not struggling for is money and support. It absolutely is tied into your credentials as a top-end cricketer.
Oh, what a bit of bowling that is. Deserve better. Deserve better. Put down in the grippers. It was in and out.
It was slightly awkward height, wasn't it? He had to get up on his tiptoes, tried to ride it, came quite quickly to him. Jamie Overton in at second grab and taking a tidy one earlier on in the piece. It's a Jaffa, of course.
It's a beauty from Worrell. Just gets that angle so often from wide on the crease towards leg stump. Enough movement to get Kiran Nair playing down just the wrong line. Squared up, put down on 11. On plays and misses straight away. Discipline from Worrell to complete what should have been a successful over. 65 for 2. Nair gets a life on 11.
Sums up Surrey's morning, really. They have been a little bit in and out here. And welcome to England as well for Karen there. You know, those two have both gone late. And negligible feet movement, especially with the second one actually, which is more of a waft. So yeah, legitimate life there for the Indian, but still Northants hanging in there. 2 down, 1 over, you'd imagine. Ryan Patel with his cheeky little golden arms,
This
right
could
arm
be,
medium.
I suspect this is an exercise in getting Worrell another over.
Possibly, it's a good shout.
So 2.5 minutes until the official lunch break. It's 27.5 past 12. And Patel off the short run up over steps, that won't help. Front foot no ball, he knows it. Sprinting back to his mark, I reckon I've nailed on exactly why he's bowling this over, but that'll frustrate the captain Burns, who himself has bowled this morning.
Right through though, isn't he? Up and at it again. I'm not sure if he's going to let us squeeze this in, Adam, but interesting game, under-19's Ashes Test taking place up at Wantage Road.
So it's just on this, Azad should be walking out the square leg, shouldn't he? He's letting Patel bowl to him here.
Yeah.
This is, after this delivery, which he whips, gets one, this is the moment where Kuran Nair, a lot of experience, should be taking guard, counting the fielders, walking out the square leg and letting the game be played on their terms with 3 legal deliveries. Just make that 4 legal deliveries rather until lunch. Don't let Worrell bowl another. Here we go. Taking guard, exactly what you're meant to do here as a pro. No hurry whatsoever. We've got 75 seconds to get through 4 balls. That should be enough.
Oh yeah, a bit of guard.
Very, very good. Superb from Kuran Nair. Love to see it. He's taken at least 20 seconds off the clock there. I want to hear more about this 19th test. Final day at Wantage Road.
Final day, Wantage Road. Australia batted first, got 396. England responded with a first innings lead of 12. And Australia 7 down, leading by 220. So they're 2-3-2 for 7, approaching lunch.
Shot. Might have taken some pace off it in his follow through, but it won't matter. Kuran Nair, his 3rd boundary, up to 15 as we near lunch, up to 72 for 2 Northants as well.
Gorgeous shot, perhaps the shot of the morning. It was a longish half volley, but effortless and with real power as well. Get through to lunch. Could be very, very interesting afternoon watching with this Indian star. Real stylist.
So before we go to lunch, all squared up a little bit there, out to cover, no concerns. Just so you expect there'll be a declaration there.
Well, it's all up for grabs. 220 ahead, 73 overs still left in the day, but Australia 7 down and 2 newish players in. Harry Dixon, who made a 50 odd in the first innings, made 100 as well in the second for Australia. But all results, all 4, Adam, as you'd like to say.
All last ball of the session. By the pad, out to the offside, I should say as well that Northants' own Rafi Weatherall's taken a couple of wickets for England there. And Northants will be, I wouldn't say thrilled with their work for the morning, owing to the fact that one of the wickets to fall was down the leg side. And that was Emilio Gay, the first to fall on 16, when Northants were 33. And about half an hour on from that, the captain Proctor was caught in the cordon from Overton from the bowling of Laws. But from 51 for 2 to 72 for 2, sent in under thick cloud, all the lights on a surface that's giving plenty to the Surrey seamers. It's at least honours even for the visitors, Phil Walker.
Yeah, I would say at this point Northants will be delighted. Put in, teams have been routinely rolled. Surrey win tosses and bowl first. That's been their modus operandi all summer really, and Northants have played really, really well up until now. Emilio Gay looked tidy enough, possibly slightly unlucky to be caught down the leg side. Karen Nair's come in and played a couple of nice shots. One life in the penultimate over before lunch, dropped in the grabbers by Jamie Overton, but Hassan Azad, arguably possibly playing for his Northants future, has been rock solid and really ridden the bounce, been class 25 not out. Interesting afternoon ahead.
Kuran Nair 15 not out with him, so they've put on 21 for Surrey. The wickets to Jordan Clark, 1 for 7 from 7, set and forget, and Tom Laws 1 for 12. They've used 6 bowlers on the basis that Overton had a little niggle in his groin, make that 7 bowlers rather. So Rory Burns bowled 1 ball to complete his 3rd over, and Ryan Patel sent down 1 before lunch with an effort. Well, the the objective was to get Worrell back on, but not to be. So Roach none for 10, Worrell none for 21, Overton none for 14, Clark 1 for 7, Burns none for none, Laws 1 for 12, and Ryan Patel none for 7. We'll take a beat on the call here. Phil Walker will go down and grab some lunch. Picking up our discussion through the lunch break, it's going to be Daniel Norcross talking to ACE's Director of Programs, Chevy Green, who will be here with us shortly. We'll just take a pause here at the Kia Oval, though, with Northants after being sent in at the toss 72 for 2 at lunch. Daniel Norcross will be with us shortly with Chevy Green.
So, welcome back. It's our lunchtime segment with Surrey. Just a reminder, having, I say, reduced, taken a couple of wickets in the lunch break. That's all, having won the toss and elected to bowl on a filthy, miserable, cold, windy day. They've used 7 bowlers, but one of them's only bowled 1 ball. We've got a little bit of concern over Jamie Overton, but he's been back out there taking catches and, well, taking a catch and dropping one very sharp chance just before lunch off Karen Nair, bowler Dan Worrell. But you'll be able to see on shot here with ace emblazoned on his left breast, Chevy Green, who's come to join us for today's lunchtime segment. And we will be back with the live action in around about 33, 34 minutes. They got off very promptly at 12:30, so you can pretty much set your watch by that. But don't go away just yet, because we're going to be discussing the ACE programme, which is a magnificent initiative started here at Surrey by Ebony Rainford Brent, with great support from the 2 Richards who are now running English cricket, Richard Gould and Richard Thompson, who used to be of this parish. Chevy Green, welcome along to the Surrey live stream.
Thank you for having me. Good to be back on the stream. Did a few stints in the T20s, but good to be back now on a county championship game.
It's lovely to have you back. Just quickly on the county championship, Surrey 18 points clear at the start of this round. I don't know why I'm so nervous. They're in pole position, but I've just seen too many slips twixt cup and lip before. How are you feeling? You confident?
Yeah, they say cricket's a funny old game, but I've been asking around this morning. I was just checking, like, if we win this one, is that it? Is it done? And hearing on different results play a different part. But yeah, hopefully the boys will get it done.
Well, if Surrey do win this, Essex will have to win their last 2 games, and there's a bit of weather around, and they're going quite slowly themselves. 69 for 2 after 29 at the lunch break. So it's early days in this penultimate round of county championship matches, but for the next 25 minutes or so we want to talk about this ACE programme. First of all, Chevy, when did it get off the ground?
Wow, it seems so it seems so long ago, but it's not that long.
Have you aged 10 years?
Definitely. I've got a few more greys, so I don't know if that is the pressure of the programme or Ebbs, but she cracks a good whip, old Ebony. So yeah, it started as I guess we did a media kind of launch in January 2020, and then in March 2020 we went to do these open days, with these 2 open days, and everyone was excited. We selected 24 children, and then a week later we went into that first kind of lockdown. So the dream of rolling out this Surrey programme was quickly halted by life of the pandemic, like everyone else back then. But I guess what that did on the short timeline of ACE, or where we are now, is gave us the opportunity to Ebony and I to kind of build and plan what we wanted to do. We highlighted where we thought there was a problem for the African Caribbean community, with the 75% decline in the pro game. So it was very much at first looking as a talent ID program at the top level, trying to get players into the pathway. But then we slowly realised that recreationally for that community, it was not even 1%. So we kind of decided.
Sorry,
to
not even 1% of the community.
Yeah, playing at the time. So
wow.
It was,
We'll take us right back to the dawn of its sort of conception, because I remember Ebony sort of discussing this with us, just very high level.
Yeah.
Would that be about sort of 2018-19? She sort of identified an issue.
Yeah, it was 2019, and I think it was when Jofra I think when he made his test debut.
Yeah, it would be
against
Ireland.
I think it was against Ireland, or was
Australia.
Or
was it Ireland? Did he play Ireland, and then the Ashes happened, because he featured in the World Cup, didn't he?
Yeah, World Cup, and then I think it was Ireland, and then it was the Ashes. And I think following that, Ebony was like, well, where's the next players coming through? Because in the one-day team, Chris Jordan was there, and obviously.
Let's be clear, Jofra Archer's learned his cricket in Barbados, hasn't he?
Yeah, very much.
Not in England.
So it was
same with Chris, really. Although he came to England to go to Dulwich College, didn't he? Around 16, 17.
It's the same principle. Was a case of where's the next, young black British cricketer coming from? There was a long history of players being produced over the years coming through, and that kind of stopped. So I think Ebony kind of had this epiphany, and was like, well, how do we get the next Jofra, the next CJ, from black British backgrounds? And
well, she's of course from Brixton, isn't she?
So only down the road.
I mean, I remember growing up as a kid, we used to play Brixton West Indians, and when you played club cricket, I mean, this is what shocked me there when you said only 1% of the British black community even
It's
playing
worrying.
recreational
Yeah,
cricket.
It's worrying. It's worrying. So that kind of, it was, the program had to develop to be more than just trying to get players into the pathway. It's about how else we can support, and we had to go to where the young people are, and obviously that's at schools, and then set up community hubs, and then try and push them towards different clubs, and then even now when I fast forward, we're even looking at how do we support some of the existing Caribbean clubs. We played in the Caribbean Cup competition. Have to say we won that this year.
Really?
Yeah, so that was very good.
So
A
the
couple
Ace
weeks ago.
team, the Ace team won
the
it, yeah.
Ace team, we won the Caribbean Cup. So the teams are predominantly around the M25. But yeah, some fierce competition. Obviously, we're quite young compared to a lot of the other teams, so it's good to get one over some of the uncles. So that was good. But yeah, but just looking at that cricket itself, a lot of the teams that play in that competition have a long history of playing for years, but they have a long history of a bit of neglect. They don't have their own grounds. A lot of them are hiring grounds. So over the years, there's been a lot of Caribbean clubs and teams that were wandering, just searching for a home. And
So
a lot
not
of
part of the Surrey Championship or
No.
any of the pyramids. I mean, this is
and they
actually
just wandered off, and then so
yeah. Well, I
you
mean,
become a
this is
wandering club and you
not
wandered off.
unique to the Caribbean community either, is it? I mean, you see that happening a lot with predominantly British Asian teams as well.
Yeah, very much so. Similar, some of the similar barriers to that we support, like with ACE, the South Asian community have as well. And I think from my time prior to ACE, I worked for the South Cricket Foundation, and that was a heavily part of my role as part of diverse communities, was around South Asian engagement, and there was a South Asian action plan. But you're talking a lot of the stuff around facilities is a big issue in terms of grounds where people are going to play, the hiring of winter nets or even just practice nets, and hiring the grounds, the cost to it. Cricket's not a cheap game, so on top of that, you're trying to build. It's hard to become a sustainable club if you don't have your own club to I don't know, have drinks at. For I hear you're an old Elanian, old boy, so that's got a nice facilities there,
Lovely.
a nice pavilion. So not everyone has the joys of being able to have put on functions and all those other things. So we're trying to help support that where we can now.
Well, I guess one of the first questions that I would ask, having played in club cricket, was that it would be, we did play against, as I said, the Brixton West Indians, which was a team which was what it said on the tin.
Yeah.
But similarly, at our club, there would be not just old boys from Dulwich and Allains, but people from the Afro-Caribbean community who would play within teams. But I guess, is that sort of, are the clubs not welcoming enough to the black communities and the Asian communities? Do you think that's an issue as well?
That does play a part, like the welcoming environment. I'm not going to generalize and say all clubs, but there are a few that put it this way, there are a few clubs that I would recommend to some players who are part of ACE and otherwise, and there's some clubs I wouldn't, and maybe that is just from my own personal experience, lived experiences growing up playing cricket, particularly in and around Surrey. I can't speak too much of some of the other areas that ACE covers in terms of what that looks like, but in terms of my knowledge of the club game within like Surrey and South London is quite big. So
who did you play for?
Spencer was my club growing
up. Yeah, just up the road from me.
Yeah. Spencer was my club.
I wasn't good enough to play for them.
Well, I was fortunate my dad was there. So
right.
that
Alex
helped.
Tudor as well.
Yeah,
that's his club.
Alex Tudor, absolute legend. Growing up, seeing him play, just watching that, and then him obviously playing for Surrey and then playing for England, it's quite inspiring for a lot of the people at the club. And I think now, in recent times, the same inspiration that I would have got seeing Alex play, I think a lot of the younger Spencer kids now will get that from Gus Atkinson. He played at Spencer, and now he's played for England and Surrey. So I think that's another. It just helps having these kind of role models that I think for the young people and their families to see, look, you started at the same club, and who knows where your heights can go. But it's very interesting. And bring back to what you were saying, that when I grew up at Spencer, it was very multicultural. There was you had your white British players, you had West Indians, you had Asians, even now, like today's quite fortunate for me that one of my first ever coaches, Alan Jason, he's done a lot of stuff for Surrey Disability, Surrey Cricket. For years, he's in watching from my box today with his brother Max, who's another legend at Spencer, and their family. So it just goes full circle of where that cricket family and community can be. So the more clubs that are welcoming and can accept other people from different backgrounds in, the better it's going to be, because you're going to get lifelong friends and memories, and people that you're going to grow up with. And I know I don't know if he still goes down there, but Elaine's Mark Kenlock.
Yes, he was our pro. He was our pro for ages.
He played at Spencer. That's where I knew him from and growing up, and I know Elaine's. He was always down at Elaine's as well for a long time. So again, legends like that, you can't go wrong.
Well, no, but it forces me to ask a question, which is, to what do you put down the drop off in participation? Because you talk about lived experience, and my lived experience in club cricket was starting in 1985, and it definitely became less diverse. When I say less diverse, there was different kind of diversity. We had many people from West Indian backgrounds at the Alain Club for all sorts of reasons, because we had people involved like Mark, but we started really, I guess, to have slightly more South Asian engagement. And then when you played week in, week out, you didn't really notice because you weren't looking out for it. But then when Ace came along, it's like, oh wow, yeah, you make a really good point. I mean, I've hardly played against British West Indian players at all for the last 10 years. And as they became, it sounds to me like the story you're describing is wandering teams coalescing together, and not therefore fewer people being part of the pyramid and the pathways that were conventional, if you like, through the Surrey Championship and the clubs. So what do you put down that incredible drop-off? I mean, 1% is incredible. And I suppose a lot of people would say, I hear, basketball in the West Indies, lack of role models because the West Indies team was so brilliant in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And then they got...
But you hear those kind of things a lot, but...
Is that really relevant?
But I don't say it's relevant personally. It's not relevant to me, because a lot of if we're talking about England and this country, and a lot of the kids are black British, our influences are British. Yes, we will have a history of watching West Indies. Like I grew up watching some of the greats on video and watching it back, and a lot of those are my heroes. But because West Indies struggling over the years didn't make me lose love for the game that I had. So yeah, there's always going to be outside influences, other sports, but when you talk about basketball, for the Caribbean, and there are opportunities maybe to go to America and get a scholarship with athletics, with basketball, etc. But they're not their role models for basketball aren't going to be anyone from the Caribbean. That's going to be at a period of time would have been Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. They have no connection back to the West Indies, so that doesn't play a part on whether they want to play the game or not. So I think a lot of the influences in this country, these kids are black British. I grew up wanting to play for, and I've said it a few times before in different interviews, I grew up wanting to play for England like a West Indian, because at the time West Indies were far better than England at the time in the early 90s, late 80s. So but would I say that now? No, I'd probably say I just want to play for England because England are far superior to West Indies. So for me, there's an attachment there, there's a history there that can be shared and embraced of how great some of those West Indies sides are, and the influence that team had for many years on many different fans. You grew up here, and West Indies were most fans' team's second favourite team, or first favourite team, just because of how they played their cricket. So it plays a part, but it's not the be all and end all of. I don't think as dramatised as it may sound, that because they're not doing well. West Indies have won 2 T20 World Cups. In recent times, participation isn't going up anymore here, and they're struggling for participation back in the Caribbean, let alone worrying about their influence having over in this country. So it can play a part. West Indies doing well can help, but it doesn't mean players are going to get wanting to start playing cricket over here. So we need to create our own role models from our cricket here. And we've got watching today, he didn't get too many runs, but Amelia Gay's out there playing. It's about how you promote the black British players that are currently in the English game, and raising their profiles to create models, raising the young people on our program, the young boys and girls on our program, making them role models for people to look up to and see where the opportunities can go.
And there used to be so many more growing up here. I mean, the first black British player would have been Roland Butcher, and then there was a spate in the 90s. Chris Lewis, Phil de Freitas, Devon Malcolm. But then Chris Jordan more lately, Michael Carberry, but it's suddenly the tapering is really alarming.
There's
So
big gaps, big
big gaps. Yeah, when
gaps.
it didn't feel like that through the 80s and 90s. I mean, probably over-egging and pudding, because really, if you add them all together, it doesn't amount to a gigantic corpus. And the same is true of actually South Asian players. I mean, had a bit of a high watermark lately with the likes of Ravi Bopara, Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid. But looking at the talent that obviously exists and the engagement in cricket, now that feels like it's stronger in the South Asian community. So what do you do? What can you do to go in and raise the profile of cricket? And which communities did you start off by targeting?
Yeah, we often say we've got to inspire a generation because, as you highlighted,
that's quite a job, that.
It's been so the gaps between of where players have come through, and rightly what you said earlier. If you take away, Michael Carberry, he was the last Black British player. The other ones in recent times were honed and developed their skills in the West Indies.
Jofra and Chris. Yeah,
and even if you go back before that, you start looking at the likes of Chris Lewis, Devon Malcolm, Philip de Frey. They came from the Caribbean as well.
Wilf Slack and Roland Butcher.
Yeah. So those guys, their experiences. A lot of the players that came through it before were from the Caribbean, and there's only the few that have made it through from the whole Black British pathway. There's not many, but that's why we have to kind of hail them up as the legends that they are to get through it. And for us, how did we do it? There was no real science. We looked at some census data, and we looked at the highest black populated boroughs in London and the highest black populated boroughs outside of London. And all we did was then look at, okay, where are those communities, and let's make it targeted. Now, if we pull it in the area that's got the highest African Caribbean black population, then it might give us a chance to get more. But we know, like with cricket, as recent stuff has highlighted, there's a massive class divide. There's a massive for the communities that we're going into, there's a massive correlation of high deprivation, low socioeconomic. So whether you're white, black or brown living in some of those areas, your access to cricket is minimal. And I use a borough like Croydon to explain that probably in the best way that I can, because it's a borough that I've grown up in and I know quite well. So Croydon is the 4th or 5th highest black populated borough in London. So we're going to go to Croydon. Has there been cricket there? And you look at it and you could just tick and say, yes, there has been cricket, but it's like where? So south of the borough, you've got loads of green spaces, loads of cricket clubs, got a few high-profile private schools there.
Whitgift, I guess.
Yeah, Whitgift, Trinity. And that Whitgift's one of the best sporting schools there is in the country. And we have a good relationship with them now. We work together on a few different things. But, there was cricket there. As a demographic, we're probably generalising, white, middle class and above. So there's loads of cricket going on. So someone could say, oh, there's cricket in Croydon, why are you going there? But it's like, where? So a lot of that is south of the borough. The north of the borough, where it's white working class, African Caribbean, South Asian, Eastern European, a wide mix, less green space, less cricket clubs. There was hardly no cricket. So it's like, okay, we're going to target the north of the borough.
And that level of proximity to the club is really important.
Yeah, definitely, because some of the barriers that you talk about, one is travel. Some of the communities and the families that live in some of these areas that we go into, they don't have necessarily access. Their parents are driving or they're working, so they've got to be able to get, whether it's a bus or 2 buses or a train and a bus.
Big bag.
And is that how you work out those things? So in terms of how we did that, that's kind of how we target an area, and we do that the same. So like in Lambeth, we target certain parts of the pockets of Lambeth, and then we replicated that nationally. So the same kind of way we looked at it in London, we look at it in Birmingham, Bristol, Manchester, Sheffield and Nottingham.
And those are the other hubs, are they, for race?
Yeah. So we just kind of look at it as where are we going to get the biggest opportunity to attract African Caribbean heritage children, and then what correlates with that is the areas that it goes into, the high deprivation. So whether you're white, black or brown, your access to cricket and playing a sport like cricket is minimal. So it's not like a lot of those schools and those children didn't want to play. I just don't think they really had the opportunity, because for us, we've only been delivering since April 2021 as we came out of those lockdowns, and 78% of the schools we've gone into never had cricket before. So it just shows that there's all these schools that are untapped, and all these untapped talent that is out there, young boys and girls from all these underrepresented groups that are getting, I guess, success in whether it's football, because everyone plays football, because it's easy to play football. You just need.
Well, you can go to municipal parks, can't you? I mean,
if you can access it very easy options of where you can play, and there's so many different opportunities that you can get, and people have seen from these same kind of communities get opportunities and then get out and, you know, have a great opportunity to go in there. Coaches and football coaches go in there a lot, but there wasn't really too many cricket going on in some of those communities nationally, so that's what's given us an opportunity.
So, just to go back to that, you've got a facilities deficit there. You know, I went to a school which had cricket grounds on tap.
Yeah.
So, you know, my love for cricket could easily be sated.
Yeah.
But my local school, that was a state school, Kingsdale.
Oh yeah, Kingsdale.
Didn't have good school, but you know, back in the 70s, 80s, they didn't have these grounds. So how does a youngster at a school like that get to play cricket? They've got to, I guess, in the past, get affiliated to a local club. Would that be right?
Yeah, and
because a school wouldn't be able to provide it.
It's an interesting topic, because, you know, a lot of the time when I speak to people about getting into cricket, a lot of that is done through family. You know, I didn't have a choice. Like, my dad played, my uncle played, my granddad's played. Everyone loved cricket. You know, they watched it all the time. They played it. So I was very much brought up, me and my brother, following my dad around every Saturday and Sunday. There's certain parts of Surrey that I know only because of cricket.
Yeah,
you know,
me too.
People talk to me and say, have you been to Camberley or, you know, Bagshot? And I'll be like, only for cricket. And I've never experienced it for anything else other than that. But it just broadens your horizons, and, you know, most people don't just get into cricket just because, you know, there is that, it's few and far between. So if you go to a state school that doesn't necessarily have the facilities and the accessibility and then or a keen teacher, then you're not really going to play cricket. Like, I went to a state school, but where there was a few teachers there that liked cricket and played, and then there was a few of us in my year group that played cricket outside and, you know, encouraged it, and then we played and we had a team. But it's only really like our year group. You know, there was like another kid in the year below, but he was the only one who played at the local cricket club. And then he played in our team, you know, so it wasn't like there was in every year there was a team. It's only because we had a few keen people. So you have to make cricket fun and exciting. Cricket still has a stigma of being boring. So if you've never been around it, how can you make it exciting? So, like, for our equipment's all branded up, so it's black bats with white stickers on it. The balls are branded, the cones are branded, everything looks different. So our cricket kit is the same plastic kit everyone else does, but it's not the blue stumps and blue bats and orange ball that everyone else uses. It's different. It's got our own feel to it, just to make it a bit more exciting, so people can be appealed to it. Our coaches do a fantastic job of infusing the young people to get them excited to go, because, you know, like I said, we're introducing something that is not new to which is new to them. So it's about how can we grip them and make it fun, and whether they go on one day to play for Surrey, you know, England, that would be amazing. But whether they just become a fan and just play, and, you know, what we try to make our young people excited about is there's so many different roles within sport that you can still be around it. You might not make it as a player, but I explained, some of them love social media. I'm like, every professional sports team in the world has someone that goes around and tours with the team and uses the same phone that they have and clips things up and makes content, and you're still, yes, you're not playing, but you're still around a high performance environment. So there's so many different aspects of professional sport that cricket has that the young people can be opened up to, because not everyone's going to make it. You know, that's just the icing on the cake, and hopefully we have a few bits of icing one day.
Now, I knew this was going to happen because it's already 1 minute past one. Because we could talk about this for not too long, but we could talk for 2 or 3 hours. So let's get some facts out there, right? Because you started it in April 2021.
Yeah.
How many people are on the program across the country now?
Yeah, across the country we've got over 20,000.
20,000.
Yeah.
I mean, that is staggering.
Yeah, it's,
and
it's
is that
amazing.
all from the Afro-Caribbean community, or are there
No,
we've got
so
white
I'd
working
say,
class people
yeah,
as well?
Yeah. No, we've got a high percentage of our kind of community hubs and our schools programs. I'd say is 50% African Caribbean, and then the other 50% is made up predominantly white working class and South Asian. So and that's in our schools and our community
How
program.
on earth do you go from a standing start to managing 20,000 people? I mean,
Yeah.
Again, this whole conversation could last for half an hour, but you must have started with this idea. I mean, I remember Ebbs talking about it in the Fentiman Arms when she got the
Yeah.
funding the first time. And it's perforce quite a small organisation at this point.
Yeah.
And
it still is. It still is.
Well, no, that's what we've got 20,000 people.
Well, like in terms of the staffing is small, but we've got
Yeah.
with the right hearts and minds, you can do a lot, and we've got a good team that is supportive. A large part of that number is obviously schools that we go into. We target just specific schools in the ways that I said earlier, and then just getting out there. Our academy, we now have, I'd say, 3 fully functioning academies in London, Birmingham, and Bristol, and then the other areas that have come on a bit later are kind of in that process to transition into academy. So there'll be more players in the academy coming through, and there's so much talent out there, and we just hopefully we can do our part to convert it to make cricket really a game for everyone.
And this is girls as well as boys, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I mean, one of the things that really excites me, and I've talked to Ebony about this, is you look at the amount of money there is in women's cricket right now. You look at 3 of the top 4 highest earning sports women in the country, they're cricketers.
Yeah.
Sophie Ecclestone, Nat Siva-Brunt, $500,000 a year easy, yeah? So I was saying to her, if you get into, the East End of London and into Brixton, and you find these really athletic girls, 6-footers who might be doing the javelin or running, it's incredibly difficult to make money out of being a high performance athlete, because there's only one number 1 javelin thrower in the world. But there are literally dozens of very well played women cricketers. So, I mean, that must be a great message that you can take into these communities, isn't it?
For sure. We're excited by the opportunities that you can get into. The pathway into the women's game to reach the top is a lot more streamlined than it is into the boys and the men's game. So it definitely creates opportunity there. And we're going to be piloting a girls project around talent transition from other sports. So, just start looking at athletics as one, where there's some high performing talented young girls that maybe are maybe just below the elite, yeah, but we can talent convert that into cricket, netball, basketball, looking at those other sports where they've got the different heights. And so we're going to be looking at that, and I think predominantly a lot of that transition, maybe that focus might be around bowling, but we're looking obviously for batting as well. So hockey, looking at other sports that we know that have similar skill sets to cricket that we can maybe talent convert. And it's a javelin we're lucky, our patrons Dame Denise Lewis.
Really?
yeah. And she came to a training session, and she was like, the mechanics of bowling is pretty similar to javelin, and after a few balls she pretty much picked it up pretty quick, as you would, as one of the most decorated athletes there is that this country's produced.
Pinging it
but,
down.
Again, that again created a bit of that thought process of, it's a similar motion, run up, and how you release. So, we're definitely looking at that for the future. And we're lucky and fortunate, ECB have come on as made us an official charity partner, and Sport England continue to support us as well. So for the next 3 years, hopefully we get more players coming through, more young boys and girls, and then who knows, one day we'll get to see them out here.
Well, this is the question I was going to ask. So within the group you've got at the moment, you've got 20,000 participating, obviously. And when it first started, it felt to me that this was a program that was really about engagement and participation, which was massively needed. But I sense from talking to you and to Ebony that you want to do more than just that. There's engagement, and then there's high performance. Now,
for us, we very much say we're a talent ID program.
Have you ID'd some?
Yeah, we've got a lot of young talent in the junior pathways. We've got a lot of young talent in the junior pathways. So we're having good success there nationally. It's just trying to help and convert some of the older players that we have, the boys and girls there, to try and get in. It's been a bit more challenging with the older kids, but we still think we can crack that.
And Are there any names that you want to bandy, or is that a bit too soon to
No,
mention
I'm
names?
not going to do a commentator's curse just
No,
yet.
no.
But we had a couple players, last winter do some net bowling for a good amount of time here with the Surrey team. A few of them have gone on to do some representative stuff, other fixtures outside of just below the county stuff. So we've got some plans and ideas of how we want to do it. But yeah, I'm not going to put any pressure on some of them. I think some of the players know who they are. But yeah, we're always looking for players and talent to come
Now,
through.
the ICEC report highlighted a lot of things that were problematic in English cricket, to put it mildly. But one of the things, I guess at the top level, the thing that really struck me was elitism generally.
Yeah.
And this is not in any way to denigrate the guys that play cricket in the first class setup or for England, but the preponderance of public school kids that actually creates barriers really for other kids, because it's not an environment that they're particularly comfortable with. If you've got 20,000 people in this program, are you able to help make that transition for English cricket so it is more diverse, more welcoming, more culturally diverse? There must be challenges with that, because it's quite presumably a bit of a shock to the system, the wider, broader system.
For sure. For us, it's just a case of we know we can help with the diversity, the elitism that happens in cricket. We've proved that by going into, like I said, 78% of schools never had cricket before. So when that model that we have currently works to help diversify the game, and hopefully more people will come and play. So we just look to keep doing that, because cricket is a lovely game. It's a great game, and there's so many young people out there that aren't experiencing it that hopefully for our program will.
Chevy, you're doing the cricket god's work. It's fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks for having me on.
I'm sorry, it's passed in a twinkle of an eye, and we barely scratched the surface.
It's gone, and now Mr. Worrell's running in.
We better get out to the middle, because Dan Worrell is actually bowled the first ball after lunch, which sails through to the keeper's gloves. With Northants resuming on 72 for 2, Chevy, it's been a real joy having you on. Keep at it, and congratulations to you and Ebony, especially for the funding you guys have been getting as well from the ECB, which is a really good development. And of course, I think Surrey in part's going to take some credit for that, the likes of the two Richards, Thompson and Gould. That was Chevy Green from the ACE programme. I'm going to make way and have some lunch. Dan Worrell's bowling, Yas Rana's come and sat beside me, and Phil Walker's about to replace me.
Early days, but a good start from Dan Worrell straight after lunch. Surrey, I think, if they're honest with themselves, will acknowledge that they were under par with the ball and in the field actually in the opening session. Just 2 Northants wickets on a green pitch, very, very overcast. Now, but it was even gloomier at the start of play at 10:30 a.m. Is Phil Walker joined me.
Afternoon, Yas Rana. Leg side again, been a theme for the last couple of hours really. The radar has left one or two of these Surrey seamers, normally so ramrod straight. Definitely in part a theory, as you can see, legs slip in as well, and so they're trying to explore that kind of blind line just outside the batsman's eye line, the left-hander's eye line. They got Emilio Gay out with that line. A leg side catch for Ben Folkes, and with the leg slip in, very fine as well. Skipper there, Rory Burns. It's a definite ploy. He's played well though. Azad up in tricky and testing conditions with a rather fallow summer up until now. But yeah, whatever happens from here on in, he's really helped Northants lay some kind of foundation here. 72 for 2, and he was broadly shotless, but he didn't have to play outside his box. He was circumspect, played it late under his nose, rode the bounce as well across the left-hander. Has to start again here, of course.
I think where Surrey will feel like they have control is that Azad's 25 off 96, obviously striking just over 25. But of those 25 runs, I think he scored 12 in not very many balls against Jamie Overton when he was brought on for his brief spell before he limped off the field with that injury. Obviously he's back on the field now, standing at second slip, but against the likes of Roach, Worrell, Clark and Laws, Azad has really felt like he's not had anywhere to go.
Good start for the Northants lefty. Yeah. Just on Jamie Overton, saw him bowling in the lunch break gingerly, it's fair to say. Did you see any of that as well, Yaz?
Just a little bit, yeah.
He was bowling off half a run up, truncated run up, and just trying to get through that delivery stride as best he could, but he didn't look entirely comfortable. Looked like a groin twinge from where we were sitting in the morning session. Went off for half hour or so, came back, took one catch, dropped another. He's certainly going to try and force his way into this game with the ball if he possibly can, and it's going to be, in the meantime, Kemar Roach from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. He was tidy enough initially, but not quite as incisive as we've come to expect. One of the greats, of course. And what a joy to see Karen Nair out there as well. You know, he's all style, all class, very much echoes of Rohit Sharma in the way that he plays it late under his eyes. And it just elevates the whole scene, doesn't it, to have these Indian cricketers dropping a bit of stardust on proceedings.
The depth of batting talent in Indian cricket is extraordinary. I was talking to a couple of my colleagues in the Wisden India office earlier today, and they were saying, as great as it is for them to see Karun Nair playing county cricket, they were slightly perplexed that Nair got a deal over some guys who are closer to the test setup. Guys like Mayank Agarwal isn't really doing much at the moment. There's a guy called Safraz Khan who averages about 80 in first class,
yes,
but still can't get a gig.
Quite a big lad, it's fair to say. Might have maybe stood against him, some theories go.
But I think over like a 2 or 3 year period, he averaged over 100. So obviously doing something right.
I guess from the perspective of a Northants here, you're looking ideally for a player who is perhaps the other side of 30 rather than early 20s. Because if this were to go well, and if Karun were to settle into this setup and find that, well, I might have a little bit more of this, then suddenly it elevates the side completely for next year. And he will be under his own steam as well. There won't be a central contract, so he can have a degree of freedom. And I guess if you have spent 10 years as a red ball cricketer, then you grow to love the thing, and that there will be motivation for him, not just to play well this week and next, but to play potentially to build some kind of relationship with the county club and to come back next year.
And I think if you're an overseas player, the county championship is the closest thing to Test cricket. Maybe not all the time in terms of pure quality, but as in terms, here you're playing at a Test ground. It's a Tuesday morning. It's really grey. It's quite cold. It's very windy. Yet there's still a decent turnout. You're facing Kemar Roach on a decent pitch with Ben Folkes behind the stumps. That there's an element of the best players must enjoy that. They must enjoy being involved in a contest with and against excellent cricketers. And for someone like Nair who doesn't play that much in the IPL,
got up for it. Strangled appeal, no inside edge doing it, beaten for pace, and definitely came in on the arm. Roach tends to go wide of the crease. It's cut him in half there. Nothing doing though. Northants move along slowly.
I think we see in what counties value when looking for overseas players, it's not necessarily purely quality. It's often availability.
Exactly.
Quite often, I think some county fans might be underwhelmed by some of their signings, but actually they look at it as who's someone who can make an impact on the dressing room, who can nurture young players. I mean, I was speaking to Kemar Roach yesterday, and he said one of the things that he loves about coming back to Surrey is that first of all he's very well looked after. He said he remembers landing at Heathrow Airport and instantly the club just took care of everything. But also he enjoyed coming back to the same dressing room.
Shortish again, definite ploy by Surrey seamers against Hassan Azad all day long, and he was discomforted somewhat there, although played it okay in the end. No short leg. I wonder if Rory Burns, who's currently very fine at leg slip, may be tempted to bring one in at Boot Hill. You never know. Would make sense, I think.
I'd still like to see Worrell just pitch it up and let it swing. It's what he does so well.
I think against the left-hander, he doesn't have that same kind of effectiveness. You saw him stitch up Karen there just before lunch with a couple of away swingers. This is Fuller this time. I think he perhaps prefers the pitch-up ball against the right-hander for that conventional late away swing that he's so masterful at getting.
But back onto Roach, he really enjoys working with the same group of players. He enjoys having a base away from his base. That he said you don't really get in franchise cricket, hopping from one 3-week tournament in one part of the world, travelling 5,000 miles to the next one. You say your hellos and then your goodbyes a few minutes later. It's just not the same as Roach is back here for his 3rd summer in a row, and he's 35 but still as effective as he's always been, really.
And again, echoes of conversation I had with Umesh Yadav, who's down at Essex, who is similar age, not quite as great a pedigree as Kemar Roach, but very effective quick bowler in red ball cricket in his day, still of course involved in the Indian Test side. And he said something very similar, that if you love red ball cricket, that you just want to play it. And of course, the opportunities to do so are fewer and further between. And if you're Kemar Roach, the figurehead of a listing, struggling Test match team, Foolish, well bowled round the wicket this time by Dan Worrell, but again played very quietly and circumspectly by Hassan Azad, who just goes about his business here. Strike rate of 25, he won't worry at all about that. It's all about survival at this point. But Kemar Roach is going to want to scratch that itch, right? He grew up playing red ball cricket. He's a storied red ball cricketer. Naturally enough, he's going to want to play, and you can imagine playing half a dozen Test matches for the West Indies could be quite a draining experience, especially when you're 35 and you've given everything.
Down the leg side again. That's exactly what he said yesterday. He said that that itch is essentially harder to scratch if he really wants to play red ball cricket. Test cricket is providing that for him less and less. In the first 6 years of the 21st century, West Indies averaged a dozen Test matches a year. Now it's about 7. He said their last Test series was against India in July. West Indies don't play another Test series against Australia in January. What is someone like Roach supposed to do if not playing county cricket in that time, who doesn't play as much white ball cricket as he used to? The Caribbean Premier League going on at the moment, but he's here. But also, you know, you're going from playing India, one of the best sides in the world, not playing anything until going on what is one of the hardest, if not the hardest tours in the world, Australia away. You're setting these guys up to fail.
Yep.
And the enjoyment, you know, I asked him, basically, do you guys have conversations about how bleak Test cricket feels at the moment? He sort of said, not as much anymore because we're just tired of it.
Yeah, because that conversation is redundant.
Because no one's doing anything about it.
Yeah. Did he reserve any of his concerns for the ICC?
He said what he thought about the ICC. He says they're the government body, but they don't really do anything.
And again, Foolish, and played blocked out into the covers. Relatively shotless up until now, Hassan Azad, but that's not a problem at all. They've got stroke makers to come. They've got a glorious Indian number 4 at the other end. This is about trying to sweat it out, really. I think few people thought that Northants would offer much resistance, especially when they lost the toss under slate grey skies put in this morning. They've done very well up until now. And he's in the zone as of now, is Azad.
As is Kemar Roach. Just 10 runs off his bowling into his 9th over. Excellent bowler to left-handers. Gets the ball to move away from them. So yeah, he said the ICC hasn't really taken action, and it sort of let the current situation happen over a number of years. And interestingly, I had another conversation with Roach continues. Had a conversation that Surrey stream viewers will get to watch and listen on day 3, I believe, with Tim Wigmore and Stefan Jamiński, the guys who co-wrote the book Crickonomics. And I asked them towards the end, what do you think Test cricket will look like in a few years' time? And they said that actually you'll always have the Ashes, sure, but you might get into a situation where it becomes something like the Ryder Cup, where it's the only or one of very few tests that are played around the world, because at the moment countries, West Indies were obviously the great team of the 70s, 80s, early 90s. South Africa were probably the most consistent side in the first 15 years of the 21st century. These two teams now play half a dozen test matches a year. South Africa, they're going to take a C, potentially D team to New Zealand, who themselves don't play that many test matches anymore. It doesn't feel sustainable.
Roach in again, and a carbon copy. It's a classic cat and mouse situation here. The left-hander is comfortable in his box here. He's not being tempted by anything moving away outside the eye line, outside off stump, and Roach is trying just to tempt him, tantalise him, pulling him into the shot.
Safely locked it towards point. Another Kemar Roach made in his 5th from 9 overs so far. That's 73 for 2.
Yeah, it's been slow going, but entirely justified from the batting side. And of course they will be acutely aware that batting bonus points this summer for Northants have been few and far between. So if they can crawl up to the targets, tick them off one after the other, then they'll be frustrating the champions-elect as much as building up their own resistance here. All but down, of course, after that heartbreaking reversal last week against Warwickshire.
The game at Chelmsford very much mirroring the situation here. Essex 74 for 2 against Hampshire, recovering well after losing the early wickets of Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. Have you seen the ball that got Cook?
It was a Mohammed Abbas special, I imagine, but I haven't actually seen it. Describe it for me.
Abbas bowling around the wicket. The ball just holds its line. Cook plays down the wrong line. Crashes into off stump. It's pretty much exactly as you'd imagine an Abbas wicket to a left-hander.
Beautifully bowled, Fullish, drawing him into the rather half-hearted forward prod. Very little commitment in the shot there by Karen Nair, and fortunate to get away with that, really. It's a classic signature Dan Worrell delivery. He is a joy to watch. Gets better with age here. But he's hanging in there. 15 not out. Better this time, letting it go by, not being drawn in. He played one shot pre-lunch where he leant on a forward push and it ran across those pitches for 4. But since then, against Dan Worrell, that shot is not really on the cards for him because he gets such late movement. You are asking for trouble to play away from your body with all hands. Maybe later in the piece, when whatever energy is in this cricket ball has been knocked out of it, but not at the moment. He has to hang in there. Northants need him, 73 for 2.
Sharp bumper from, well, you called it there on the ball that he played and missed. His footwork was quite tentative. He was very, very late and far too late to respond to the movement of well. What did you think of that over from Ryan Mattel just before lunch? Burns tossed in the ball in theory to squeeze another in, so that Worrell, who was bowling superbly from the Vauxhall end, could get another over. But I feel like with this Surrey attack, they didn't need to do that.
Well, it's fair that Worrell was in the midst of a lovely mini spell. He'd already induced the edge, dropped at second slip, and Jamie Overton would have expected to have gobbled that one up 9 times out of 10. So yeah, you can make the case that you're attacking from both ends, but you could understand why in that mini contest much of the day seems to hinge on Northants number 4, and Worrell seemed to have his number in that mini period. It didn't help when he overstepped first ball, Ryan Patel. Better again, letting it go by. Fascinating stuff here, 73 for 2 after 34. Feels like if Surrey is to win this game, then the next couple of hours are particularly important, because we know there's not just the threat of rain, almost the certainty of rain at some stage over the next 3.5 days. If Northants can bed down and win this session, then it puts them in a tidy position, and then it becomes a challenge for Surrey to engineer a result. Equally, as we've seen, the stats bear it out, so Northants have struggled for runs across the year. And so the next couple of hours really does feel like the hinge point of the game already. I know it sounds premature to say that, but in a truncated 4-dayer, tomorrow in particular looks a bit iffy on the radars, then Surrey need to make the running here. Northants happy at the moment to play steady, safety first cricket. Feels like the game is delicately poised. First shot in anger since lunch by Hassan Azad, tidily picked up at backward point by Dan Worrell.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of role, if any, Overton plays with the ball. As you say, that he limped off in the first session, came back on the field, bowled a bit during the lunch interval. As Phil said, didn't look to be bowling 100%. And that Surrey seam attack works so well as a 5-man group.
Nicely played, angled bat, all deliberate, played down into the ground. Played it right under his eyes. Classy opening batting, this by Hassan Azad. Deserves all of his painstaking 30-odd up until now. He's left it. And as it comes into his arc, he just lets it run off the face. Classy stuff. 77 for 2. Make that 2 in 2.
It's really well played. I mean, Cam Ponsonby commented on it first up this morning, but Azad really gets himself way across off stump, leg stump, and sometimes even middle is visible to the bowler when they're coming in, and I think that helps him be a very, very good judge of what to leave and what to play at. And I think there's an element of frustration that's creeping into Surrey at the moment, and they've just had to bowl a little bit straighter.
Foolish looking for that block hole delivery. Azad is equal to it.
And I also get the sense that Azad is a player who doesn't mind a bit of extra pace on the ball. I think he's now got 5 boundaries today. I think 4 of them have been behind square on the offside to either Jamie Overton or Kemar Roach, the 2 quickest members of the Surrey bowling attack. He got that 200 runs in the game against a Surrey attack 2 years ago as well. And you know, there'll be some players who do prefer a little bit more pace on the ball, and there aren't that many attacks in the county game who have bowlers like Jamie Overton and Kemar Roach on surfaces like the one you get here at the Keir Oval.
82 for 2 then. 35 gone. Azad keeps the strike. Fruitful over. 9 from it. Kemar Roach's immaculate figures taking a tiny dent up to now. It's going to be Dan Worrell to continue. It's looking rather greyish up ahead, yes. And indeed they are coming off, perhaps slightly preemptive. I think a swirling shower may be on its way, but we can see a few spots on the camera lens and on our window as we look out here. And yeah, ground staff sprinting on. So tidy little session for Northants, inched along to 82 for 2. And the smatterings at the Keir Oval are moving for cover. We're hopeful that it won't be too long a delay, but as we said earlier in the piece, this is to be expected, but this is not going to be a smooth run for Surrey. Indeed, the same will apply to their challengers Essex down at Chelmsford. This was in the gig. This was on the cards.
If you're watching at home, I wouldn't leave us too quickly. Judging by the people in the stands, there aren't too many umbrellas, and the ground staff were quick to put a single cover over the pitch, but have been reasonably casual about bringing on the other covers to cover the rest of the square. So the rain is steady but not heavy, I'd say. I think there was a similar burst of rain just before the end of the lunch break, and we ended up starting on time. So
serious breeze taking place on our monitor, and you can see the viewers at home. That vast cover is defeating our 4 valiant ground staff as we speak. They're managing to just pull it in. It's a tug of war here, folks. Come on, fellas.
I don't know if you saw.
They're pulling it in. Hardy souls.
Very
Well
good
done,
job.
fellas. Well done indeed.
In the Asia Cup that recently finished, there was almost a daily thunderstorm that impacted pretty much every game. And I can't remember which game it was, but a truly torrential thunderstorm interrupted one of the games, and the ground staff knew it was coming because they brought the covers on before it really started raining. But the rain was so heavy, and in Sri Lanka you have, for the bigger games at least, you have an army of ground staff, and they were really struggling to get the covers on just because there was so much rain that made the covers so almost too heavy to carry. Thankfully, we do not have that situation here. The difficulty for the ground staff is, as Phil said, the blustery winds. Just looking outside now, there aren't too many umbrellas. So hopefully this isn't a long delay.
Yeah, it was to be expected. We're going to have 1 or 2 delays here across the course of the next few days. Surrey all geared up for that, of course. They've probably endured a slightly frustrating morning up until now. Kemar Roach wicketless, although parsimonious, just 19 from his 10. Dan Worrell, a couple of chances, one drop catch in the grabbers from Jamie Overton, who only bowled 2.5 overs himself before what looked like tweaking perhaps a groin and had to go off momentarily. Came back at lunch to run through his action. He's hopeful to feature yet later today and into tomorrow. He's certainly back on the field and hoping to run off whatever niggle he's got. Jordan Clark came and changed the tempo of that morning by removing Emilio Gay for 16 with a tidy catch by the immaculate Ben Foakes down the lead side. Jordan Clark moved on to 47 championship wickets with that scalp, more than anyone else. 1 more now than Dan Worrell. The other wicket to fall was that of Luke Proctor, caught second slip by Jamie Overton, tidy catch to a rising delivery from Tom Laws, who slipped in, picked up one and then slipped out again. It's been the story of his summer, but overall I would say Northants have done this pretty well. 82 for 2. Karen Nair has joined Hassan Azad, who took the first ball of the day and has been immovable now for 140 minutes for his 35, with 5 boundary 4s. Couple since lunch, angled behind square on the down to deep third. Karen Nair, the Indian star, 15 not out. Played a couple of eye-catching shots. And so that's where we're at the moment, folks. As Yaz says, it's very light rain, really. And there's a strongish breeze running across the ground as we look at it from right to left. So hopefully this won't be too bad. The ground staff are out there as well, ready to pounce as and when the umpires give the nod. Just looking round the grounds as well, the big one of course down at Chelmsford, and Essex are doing okay as it stands. 77 for 2, having been at 1.18 for 2 with Alistair Cook, as you say, going for a blob. That may well be his final game in Chelmsford. We don't know that for sure. We're merely speculating, but it's certainly possible. So the faithful will be hoping he gets a few in the second innings.
he's obviously got a good track record with farewell knocks on home
Indeed.
soil. If it ends up being his last knock, I mean, something to watch there for Surrey fans is how many batting bonus points Essex get. So obviously, if Essex were to take the title away from Surrey at this point this season, it would involve Surrey not getting over the line in one of their or both their remaining games. But it could come down to bonus points. If there's one game that Surrey doesn't win and Essex win both, it could come down to batting bonus points in particular. So something to watch in both games: how many batting bonus points do Essex get and how many does Surrey get. The other big game in the division, just down the road in North London, Middlesex versus Warwickshire. Middlesex currently just outside the relegation zone, just above Kent. They're 74 for 5, having been inserted by Warwickshire. They were 55 for 5. They are also off for rain at
Everywhere.
yeah.
five games, 4 across Division 2, all of them off for rain. In fact, not a ball bowled at Derby, Worcester, Yorkshire, Taunton and Old Trafford. Not a ball bowled in any of them.
I mean, they've already called it for the day at Old Trafford. Lancs Notts, no play there. And just on that Middlesex game, that will be Tim Murtaugh's final ever appearance at Lords. Formerly of Surrey, of course, but the Island seamer, aged 42 years old, will be calling it a day at the end of this season. Well over 1,000 professional wickets, 951 first-class wickets. A brilliant career spanning over 2 decades now.
25 years, he says, he's been a pro. You don't make them like that anymore. And one other game just to draw attention to, and hopefully the Rains can stay away at Northampton, where Australia under-19s play England under-19s, and Australia are 234 ahead with 2 wickets in hand, but there is still 64 overs left in the day. So if they can stay dry at the county ground in Northampton, then could be in for one hell of a finish in that particular game. It's been a good one. Australia under-19s 396 and 246 for 8 against England's 408. So could be an interesting finish in that one as well.
I've just consulted my favourite and what I think is the most reliable weather app, AccuWeather, that during the course of the Old Trafford Test match was definitely the one that made the most sense.
Had a good game, didn't it?
Had a very good game. Zach Crawley number 1, AccuWeather number 2, emerging with credit after Old Trafford. AccuWeather is saying that we're on track for an afternoon where we're on and off quite a lot, to be honest. Short spurts of rain, never that heavy. So I wouldn't expect any of our rain delays to be particularly long. We should get, light dependent, a reasonably free evening session. Obviously, we'll be at the mercy of the quality of light. I mean, it was dark this morning. I thought we did well to start, to be honest.
Yeah, lights have been on all day, and you imagine that they're going to be set to be pumping it out as well for the rest of the afternoon. For the moment then, we will leave you, and of course we'll be back as soon as there is any update, any development. In the meantime, follow Surrey Cricket on all the social channels for up-to-the-minute updates, and we shall be back as soon as there is a sign of a continuation of play.
early tea will be taken at 2:40, that's shortly. Further inspection at 3 o'clock. Early tea has also been taken at Lords, where Middlesex are currently 74 for 5 against Warwickshire. At Chelmsford, Essex now 132 for 5 against Hampshire. Match underway at Taunton, Somerset, who lost the toss, 52 for no wicket against Kent. One other match being played in Division 2. The others affected by rain. Yorkshire 18 for no wicket, having been put into bat by Leicestershire at Grace Road. 3 start with 43 overs remaining. welcome back the on-field umpires, Rob White and Paul Pollard. The Surrey team being led up by Rory Burns. And resuming the Northamptonshire innings, Hassan Azad and Karun Nair.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where we have some play. We were off for nearly 2 hours, but it is much drier here in South London. Still overcast, but much less murky than it was for large sessions of this morning and then this afternoon. I'm Yaz Rana, and by my side is Dan Norcross.
Isn't it beautiful out there? I mean, genuinely beautiful. By comparison with today, I'll tell you how windy it is. They've taken the flags down. I don't know if we can get a shot of that. We saw earlier a shot of the 3 flags above the pavilion, and they were gusting, I tell you. And I wonder if they've come down because those flagpoles were moving and jiggling around alarmingly. I don't know.
Very possible. The one on the right in particular was precarious at best.
The Northamptonshire one, in stark contrast to how they have been batting today, which is without precarity for the most part. I think they've, especially Hassan Azad, who's had, as we've mentioned a few times, not the best of seasons, but he's looked pretty solid today.
Dan Rowell starting from the Vauxhall end, 3 slips and a leg slip in place. Straight to that short delivery. We saw so many of to no ball. We've seen so many of those to Hassan Azad, and at times he's looked troubled, but I can't really recall a genuine chance that he's offered off a short delivery.
No, he looked in trouble when he was struck, but he hasn't really plopped anything up in the air particularly, has he? I mean, there was one that flew over the slips, just the one.
There was one that popped to where short leg would have been, but there was no one anywhere near it. As we see an example of one of those balls that we were talking about earlier, angle in towards the hip, which I think when you've got a leg slip in play, I think I'm all with it, all for it for the bowler.
You're happy now, aren't you?
Yeah, that is a deliberate plan, and you've got a field to reflect that plan. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this is a really crucial session for the season.
Well, it might be, mightn't it?
With the rain that we've had, the rain that's forecast for the next couple of days, I think the forecast for tomorrow is better now than it was early this morning. But with rain also at Chelmsford in the Essex-Hampshire game, they've had a little bit more play there than we've had today.
They're currently off for bad light there.
I was watching some of that whilst we were off here, and it was as windy, if not windier, than it has been through large portions of today.
Now, I do note that Liam Dawson's picked up a couple of wickets there, and I heard Kevan James, JMO, the BBC commentator for BBC Radio Solent, saying that's a bit of a portent of doom for Hampshire. I mean, he's normally fairly gloomy when it comes to Hampshire, despite following them around for years, and he's obviously looking at the spectre of Simon Harmer. But I should say that Dawson's gone for nearly 5 and over. Again, he's playing very pleasingly late, is Hassan Azad today.
We were speculating earlier is whether or not he is a player who actually prefers a bit more pace on the ball. I think of his 35 runs, well over half have been boundaries against the quicker Surrey bowlers. A couple of cut shots behind square off Jamie Overton, a couple of dabs towards deep third off Kemar Roach, I think, just before the break.
Now, you mentioned Jamie Overton. He's had a bit of a part to play in today's game, in 3 different ways. took a nice sharp catch to take Surrey's second wicket, that of Luke Proctor, off the bowling of Tom Laws. He then dropped a difficult one. It was difficult. When you look at it, you may think it was easy, but it's a difficult height for a big man. About how he's going to cup his hands, fingers pointing down or up. Went to him very sharply off the bowling of Worrell. That was when Karen Nair was on 11. Hasn't punished Surrey yet, but also he just bowled at 2.5 overs and went off with what looked like a seriously problematic groin, but he came back out soon after. You can see him there rubbing the ball against his trousers. And he's jogging, which is a positive sign. But he didn't look positive when he went off. So
No, I was very surprised at how quickly he came back on.
So what do you think? I mean, I know neither of us are qualified physiotherapists. But it never stopped Richie Benno speculating, so I don't see why it should stop us.
Well, I know he dropped the catch, but I wonder if part of it is, even if he can't bowl or they don't want to risk his bowling, he is generally an excellent slipper.
It's quite a thing to do, though. There's another match next week against Hampshire still to come. There's plenty of cricket left in this county championship season.
He's had quite an odd season. That he missed a lot of it, and then when he came back in the T20 side, he played pretty much as a specialist batter. Then even in the county championship, I think this is his 5th game, and he's only bowled 80 or so overs. He hasn't bowled that much, which is a luxury that he and so can get away with, given the quality of their 5-man team attack. But he's not. Last summer he forced his way into the England team.
Yep, Surrey have that 5-man team attack. They've also got the leg spin of Cameron Steele. They've got pretty useful medium pace swingers of Ryan Patel, bowled a little bit just before lunch. And it turns out they've got Rory Burns, who bowled a ball of singular filth, but it was great fun. I thought actually it was a rather good sacrificial gesture on his part, rather than toss the ball to one of his regular bowlers to bowl one ball without warming up. Has it just maybe struck Hassan Hassan on the glove there? Might get a little bit of pop off the pitch. He's examining his fingers. There's a little bit of life in this pitch, as you'd expect this time of year. I've been brought a coffee. Thank you. So it comes with the words "at last."
Often we talk about stop-start days benefiting the bowlers, and it gives the Premier bowlers more of a break. They can bowl more spells when they're fresh, but I also wonder sometimes if it just doesn't quite go the bowler's way. It can really, on a surface like this, in conditions like this, actually almost favour the batters in that all they need to do is get through mini sessions, and then everyone is starting again, and suddenly, maybe not suddenly, more gradually, the batting side actually just edges towards a decent position. And 85 for 2, given the conditions, I think is really good going, with Azad now having faced 125 deliveries.
Take a look at this though. I think we're going to see that this actually swings back rather appreciably. He's done very well to dig that out. If he doesn't get bad on that, that is absolutely plumb. It's just signs of a little bit of shape here for Roach. And he's tried it again from wider.
I don't mind that at all from Roach. If you look at the replay on this delivery, look how far across Azad gets. Leg stump is completely open at the point of release from Roach. It sort of covers it with his front leg as he plays the shot, but
the hands are a bit incontinent, aren't they? They're a bit away from. Normally, we often talk about people playing away from their body, and we mean that really on the offside. But Azad is rather perilously playing away from his body on the leg side. You can get a little tickle on that, or as you say, you can expose that leg stump. I think it was here at the Oval, I want to say 2000, when Craig White did Brian Lara, bowled him leg stump round his legs from that angle.
I think
Brian
in
Lars
that
a slightly higher calibre of left-hander.
well, maybe not in that summer though, because do you remember that he was wearing sunglasses that summer when batting?
Rings a bell.
Obviously, 1 year after he has that incredible year in 1999. He had a poor year in 2000. He was actually battling eyesight issues, so he was playing Test cricket whilst having issues with his eyes.
That's not easy.
Not easy at all.
And Craig White was bowling at 90 miles an hour suddenly.
And even the great Brian Lara is going to struggle. So I think he averaged something like 24, 25 across that year. Not to take anything away from Craig White, but it's a little bit like that Flintoff spell against South Africa at Edgbaston. So I think the ECB once clipped up as this is one of the great Flintoff spells, but crucial bit that's left out of that video is that the South African batters couldn't see anything because of where the sight screen was.
Right.
So that for the really tall bowlers like Flintoff and Harmison, when it was fully pitched, Callis and co couldn't actually see it.
Bit of pace that time from Dan Worrell, 82.2 miles an hour. We've got the speed gun working today. One of the new innovations we've got in the Surrey live stream. I've just finished re-listening to an episode of a documentary I did with Adam Collins called Calling the Shots we did in lockdown. And we're going back and doing a director's cut, typical Colo. I was listening to the TV episode when we look at commentary on TV, and was reminded just how few cameras BBC used to operate with when I was first watching cricket. You didn't even get to see from both ends straight down the line. The idea being that you had a seat at the cricket. That was the theory. So your seat was behind the batter for half the time and looking down the barrel the other half of the time. How times have moved on.
When was the big advance towards the levels of television production that we're used to now? Because I feel for as long as I've been watching cricket, obviously progress has been made in the last 20 odd years, but in terms of the general product has remained similar. Details have improved, but in terms of the number of cameras, different replays, etc., that's been the case for a long time now.
Yes, well, it depends which country you're talking about, really. It was Australia that really started it in terms of those innovations. End of the over, 85 for 2, maiden over from Worrell. The arrival of Packer, really, and Channel 9 transformed coverage. That's when coloured clothing lights come in, but it was more than that. Packer had a vision for how the game should be packaged and shown, and that's when you see a lot more cameras come in. And in the UK it stayed pretty stagnant, really. It wasn't until 1989 that the BBC then routinely showed cameras from both ends. And the number of cameras that we get now, that has been on a steady increase. So, you know, even when Channel 4 came and innovated massively, which they undoubtedly did when they took over the contract in, was it 99, 2000 in the UK, and they did change the number of cameras and you got different viewpoints, but that's been on a continuous upswing. You know, things like Spider Cam, relatively recent. Shot. That is a lovely, elegant shot from Azad, who's looking in alarmingly good nick here from a Surrey point of view. Moves into the 40s now. Bit over pitched.
Yeah, I think he's just over the course of the 140 odd balls that he's faced. He's increasingly frustrating the Surrey bowlers, and he's forcing them to bowl to areas they otherwise wouldn't, and maybe they're searching for the magic ball a little bit. We saw in the last over that Roach was targeting his leg stump.
There was a bit of shape on that ball, but it is too full, and then he's leaving alone anything he doesn't have to play at here. I'd be interested to see what Northants' ambition in this game looks like, because they are, in theory, still not out of it. They don't yet have their relegation confirmed. By the way, news from Chelmsford. They're back out there. 154 for 5. Now umpire is unmoved there. Surrey were convinced they heard something. And that's almost like they've been bowling for that. We talked just a couple of overs ago about how Azad just lets his hands get away from him. A good take, and slips went up immediately. Is that brushed pad, not bat? That's what the umpire thinks that matters, though. And Azad survives. He did turn around immediately and have a look. That has been the line of attack that Surrey have used for a lot of today, and I do wonder if that, it starts to look like it's a very deliberate ploy against Hassan Azad. From the moment he walked out to bat, they tried him with a short ball, they've tried bowling around his hip, they've tried bowling around his legs, and you said it, yes, that leg stump is exposed, so it does act as something of a beacon, I suppose, for the bowlers. Oh yes, has he got that? No, says the umpire. That has moved a long way off the pitch. You can see from Karen Nayer's expression at the end of that.
Great take from Bedfolk. So if you look at the replay here, hoops back in.
It's come off pad.
Yeah.
It's come off pad and deviated quite a long way. It's gone between bat and pad. Flicked off the top of the pad, so too high for LBW, but he's had to adjust his position there because he's going down the leg side. Well, both batters survive. A couple of alarms. I think we're giving you a little break, Yaz, because we've got some guests coming in at the end of this over. The end of this over? No, now. So Dan Worrell's going to change his line of attack. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Azad. Still got the 3 slips in place and that leg slip. There's a deep backward square and a deep forward square as well, so the short ball is on. So 90 for 2. Surrey's frustrating day continues, having won the toss, elected to bowl in miserable conditions. Oh, now that looks tight. Umpire again unmoved. Perhaps a little bit too high. We'll take a look at that in the replay in a second. Might have just hit above the knee roll. I think the ball bounced upwards, which is usually a pretty good indicator of height. It's quite full. Oh, I don't know. Has it done too much? Has that done too much? I wonder. That's hooped at the last minute. We're just starting to see signs of exaggerated movement from the quicker bowlers, who are straining to get a full length in here. Peel again, but this time bat very close to pad. Well, what a time to introduce 2 guests. You've just arrived, Barry and Dan, at the moment when suddenly things are happening out there. We'll just take another look at this in the replay. It's Azad again. That has hooped again at the last minute. Might have got outside the line, might have got a bit of bat on that. That looked less out than the previous delivery, which was closer, I think, but might have just been snaking down the leg side. Right. What a time to bring you both on. As Worrell continues. That's more like it from Azad. So,
first ball with no appeal, isn't it?
Yeah, at last we can settle in. We can settle in. So Barry and Dan, we have you on because on the 1st of October you are both of you going on this
Yes,
escapade?
myself and Daniel and Charlie, who's here. we're joining a convoy of 4 ambulances. The first of October, so opening the batting in October. So to speak.
There's the first one.
That's more like it again from Hazard, just getting bat and pad close together. So tell us, yes, you're taking these 4 ambulances.
Yeah. So, latest of our convoys, I lead a group called Medical Lifelines Ukraine. We've delivered 37 aid-filled ambulances to Ukraine since the full-blown invasion, all from southwest London, Surrey areas. So we've got another convoy of 4, maybe even 5, Barry, if you're lucky, ambulance going out at the beginning of October, and then more convoys of ambulances planned for November, January and March.
A little too full this time. So you say aid filled.
Yeah.
So the ambulances themselves, part of the aid is the ambulance.
Yep. So we
So they have a
donate the
physical,
ambulance. Yep.
physical ambulance. And then the ambulance itself at the end of the over, 91 for 2. Is that the end of the over? It looks like it is. It is. Just our scoreboard hasn't quite caught up. But you then also, you fill the ambulance with what?
All sorts. Medical aid, clothes, children's toys, pots and pans, food. Yes, even dog food for rescue dogs. Yeah.
Wow. And how many times have you been?
So I've been 3 times. My last time, I got back on Friday from my last trip, which was to Lviv and Kyiv, and then tail end of last year I was in Odessa.
Now Odessa's rather in the crosshairs, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of places are. They're all the 3 Ukrainian cities I've been to since the full-blown invasion have all been fantastic, amazing places filled with incredible people who are desperately going about their ordinary lives. Trams run, schools are open, offices are open, restaurants, shops, hotels. So this is a bit like actually watching cricket, isn't it? When you go to a game and you're midway through a sentence and you break briefly to, oh yeah, nothing happened. So you go to these places and there is sadly clearly a degree of risk. The Ukrainians are incredible actually at rebuilding their cities. So I mean, we were driving into Kyiv last week. They're building a skyscraper.
That seems, well, I mean, I guess it's the right thing to do, but at the same time, somewhat perilous.
Yeah, it's a remarkable thing, and it's something incredible about the Ukrainians I've met, and that there's still a functioning civil society, and then you get alongside that the sacrifice and loss that people are experiencing. That's really readily apparent. That the number of memorials and so on is deeply moving.
That's a fine shot. It's dug out a very full delivery there from Roach. It's going to run up to the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4. And Azad is proving a bit of a thorn in Surrey's side here. Moves to just 4 runs of a half century. He's not had the best of seasons so far. We'll just take another look at this. Roach has been getting a bit of swing and he's zeroing in on leg stump, hoping for a little bit of late movement. Trap him LBW. Got very close to getting him LBW a couple of overs ago.
Bit too much swing, do you think? More than he's expecting?
Perhaps. Well, they've been targeting the leg stump quite a bit of Azad. And he's been equal to it today. Now, this isn't your day job.
No.
So what is your day job, and how do you get time off to... Because I can't believe that getting to Ukraine in an ambulance is a necessarily particularly swift enterprise, is it?
No, not overly. Well, it's as I say to people, if I want to be a little bit flippant about it, the nice thing about this war is it's close. We've got 2 reasonably long days of driving. It's about the same distance as it would be to drive to the south of Italy or Portugal or somewhere like that.
Wow, that does make it seem quite concerningly close.
Yeah, and Krakow, which is the largest city in Poland to where we cross, is it's about a 2-hour flight. So it's really not very far at all. So it's 2 hours to the border. So 2 hours, 2 days to drive to the border.
And how far is Krakow from Ukraine?
Yeah, it's about 2 hours drive
From there.
from Granville. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's surprisingly, it is all surprisingly close. When we go, we tend to take the 2 days to get there, and then our volunteers are not at all required to drive into Ukraine, because that would be a ridiculous requirement. And the ambulances can be left at the border of Ukraine, and we have Ukrainian volunteers who can come across, collect them and drive them back. But most volunteers, when they get there, they look at the situation, they assess it for themselves, and they decide actually going into Ukraine is something that I want to do. And of course, it's not as though you walk across the border and there's bullets and bombs flying around, and our side of the border is all peace and light and string quartets.
No, I mean the concentration of the fighting, close quarter fighting, is presumably further over to the east, but you're still in danger of air attacks, drone attacks, and similar.
Yeah, so the fighting is in the east and very much in the east of Ukraine, which is a very long way away. As you say, missile strikes and so on are possible absolutely anywhere. But thankfully, although Barry gave me credit for going on our next convoy, I'm not going on the next convoy. So Barry has to make those decisions.
So how many times have you been before, Barry?
No. This has been my first trip. So I'm very much looking forward to it. It's very rare that you get the opportunity to support a cause that you care about in such a direct way, and to be able to go and make such a direct impact by getting out there and taking an ambulance and delivering the aid and actually putting it into the places that need it, going to the hospitals and just handing it over.
So ambulances are I mean, it's not very difficult to work out why ambulances would be rather well required in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
What's the attrition rate for ambulances out in Ukraine at the moment?
So we were given the statistic last week that an ambulance, if it's near the front line, lasts about 6 months.
Right.
So they're being driven hard, and
the front line, is that towards Donbass? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, all those cities sort of in that sweep, and then up the eastern side of Ukraine. So they get targeted, which is a war crime actually.
Oh, yeah. Well, they might have got a run there actually. A little fumble by skipper Burns at mid-off, but he gets away with it.
Has he fumbled the ball more now he's cut his hair?
Oh yes, he's cut his hair. Yes. Yeah. So I haven't actually seen him without the hat on. So the extent to which that hair has been cut, I don't yet know.
Is he feeling very self-conscious, do you think, about the new Barnet?
Well, he was rather attached to those locks, wasn't he?
We tend to be, don't we?
I'm afraid I sort of parted company with most of my locks quite a long time ago. So
I know the feeling.
Yeah, I think each of us have a love-hate relationship with our hair. So tell me what you do, Barry, for your.
So I work for J & Finn, who sponsored the stand that we're sitting in. The company, they've been incredibly supportive actually. Charlie works for J & Finn as well. We work together, and they've been great. They've been very generous with their sponsorship, and they're supporting us really well. So and I have to say the same for Surrey actually. Surrey have been very supportive, and again with the sponsorship and with their time and giving us the opportunity to come here today and to talk about our cause and what we're doing.
It's a cause that sort of galvanised the nation. We're going to change the bowler actually. Keep our Roach out of the attack. Jordan Clark, who got the initial breakthrough, is coming back in from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. What is it for you? Why has this galvanised you? Have you been involved in previous charity work, or is this?
No, not at all. Just really, obviously supporting charities, mainly sponsoring other people, running marathons and things like that. And I don't really fancy running a marathon.
No.
So I thought I'd drive to
so
Ukraine
drive for
instead.
2 days to Ukraine instead.
Yeah, let's do that. It'd be easier.
So what is it about this particular cause that's galvanised you, do you think?
Well, I mean, as Daniel said, although life goes on in the Ukraine, the lives of the normal civilians have been impacted in ways that we can't even comprehend. and I just think it's really important that we don't let this slip out of the noose. And as I said, actually to be able to give the opportunity to drive out there and see firsthand how you're making a difference and how the donations. People have been incredibly generous to both Charlie and I. We've raised it. We've been really surprised.
Yep, it was very noticeable, wasn't it, that the moment the invasion happened, there was a sudden groundswell. I live in Tooting, and the Polish centre, there's quite a large Polish population in Balham, Tooting area, opened its doors, and on the first day they just couldn't really handle the sheer quantity of donations. It's a cause that sort of absolutely resonated with the population, and it's clearly got you moved. Now that's been flicked away in the air for a while out towards Deep Backward Square. It's going to be 4. For a while Dan Worrell didn't pick that up down at Longleg. It's a gloomy old day, but just straying onto the pads. Karen now has been dropped on 11. That was about 2.5 hours ago. Has now moved on to 19. And with that, the 100 comes up for Northants. 100 for 2. And they're going along very nicely for a side that was put into bat today on a cold, gloomy September morning. So the route you're going to take, you're going to go through London, you're going to go across into France, through Germany, into Poland, and are you going to go all the way into Ukraine, do you think?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, well, I mean.
Have you cleared that?
Breaking news.
Not with me, by the way.
You've got no meetings planned for the 3rd of October, then? No?
Mrs. Baz, has she signed on?
Oh, that was close to the outside edge, wasn't it?
But yeah, no, I'm definitely. I'm planning on going all the way.
Fantastic. And you've done nothing like this before?
No, never. No, never. It will be a proper adventure.
Do you get a sort of orientation before you go? I mean, you spoke to Dan presumably about what to expect, what you're going to confront when he gets into Ukraine.
I mean, we've had some. Dan gives some very good guidance to us in advance. And just listening to some of the other drivers is great experience, and even down to what you need to take, things that you wouldn't even really think about that you need in the ambulance along the way. And so Charlie's got a huge pile on his dining room table. We had a big old order up from Amazon last week.
You don't sleep in the ambulance, do you, overnight on the way down?
No, we get to stop, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully.
You don't have breakdowns like we did.
And there'll be more than. It won't be just you driving all the way.
There'll be 2 to an ambulance, so Charlie and I will take it in turns to drive the ambulance if he lets me.
Now, you were telling me earlier that you've seen ambulances riddled with bullets. In Ukraine.
Yeah, so I was involved with driving a convoy last week. We got to Lviv and to Kyiv, and we had a meeting with the Ministry of Health in Kyiv, and met Deputy Minister there, and had a fascinating conversation about their specific needs and so on and so forth. But walking to the Ministry of Health, which is in some grounds on a hillside. Kiev's quite a hilly town. It's on sort of top of a hill, and sort of walking in, you walk past hastily erected fortifications, sort of breeze blocks, sort of machine gun posts and things, and walking up the driveway to it, there's foxholes dug in at various different places and things. You remember that there was fighting on the streets of Kyiv for about a month when the invasion first occurred, which is staggering.
Well, that was the objective, wasn't it, in the initial invasion?
So exactly. Knock Kyiv over, and the country follows, and there'll be a victory parade in 3 days. Don't forget to pack your smartest uniform and your boot polish. But then at the front of the Ministry of Health, there's this display of 4 or 5 shot up and bombed out ambulances, and you walk in, and you go, yeah, that's why we're here, because this is what's happening. And you see, when you see in, I don't know, films and TV programs, people hiding behind a car door to protect themselves from bullets, I can exclusively reveal from the pictures I took and what I saw, bullets are not stopped by doors, and you just got the hole straight through, and you don't know what on earth happened to the people who were inside at the time. which must have been utterly terrifying. But you think, right, that's why we're here, and we can move the needle. We can make a difference. People sitting around a kitchen table can do something. And the thing that we do can, without wishing to descend into hyperbole, can genuinely save lives. And that use the word a moment ago, resonate. That power, that ability that we have as individuals to make an impact, really does resonate. And because the war is close, we can get in and we can drive the sort of distance that people might drive on holiday, and deliver something that's desperately needed.
Yeah.
Well, just remind everybody after this ball how they can donate and how they can support.
Thanks very much. Yeah. So if you look up Medical Lifelines Ukraine, search for that, or go to medicallifelines.org.uk, then that will take you to our website, and there's a donation link there. We have donation pages for, I don't know how many people in the States are watching at the moment, but we have donation pages in the States and in Canada as well as in the UK, and every penny that we raise goes directly into the work that we're doing, and providing aid, providing vehicles. We've got a long list now from the meetings that we had about what's needed, and it's fantastic to be able to make that difference.
Well, it's enormously impressive. It's incredible effort you're both putting in. And also, I guess we've got to thank the organisations that you work for, because
Absolutely.
you're getting time off. JM Finn
Yeah.
is supporting you in this endeavour, and for you, Dan?
Yes, so I work for a bank called Citibank, who look away slightly when I head off in an ambulance, which is very kind of them.
Just look away.
Yeah, exactly. I'd burn through my holiday allowance, and then I think my wife would be quite unhappy with me if they didn't. But no, it takes it's and what Barry was saying earlier on. People are so supportive. It's really moving.
Well, we're all very in awe, really, of what it is you're doing. Stuart Meeker of this parish, former Surrey and England fast bowler, drove a van down there with a load of supplies. I think you've probably trumped him, because I don't think he left the van. He left the supplies, but you're taking the supplies and you're leaving the ambulance.
Well, if he fancies driving an ambulance out with us, would be.
Well, do you know, he might.
Yeah, exactly.
He actually might.
Who knows?
I'll try. Well, Adam Collins will get you in touch, because he works with us on a different radio station, SEN.
Who knows?
Yes,
Cricket
he might
commentators might fancy driving out as well. You never know.
Well, after I get back from India, perhaps.
There you go.
I've got to do the World Cup first.
Yeah.
If I survive that,
it could be a victory lap, an England victory lap. You could.
Are you that confident? I'm not sure. Oh, now then, that was so close to cover. Driven in the air, not a million miles away there from a catch in the cover region. It's just plopped over the boundary for four. It's one of the rare occasions that Karen Nair has looked actually to be a bit proactive. We'll just take another quick look at this. If we get it from that angle, it's hard to tell from that angle. It was very low, but still, Surrey's search for a third wicket continues. We're going to let you go. I'm going to make way myself in a minute, but huge well done for what it is that you're doing.
Real pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
And I will try and get myself an ambulance driver's permit. Do you need a special license? Or
No,
you
just
drive
a
it?
normal one. So, tell you what, we'll do you a deal.
Yeah.
If England win the World Cup, you can come and drive an ambulance to Ukraine.
Lovely.
That was an agreement.
You make it sound like so much fun. Well, actually, the way you talk about it, you are obviously enjoying it, and at the same time doing incredible work. So, thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
We're going to let you go. We're going to have a double change in the commentary box. We're going to have Yas Rana, who's wearing a particularly natty red fleece today. It looks very comfy. Looks very autumnal. Well, actually, it looks more Christmassy, wouldn't you say? It's like a sort of gigantic holly berry. And sitting alongside him, someone else also in his Christmas shirt, Phil Walker. The Surrey search for that third wicket that is not forthcoming. A 50 partnership has come up. Needs to have put on 55. Azad and Nair, and Surrey, not yet desperately, but rather urgently, would like a wicket.
I think you can sense an element of frustration in the Surrey body language, and increasingly so over the last 37 minutes since play resumed after the rain delay, as Phil joins me to my right. You've enjoyed Karen Nair.
I have. Murmurs and echoes of Rohit Sharma for me. Yeah, he's just building into his work this afternoon. Stretched session, elongated session here, still 34 overs slated to come. The umpires did have a chat at the end of the previous over mid-pitch, but nothing doing just yet. The light seems okay as we stand, and of course the lights have been on, the artificial lights, all afternoon.
And the shadows around the players are more pronounced than they've been at any point today, I think.
Bit more bounce this time. Jordan Clark, who's a real Trojan in this attack. He's a red ball stalwart, really. He's one of the first names on the sheet. More wickets than anybody else in Surrey's red ball side this year. 47 wickets and counting, inched ahead of Dan Worrell. Both of them came into this game with 46 apiece. And it'll be Worrell to continue from the JM Finn end. He's toiled hard today. He's beaten the bat 7, 8, 9 times, Yaz, I would say at least. Had a catch grasped by Jamie Overton in the cordon. So it's not been his day up until now, but 106 for 2. Northants have done this well, but they haven't got away at all, and a couple of quick ones. It's a very different story indeed. Rory Burns just moves into a very fine leg slip again, so they'll be targeting the pads and the hip. Shortish again. It's been a ploy all day with a deep square out on the boundary, that short boundary out towards the leg side as we look at it for the left-hander. And they've certainly banged it in, explored the middle of the pitch throughout the afternoon, really.
Azad's not really looked to take it on. I think he's very unfussed by the presence of the two men deep on the leg side boundary. I don't think Surrey have necessarily decided how they're going to get Azad out at various points. They've been bowling short of him a lot.
And there is another short delivery.
And you saw Roach after tee bowling to Azad and almost targeting that leg stump with a leg slip in place. Azad moved across his stumps quite a lot, exposing that leg stump. But I think if you're a top order batter who's out of form, the more they're not bowling at your off stump, the happier you are, I think. I doubt teams have exclusively targeted Azad with a short ball through this Barron run, or exclusively targeted his leg stump through this run.
That is a little tickle down the leg side, and he has to go, just too shy of a half century. It's been a long old vigil by Hassan Azad, but he has to go for 48 from 151, and that line in at the hip, tucking him up. He neither here nor there, Yaz, really. Didn't really extend the arms into the pull shot and didn't manage to get his hands out of the way either. Little tickle through to Ben Folkes. He doesn't drop them.
The plan works. I think that's the first time Azad's really looked to take on the pull shot. And as you say, if you have a look at the replay here, it's a half-hearted shot. It's more of a swivel than an outright pull shot. And in the end, he's sort of caught between two minds whether to angle it down to fine leg or to really hit it. In the end, he just sort of fends it to Ben Folkes behind the stump. Simple decision for the umpire, simple catch for Ben Folkes. So the short ball does eventually work for Surrey, and they finally dismissed the third of the three left-handers in the Northants top three. I kind of got the impression that Surrey today just haven't been quite on it to the left-handers in particular. They've actually been pretty good to Nair. There was that drop chance off Worrell's bowling by Jamie Overton at second slip. I think he's bowled really good lines to Nair, and I think the others have too. But to the left-handers, I don't think they've really found their lines. A lot of balls down the leg side where I don't think it's been the plan. So I think they'll be glad to see two right-handers out of the middle as Rob Keogh joins Karun Nair. Northants 106 for 3.
Yeah, indeed. Surrey were desperate for that. And Dan Worrell, who's been a real star for the last 2 years in red ball cricket, is the man yet again. He's bowled a third of the overs today. He's into his 15th. 5 maidens, just 28 runs leaked and now he's in the wickets column as well. Well conceived. You feel like Assad will be cranky with himself because it was, as you say, neither here nor there. 4 slips. And he's bang on the money straight away. Feel like this is a key mini passage in this game now. Worrell has been insistent all day long, especially against the right-handers. He's looked a lot more likely against the right-handers. And now he's got 2 of them in.
We've got the speed gun available for this game, and Worrell clocked 89.6 miles per hour on the delivery that dismissed Azad, so that really hurried him. He's operating generally in the low 80s for much of the day, but that bouncer with a little bit more behind it does the trick.
Bit too wide this time, and Keogh more than happy to shoulder arms. He'll need a couple of sighters here. The ball is definitely swinging now. The light's taking effect, as Yas Rana says. The murmur of shadows across the pitch now definitely more pronounced among the slip cordon. 4 of them now. Wait, with a backward point as well, and with that late swing from the master, they are all in the game here. 106 for 3. Smothers it this time. Very aware of that late dip away from Rob Keogh, but he's good enough to drop that at his feet, and so we move on.
It's a brave shot when Worrell's getting the ball to move away as late as he does. You know, obviously viewers of the Surrey stream will be aware of Dan Worrell's qualities, but he's not, especially compared to his opening bowling partner in Kemar Roach, he's not necessarily a household name. He's played very little international cricket, but I think it's a sign of just how well he's regarded by Surrey, that, you know, on a day like this where there's so many rain delays, or not so many rain delays, but a lot of breaks in play.
Jordan Clark, shortish.
That he,
they're getting through their overs here as well, right? You can see that they sense that this is a moment now in the game that they can really wrest initiative away from Northants and really push on here.
No, definitely, and I was just saying that I think it's a sign of how highly he's rated by Rory Burns, that Worrell is always the man that he turns to at the start of a session. And in 46 overs today, as you say, Worrell's bowled pretty much a third of them, 2 more than Roach.
Tight leave, but a decent one. Yeah, it's been the story of the summer. Rory Burns has looked around his galaxy of stars, and for all that he has a West Indies legend at mid-on and a England all-rounder at second slip, and for all that he can call upon Gus Atkinson at various points across the summer, he's gone back to Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell time after time. These are the outstanding red ball cricketers this summer so far, especially with the ball. They keep coming at you. It's a test class attack on its day. Of that there is no doubt.
I asked Kemar Roach that yesterday, actually, how would Surrey do in the world rankings, and he said, yeah, pretty well.
I'd say so. They'd give his home country a decent game, I would imagine, in truth.
Didn't
dare ask that one.
Didn't frame the question in those terms, but...
No, that's probably sensible. Oh, he's got a bit of bat on that, I think. Indeed, yeah. Umpire confirms 4 off the bat. Very, very fine. I mean, if Ben Folkes had taken that...
Added on some numbers on the Surrey Twitter, I'm sure.
He wasn't that far away from it, you know. That would have been extraordinary. Again, the footwork of Ben Folkes is something to behold. We saw it in the morning session when he took one down the leg side and made it look easy as you like. He's so nimble. Solid again.
As you saw there, just the previous ball, the 4th delivery of the over, the ball is 47 overs old, but it is moving appreciably, and perhaps more than it's done since it was brand new, really. We saw a delivery from Kemar Roach not long ago that really veered in sharply into Karen there.
Nicely timed, got enough on it to prevent the boundary. So just a long single, and he doesn't mind that. Keeps the strike. Inches on to 28, 29 now from 73, Karen Nair. So building tidily on his championship debut, 78 from last week. You would imagine Dan Worrell's got one more in him, perhaps two. He's pretty tireless. I mean, I've mentioned it before on this stream, but seeing him bowl during the heatwave week was simultaneously inspiring and terrifying, that he managed to get through that real Aussie stock, of course, and he's bowled 15 again today, 6 maidens. Picked one up in the previous over, so he'll be feeling relatively fresh. But I would say that Tom Law's in these conditions as well. He's only bowled 5 overs, but he picked up Luke Proctor earlier, and imagine he'll be coming in here from the JM Finn when Worrell's done. Tight single.
We were talking earlier about how the presence of speed guns in county cricket sometimes doesn't flatter bowlers, because viewers at home are used to seeing speed guns purely in international cricket, and obviously bowlers playing domestically, their average speed is going to be below that you see in international cricket. But I actually think the speed gun complements someone like Worrell, because we sometimes assume that bowlers who move the ball a lot might operate in the mid-70s, but actually the speed gun here today shows that Worrell operates very consistently in the low 80s.
Again, striding right out to try and smother the late swing, almost like you're playing a left arm orthodox spin bowler, trying to cover any movement. Rob Keogh yet to get off the mark. Reminds me, Dan Worrell, of Chris Wokes, and again, similar idea, because the action is so pure, the technique is so immaculate, that you perhaps underestimate the pace and the velocity behind these deliveries. They can both crank it up, but because it's done with such aesthetic, pleasing class, you perhaps forget that they can really get it down there as well. Tempter. Good stuff, this.
Sorry, I don't know if we can get it up on the stream, but from our vantage point, you can see the imprints into the ground that Worrell's run-up has. And it really does show that he hits the same spot every single time. He's got a beautiful rhythm when he gets going. And I actually think that his performances in the 100 show just how, when he's at his best, when he gets the ball talking, he can really trouble the very best players in the country consistently.
They've gone up again. Not this time. We wondered if that was going to be a third leg side catch of the day for Ben Foakes. Perhaps it flicked the outside of the pad because everybody went up together, but then there was no real consternation when the umpire decided against it. So perhaps that was just a flick of the pad, if anything. But again, changed his style, changed the hand direction there, just canted the seam towards the pad. So you've always got that danger with Worrell as well, that he has the one coming back into you as well. Back to the more conventional away swinging line now, but it's in the batsman's mind.
Just seeing there, this has been a long spell for Worrell. He's been bowling non-stop 50 minutes now, having had a long spell in the opening session. He's still hitting upwards of 84 miles per hour. Really, yeah, I think the Chris Wokes comparison is a very good one. Wokes is marginally quicker perhaps, but someone like Wokes, as we saw this summer, could be so effective even against the very best players in the world, and I think Worrell is very similar.
Well left by Rob Keogh to see out the over. Intake of breath by Dan Worrell. I think that might be his cue for a breather. Assuming there's no more dramas with the weather, though, you can bet your bottom dollar that he'll feature again before the day is out. Still 30 overs slated, 20 past 4 here. So we can go all the way through till 6 o'clock. We might not get all 30 in, but we won't get the vast majority of those all being well. It's going to be Jordan Clark again to continue. They keep coming at you here.
Good observation from Phil in the last over. You can sense that Surrey are getting through those overs as quickly as possible. They sense that we the board says that we have 29.5 overs left today, and I think even if it stays dry, I think that's unlikely to happen just because of the light. We've been on the right side of a battle with a light all day, but I fear that might be different as we approach 6 o'clock, 6:30.
That's the delivery that he's looking for. Jordan Clark, insistent outside off stump, but a bit fuller this time. And Karen there, who's grown up on docile Indian tracks, and you can just play through the line against the medium fast. Well, it's a slightly different proposition in late September with the lights on and slate grey skies.
That's a glorious delivery, angled in, moving away late. You can see why they wanted to drive it initially, but great skill and control from Clark.
No ball.
Obviously, Surrey fans will be keeping at least one eye on what's going on at Chelmsford.
Tell me, Yaz.
50-run partnership between Matt Critchley and Adam Rossington, and I was watching that stream earlier on, and one of the commentators remarking just on Critchley's season really, and saying that if you factor in performances across all formats, this is not someone who's played for England, probably first made a name for himself as a leg spinner at Derbyshire, and over the last few years his batting's really developed, but he averages something like 42, 43 with the bat and 21 with the ball in the championship. And he's probably someone who bowls a lot less than he otherwise would, because there's a guy called Simon Harmer who bowls most of the spin that's required for them, but he's had a brilliant season for Essex. And we talk about the excellent signings that Surrey make in Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell, but Critchley and Rossington, actually they're both excellent signings. From Rossington obviously from Northampton, Critchley from Derbyshire.
Bouncer, quick one as well, and arcing back into the right-hander, but well judged there by Karen there. He's still there, ridden his luck a wee bit. He's inched into the 30s now, and you feel like this innings really does hinge on his class and stroke play. 114 for 3. Yeah, Critchley really coming of age as a cricketer. I spoke to Tom Wesley about him. He puts him in the same bracket as English cricket's other leg spinners. He thinks he's comparable to Parkinson, Crane, etc. And he is 5th in the PCA's domestic MVP list for men's cricket across all the formats. Ryan Higgins from Middlesex, Liam Dawson, James Vince, Simon Harmer, Matt Critchley, and Surrey's Will Jacks is in at 6. So the numbers really do bear out the eye test that he's become a very, very useful cricketer indeed, and it's important 40 odd for his team. 46 not out as we stand down at Chelmsford. 184 for 5 Essex in the battle for bonus points, as much as getting that win over the line. We've had a good amount of cricket really in both games, and I think we all feared coming into this week that the rain would interfere with the fun. As it stands, we've had the best part of 2 days across these two venues. One other game to bring your attention to, Yaz, that we've been following here and there across the course of the day. Wantage Road is seeing one hell of a finish in the under-19s Ashes Test. So England under-19s 134 for 1, chasing, well, in fact they need exactly 134 more, and they've got there in 21 overs. They have 26 overs left in the day, so they could be about to pull off one hell of a win here. Tom Laws, as predicted, and a play and a miss straight away to Rob Keogh, who is still on 0. Tom Laws replacing Dan Worrell. It's a like for like really. He'll benefit from that breeze running across the pitch from right to left as you look at it on your screen, and his traits, his components are very similar to Dan Worrell's. He should enjoy these conditions. 1 for 12 already.
I can't remember who it was, but someone described Tom Laws' bowling early in the season as speculative. He's not someone with express speed, but he's always searching for different ways to get people out, and I think he complements Jordan Clark in particular very well. Both of them often come on to bowl in tandem, first and second change, and Clark is one of those bowlers who hits a splice of the bat a lot, whereas Laws isn't shy of firing in a Yorker every now and then.
Squeezed from the outer half of the bat, so still on 0 was there to hit. Yeah, I've heard a few kind of slightly qualified adjectives to describe Tom Laws' bowling. I think he's much better than that, I have to say. I think he's, considering his age, considering he's still growing into his body as well as his work, I think he's a real talent. Good leave-ish.
It's exactly what I'm talking about, though, in terms of he's someone who doesn't just try and do the same thing for 6 balls. Yeah, that is so close to off stump.
Left on length as much as anything, but not much margin to play with there.
And on the eye as well, I think he is noticeably a little bit sharper at the end of the season as he was compared to as he was at the start of the season.
And a Jaffa. Pitched, gone late. Drew Keogh in to the prod, and now 13, 14 deliveries still on naught. You'll be twitchy. Doesn't matter how many times you've been there. This is a hard examination. 3 slips, backward point. They're very much in the game here.
Doesn't quite get it right with the final ball of the over, but I think that over was a good example of the skill that Laws has, nearly bowling Keogh with one that hoops back in, and the very next ball gets one to move away late. Very similar lines, but with a movement in opposite directions, nearly prompting breakthroughs with different modes of dismissal.
114 for 3 from 50 overs. Karen there is 30 not. Keogh yet to get going. Wickets shared around so far. 1 each for Laws, Worrell and Jordan Clark, who is continuing from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Coming in again, coming in hard in this spell. So yeah, just briefly back to the under-19s game. Yes, Jayden Denley, nephew of Joe, 66 from 68. You've seen a bit of him?
Yeah, I saw him in the One Day Cup game here at the Kia Oval, and he hit his first and only ball that day, so the first and only ball of his professional career at that point, for 4 with the last ball of the innings. And he bowled very, very tidy left arm spin and was electric in the field, and I think both in the field and with the ball, the player you were instantly reminded of is Ravindra Jadeja of India, and he can obviously bat as well, opening the batting for England under-19s. So he's going well, 66 off 68 in the run chase.
Yeah, bubbling up that game to be a real classic. Wickets earlier in the piece. Come back to that. Yeah, wickets earlier in the piece for a very promising young seamer for Northants. Rafael Weatherall took 3 for 82 to help clean up Australia midway through this afternoon for 279, leaving England 268 to chase, and they've come out flying here, as I say, 145 for 1 just in the 23rd, and so their run rate is well on here. It'd be one hell of a win, having given up 396 in the first innings. Fullish skewed into the onside. Jordan Clark hands on head. He thought he may have just broken through there. Karen there, he's not really timed it since the return after tea, but he's still there. Slightly cranky with himself, just hitting the glove on the back of the bat. He knows that his timing's just eluded him for a moment.
Bit of Surrey representation in that game as well, through the seamer Luke Griffiths, who played a bit in the One Day Cup.
Indeed, we saw him down at Guildford. Keogh sitting on the blob. 15 deliveries now. It's been a painstaking innings up to now for Northants, but they've done it very well considering they were thrown in pretty grim conditions, and having seen many teams higher in the table than them succumb quite quickly on the first morning here at the Kia. Beautifully done, but no dice again. Jordan Clark is luckless in this spell. 115 for 3 from 51. I'm going to take a breather. Adam Collins will be taking over, and he's got a rather special guest with him.
Thank you, Phil. We do indeed. First time I've been on for a while. We've had the rain delay. That was when it was 82 for 2. Northants losing 1 wicket since Azad was caught behind from the bowling of Worrell for 48. But the squeeze is well and truly on. Asking good questions, the Surrey bowlers at the moment. Tom Laws operating from our Vauxhall end. And I've got with me one of the most well-known and acclaimed football writers in the world, Jonathan Wilson, who is also a cricket nut, plays for the Authors, always watching closely, especially where Durham are concerned, in South London today. Hello, Jonathan.
All right, Carla, how are you doing?
Better for seeing you. Nice little steer here from Keogh to at last get off the mark, and does so with a boundary. It's been hard going. We've done a lot right. A number of leg before shouts from Dan Worrell from this end, and it's been push and pull. Clark giving nothing away from the pavilion end, but just able to open the face here and get off the mark from his 17th delivery, 120 for 3. How's your season been? How have you enjoyed cricket summer 2023?
Well, from a playing point of view, it's been dismal. I've only managed 3 games, partly because the football season just went on forever this season, went on until the middle of June, and then as soon as I was available it started to rain. But from a watching point of view, it's been great with Durham getting promoted.
Played again, albeit just for 1. That's the longer side of the ground this week towards the Bedser stand. It's something I've wondered when following the game over here about the football season creeping into cricket season, if you like, in sort of old-fashioned speak. Is it actually the case that football season is longer than it used to be, or is that just something that we've used as an excuse from time to time as cricket watchers?
No, it's much longer. I mean, it used to, the FA Cup final used to be the first weekend of May,
right,
and it used to start again sort of last weekend of August. So yeah, much longer now.
Because there used to be that nice transition between the 2 seasons, and professionals would play in each other's sports, wouldn't they? But that would be kind of inconceivable these days. Is there any footballers left who would consider themselves even part-time cricketers in the summer, or would their clubs not allow for such a thing?
No, I think they wouldn't allow it. I mean, the danger of breaking a finger or something is so high. Or you imagine you pull a calf muscle, making a sliding stop or something. It just couldn't happen.
Quick shingle, so they're moving again now with Laws on from the Vauxhall end in his 7th over.
So I think Chris Balderson maybe was about the last when he was at Derby, I think, under Brian Clough, wasn't he? And Clough basically said you got to pick, you got to play one or the other. You can't play both, which is a shame. I mean, was there 13 double internationals, football and cricket for England? I think Arthur Milton maybe was the last.
Pretty sure there's one from your part of the world as well.
Is that Willie Watson?
Yeah, Willie Watson.
Yeah.
He was here.
He played for Sunderland,
52 overs, gone 123 for 3, and then played a couple of Test matches.
Yeah, no, he did. Yes, he was in the Sunderland team when my dad was going every week. So yeah, he was one of my dad's big heroes. But I think it was in 1953. There's a really interesting piece, or a letter actually, not even an article. He didn't get paid for it. Neville Cardus. I mean, what kind of freelancing is that? He went to the MCC against Yorkshire as a champion county at Lords.
Clark continues his spell from the pavilion end. Oh, there's that movement back again. And always got the stumps in play.
And that was the same day as the FA Cup final, the famous Matthews final when Blackpool beat Bolton 4-3, one of the great games in English history. And he got the Metropolitan line back home, and he met all these sort of jubilant fans on the way back. And he, this letter to the Times, he said, "This is the moment when football has supplanted cricket as a national sport."
Right. So we often hear the 50s time-stamped as when crowds at championship games were never bigger after the war, and there was a thirst for sport of all types. But seeing grounds packed out for championship cricket, which would never happen now for all sorts of reasons that aren't worth really getting into. But is it your impression, having been a historian of football, that sort of stacks up, that before the early 50s that cricket was more the sort of traditional national sport?
Yeah, certainly in terms of back page coverage, I think that's true. But I mean, Cardus in that letter, I think it had been a pretty frustrating day at Lords. I think they'd been on and off for rain. Right. One of those where there's a rain break, they play for 10 minutes, they go off for tea, and I think the cricket had been pretty desultory. And he was obviously Matthews, this sort of great exhibition of wing play, and also the other thing then is the coronation and television.
Inside part of the bat, not far away again from sneaking through. Great spell this from Clark, without reward so far.
So a lot of people got their first televisions for the coronation, which was June the 2nd, anyway, beginning of June '53. But a lot of people got it a month early to watch Matthews in the cup final. Matthews was 38 by then and never won a trophy. So there's this big sort of people are invested in Matthews finally winning something. They get their TVs a month early, and then they see this brilliant game, and sort of persuades them that actually football is the sport. And then, of course, within 6 months, England are getting beaten by Hungary, and English football's going through its first root and branch reform.
I suppose between times, one of the early famous cricket television moments plays out as well here at the Oval with Brian Johnston. He's at the Ashes. Yes, at the Ashes. And Brian Johnston, sort of having had that career as a television commentator before he moved to radio in 1970. Daniel and I made a documentary about all of this back in the first lockdown in 2020.
Which I very much enjoyed. It's people who haven't heard it should really seek it out. It is definitely worth listening to. And the detail that I found amazing was people manufacturing the sound of ball on bat using a pencil.
Yeah, the synthetic commentaries in Australia, where it was sort of Bradman made radio happen to begin with, and the way TV story evolved was a little bit different. Again, inside edge to finish Clark's probing over. 124 for 3. Northants sent in this morning, and the leaden skies, lights on all the way through. Emilio gave for 16, Luke Proctor for 8, and after lunch and the rain delay, Azad was caught behind for 48, and this pair have since put on 18 for the 4th wicket. Yeah, the television story is a little bit different. It sort of it takes a bit longer to take hold, because television, 1953 is an interesting reference point. Before then, it was unusual to have a TV, right?
Yeah,
it just wasn't a thing that normal people had access to. Those first test matches that were broadcast in 1938 were to 3,000 people, and they all had to be within 10 miles of Ali Pali in order to have reception to the tower there.
I mean, even radio commentary was very, very difficult. So the first football World Cup final to be broadcast live on radio was 1934, and that was in Italy when Italy won, because Mussolini demanded it.
Right. I suppose what he said went.
Yeah.
Chance to get on the back foot again. Doesn't miss out, Keogh. So a slow start, but 3 boundaries since. All coming from the bowling of Laws, who's not quite as penetrative as his colleagues so far. 128 for 3.
But there's these amazing stories when Uruguay won the 2 Olympic golds in football in 24 and 28, which were in Paris and then Amsterdam, and they would send telegrams from the stadium back to the newspaper office, and they'd read them out over loudspeakers.
Their own version of synthetic commentary. Oh, that gets big on him.
And you get these huge crowds gathering in the squares outside the newspaper offices to hear the commentary. And apparently, absolute silence as they're read out. And every newspaper will be sort of boasting, we'll do more than the other papers, or we get it quicker. So, I mean, it's what we think of as normal sports coverage is such a recent thing.
We got into a little bit of this with Andrew Sampson, the great statistician, on our stream a couple of weeks ago when Warwickshire were here. The way that statisticians have been able to recreate scorecards, remembering that a lot of these have been lost to time, maybe not the cards themselves, but like balls faced, for instance. The best they can do is to go through these extraordinarily detailed ball-by-ball reports on what happened in a test match, and that's been enough for them to reconstruct scorecards. So the Jessup 100, for example, in-swinger from Laws. Well played by Keogh.
So the
so
Jessup 100, are we fairly confident that, how many balls are 76?
70, I think you're right, 76, 77, something like that.
But are we confident that's likely to be an accurate number?
Well, Andrew Sampson is, on the basis that the historian who's gone back and reconstructed it has gone through the old newspapers and compared them all, and the extensive coverage that was available at the time, and believes that that's good to go. So yeah, couldn't get that into a 800 words in the Guardian these days. Ended the over 129 for 3, bit of movement away. So Law's got it going both ways at the moment.
But been going through old football reports, the pre-TV FA Cup finals, which as a historian you have to do, and you read sort of 6 different papers, and they'll have 6 different accounts of a goal and who put the cross in, and they'll get the goal scorer the same. But the early World Cups, a lot of disagreement even who scored goals. So the first ever World Cup hat-trick in football, in 2006 they decided it was an American player called Bert Patenaude, and until then, in 1930, and until then they thought it was an Argentinian called Stabile.
Bit stiff having that taken away retrospectively 8 decades later.
I mean, I guess he is literally stiff, so he didn't really care. But yeah, it had been given as an own goal, and suddenly somebody decides no, it's not. So I mean, there's a weird sort of subsection of football historians who are obsessed by this kind of thing. And I guess cricket's exactly the same. That going through old papers, trying to piece these games together.
So much of your work this is driven neatly down the ground by Keogh for a couple, cut off by Captain Burns. A lot of your work has been around the analytics of football, or the tactics of football rather, over the decades and how it's evolved. One major takeout from Daniel and my project, Calling the Shots, was the extent to which TV has influenced the actual playing of the game. We weren't really anticipating that when making what we did, but the more we read into it, the more it became clear that past the edge, nice, good response, is that the playing of cricket has been dramatically affected by the watching of it. Even someone like Ian Metcalfe, who was a destroyer of England in 58, 59, that the sense that maybe he chucks it, which ended up ending his international career in 1963, that was seeded by the fact that people were able to watch in slow motion, to an extent anyway, the replays for the first time. To that point, it hadn't been an issue, or at least not one that had cut through into the mainstream. But yeah, there are many examples like that. Is it the same with football, that with mass distribution and with millions of people being able to observe it, that outside influences, people watching, have changed the way that football's been seen and played? Yeah,
I mean that's definitely true in a number of ways. So I think I don't know if you know Jorge Valdano, the old Argentina striker, who's now a brilliant newspaper columnist in Spain for El País. And he's got a theory that it's because football is televised that it has this sort of hectic quality, that nobody wants to be seen to be slacking off. So the sort of the patience and the rhythm of old football can't exist in the televised age.
Right.
And I think there's certainly some truth to that. And I think that's quite a subtle way of looking at it, but definitely I think players do tricks to be clipped up.
Keogh keeps the strike with a single. He's 16 there, 32, 132 for 3. The visitors. So you think that now with social media, to take it one step further, that they know that the currency of being able to pull off a trick in general play will be worth more to their worth than maybe what they're doing practically within their team system? Yeah,
absolutely. There's definitely an awareness of being watched, and you see it with, very clearly with Ronaldo in Saudi Arabia, that because people don't know the results of these games, you'll see Ronaldo doing something amazing, and then you'll watch sort of a couple of seconds later and he actually just loses the ball and the team's lost 2-0, but nobody talks about that. So there's that aspect, but it obviously makes a huge difference in terms of analysis.
Edged and taken at second slip. First ball of Law's new over, back of a length, and Keogh should have been letting it go, couldn't help himself. places it really to Overton at second slip. Put down a catch before lunch, takes one now. Northants 132 for 4. Now in a little bit of a hole, losing their second wicket of this extended final session. Still some way to run. Watching it back here. Little bit of movement off the seam, but on that length. Could have left it if he fancied it. Throws his bat away in frustration. So Northants are going to have to find something here. They've struggled with the bat through the season. Daniel made the point earlier today. They've only picked up 4 batting points through the whole competition. So 250 feels a decent way away from here, with Surrey's bowling attack for the most part on the money today under lights.
Did that just bounce on him a bit? I don't know, because he sort of very much crouches into the shot, doesn't he? But
Yeah.
it seemed that it just sort of got a bit big on him almost, as much as leaving him.
Yeah, we'll get a good sense of that here on the side on, perhaps, or not quite on that angle. But yeah, I think you're right. The extra bounce encouraged the shot. And Laws gets himself a second wicket, so Keogh was building into a bit of rhythm against the youngest of the Surrey attack. He'll be replaced, Keogh, by Saif Saib, who's been around the professional game for 8 seasons now. Made his debut as a teenager back in 2015. And they'll need him today. Through the season, he's made 484 runs at 30, but just 1 half century. So again, that kind of goes to Northants' middle order not really having the wherewithal to push through and post intimidating totals.
But just going back to what I was saying about analysis, and clearly this is true in cricket as well, but you look back at, say, when Alf Ramsey's Ipswich win the title in 61-2, and basically all they did was they withdrew the left winger. The left winger played deeper, and it took teams a year to work it out. And the Charity Shield the next year, they lose 5-1 because Tottenham had worked them out. Now teams get worked out in a week. It doesn't take a year, it takes a week.
Right.
And cricket, I'm sure, is the same, that a batsman has a slight flaw, and whereas he might have got away with it for a little while, if you've got video analysts peering over everything, it's within a game it can be isolated.
His first ball here in behind it. We saw a little example of that last year when we were in Sri Lanka doing an Australian Sri Lanka Test series, where they were ravaged, the home side, by COVID. They had 4 players missing. At the last moment, the captain, Dimath Karunaratne, had to bring in a new spinner. So we went to one of his club spinners, who, of course, club cricket is first-class cricket over there. There are a lot of teams, and it's more diverse, more generally there in terms of who gets a game. But he turned to a spinner by the name of Prabhat Jayasuriya, 32 years of age, journeyman. Oh, way wide. That's nearly off the pitch, which would have been a no ball. Might have just hit the cut surface either way. One to leave alone, wide signalled. And the Australian team were caught on the hop a little bit because they do so much work analysing the probable bowlers against them. Every bowler in the test squad against them, they'll do the video work. They know how a bowler sets up in every possible way. Oh, is it pad first? Certainly the insistence of the Corden, perhaps not quite so much Laws. So Zabe survives a shout that the Corden were very keen on. We'll see it again here. Slowed right down. Oh yeah, that's one of those where if it's an international game with DRS at your disposal, you wouldn't mind having a second look. My instinct is it might have just clipped that pad on the way to the bat. Very difficult to tell from what we've seen so far. Side on possibly might tell more of the story. So the shuffle back, I don't expect height would have been a concern. But he's off the mark. And there gives him the strike straight back. Saib, highest score this year, 57 not out. That's back in May against Hampshire. He's had a slew of scores between 20 and 40. Pretty consistent getting starts, but his problem's been going on with it. And made 10 last week at Edgbaston against Warwickshire. Yeah, so to end that story, the Australians were caught on the hop because they just didn't know what this bloke was doing, which in the modern game is unheard of, right? When you're playing a game for the authors on a Saturday, different story, Jonathan. You have no idea what's coming. Inside part of the bat. Again found by Laws here. Skewed away for 1. So that felt like a bit of a throwback. We saw it in a one-day international last week out here, actually, where I think Chris Wokes was out, rather Moeen Ali was out and Wokes was replacing him, and Moeen Ali gave him a full debrief on the bowling. That's not something you often see at international level.
That's a classic thing of club cricket, isn't it? Kind of
Yeah.
the batsman's just been out telling you how to play. Well, you've just got out to him, mate. Like.
He's swinging it away a bit. He's got this off-cutter as well. Last ball of the successful over, steered as well. So 136 for 4 at the end of the over. 137 for 4, I should say. That didn't quite get the run in on time. Being found out technically, he's definitely a part of the modern game. But also, what you said there about no one necessarily pays attention to the results. So it's true of many of these T20 leagues, right? I mean, we know they're happening. We're familiar with the talent who are over there, some of the highest profile and destructive cricketers in the world, certainly in the short form world. Good luck, you or I or anyone else who follows the game as closely as we do, remembering or even knowing in the first place who won the ILT20 in January, or the Major League Cricket in July, or you can rattle them off, the mini IPLs around the world and other T20 comps. We might have a sense of who did well in them, but not who actually won.
Yeah, I think that's very true. That the sort of production of content seems to be what modern sport is about.
Yeah,
and that's getting to be true in football. But I think you're right. Those T20 leagues, that's absolutely what they're about. And yeah, I work from home. I quite often will put one on, and I won't even watch the end of the game.
Here's Overton bowling. He pulled up lame with a groin strain in his first over. 5th ball of that first over, he gestured to his groin, but he's back on here for his 4th over, so he's taken a catch in the cordon as well. A couple of catches to get rid of Proctor and Keogh.
It's just nice to have cricket in the background as I'm working on something and sort of think, oh look, there's Sam Curran bowling to Dhoni or whatever.
Yeah.
And an hour later you turn it off because you've got to go out and don't even bother to look at what the result was. It's just sort of there. It's just colour.
3 slips for Overton. Wayward to save to begin. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? The familiar rhythm. That's why I think the county streams have been a revelation in the last 3 or 4 seasons since the Bob Willis Trophy games were played behind closed doors, and counties had to kind of catch up very, very quickly. Before that, if you were lucky, it was a fixed camera, maybe one moving camera if you're really lucky, and a bit of radio commentary over the top. But now it's a bit of an arms race around the Shires, which has got to be a good thing for the standard when watching at home. Oh, it gets big on him. That's Overton's point of difference. Not that short, but rears up on a surface that tends to give plenty to the bowlers on day one here at the Kia Oval. We'll see it again, and pretty well played by the new man in. Bang, that hurts as well. Ripping his hand off, but not quite in time. He's going to call for the medical staff. We can see the Northants physio coming down the stairs of the Bedser stand, so there'll be a brief delay here while we see whether he's okay. New to the crease, on 2 from 5 balls, but they've been a busy 5 balls. A big shout for leg before. Now wrapped on the gloves. With football, and excuse my ignorance here because it's not my sport, but we're talking increasingly about the flow of money from different parts of the world to typically where cricket is financed, namely Saudi Arabia. It was a major story.
Which is a major
a few months
issue
ago.
in football, in golf, in all kinds of sports, boxing, Formula One. Absolutely.
So all these higher profile sports that have had this direction, this movement of money. With football, it feels like it's just that's happened now. That's almost in the that isn't a thing that's on the horizon. That's today.
It's here, yeah. I mean, it's this Vision 2030 is MBS's Mohammed bin Salman, their leaders. Great project to diversify the Saudi economy for a time when oil and gas is less significant. That is, I totally get. It's totally understandable. But they're building this huge this long, thin city in the desert is part of that. I think they really wanted the 2030 Football World Cup. It now appears that some kind of deal has been done, and the Saudis will take 2034, and Spain, Portugal, Morocco will take 2030. That's not confirmed yet, but that appears to be the way the politics have shifted, which I think is a frustration for him. But yeah, the Saudi Public Investment Fund, the PIF, who've bought Newcastle United, they've also bought 4 teams in the Saudi League, and that now is facing legal challenge within Asia, because they have 3 of those teams are playing the Asian Champions League, and in theory you're not meant to have multiple clubs owned by the same people in the same competition. So I think there's been a Korean appeal lodged against that, so we're watching that with interest, because I think we've already seen a distorting effect in the Premier League. And to an extent, sport, cricket, football has always taken money from all around the world. The issue is, what do the Saudis know of our sport? Be that football, be that cricket. And so what might the consequence be if they don't understand or don't respect the traditions of it, that their goals will not necessarily be the goals of a British owner or somebody who's grown up watching English cricket or Australian cricket, and that I think is quite apart from.
Oh, has he found the edge? Yes, he has. Overton back into the attack and straight into the book. Surrey, couple of quick wickets to open up Northants. Be 138 for 5. That extra pace from Overton shook up Saif Zaib earlier in the over with one that caught the glove. 2 balls later, a tempter of sorts, tried to play it defensively and through to the safe waiting hands of Ben Foakes. He's gone for 2.
That felt like a very long 6 balls, didn't it? That was a wicket waiting to happen.
Yes, it does feel like Surrey now with plenty of time left on this first day, acknowledging the long rain delay. Still 21 overs after this. They'll have a chance to roll through now. So it was slow going early on. Northants got through the first hour without loss.
Lewis McManus.
A partnership of 55 either side of lunch and the rain delay. But 3 wickets in quick succession since Azad, Keogh and Saif Zaib, and it brings the wicketkeeper Lewis McManus to the middle. And they're going to have to fight really hard from here, and the overseas Kieran Nair is going to have to do much of the heavy lifting. 35, got a life on 11. It's dropped in the cordon, but a player of some class. He'll just need support down the list. McManus, who this year top scorer of just 27. That was a couple of weeks ago. Made 25 last week against Warwickshire, but yeah, hasn't made it out of the 20s. So modest returns for Northants number 7, preparing to face up to Overton with 1 ball left in this over. Do you think we thought his day was done after 1 over when he was gesturing to his groin and didn't complete it? Rory Burns bowled the final ball of his first set.
Yeah, but I mean, looks fine now, doesn't he? There's no impingement.
Bowling in the mid-80s miles an hour. That gets through as well. Over complete. Up at 85 mile an hour again. 138 for 5.
But I mean, that Saudi issue, that is something that we've been focusing a lot in the Blizzard, which is the magazine I've set up, and the reason I'm here today is that we've just got to our 50th issue. So it's a quarterly magazine.
Raise the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we've been 12 and a half years we've been going now. It seems an awfully long time. So if anybody wants to find out more about that, theblizzard.co.uk.
And the Blizzard is the stablemate of the Night Watchman, which does a similar thing.
Precursor,
right there you go. Laws bounce it down the leg side to Kieran Nair to start the new over. I think Daniel Norcross and Phil Walker will jump in a sec, so we'll just round this out by saying the Blizzard, long form, essay-based football writing, similar to the Night Watchman in the all sorts of esoteric topics that touched on all the way through.
Long and esoteric are definitely the 2 words for it, yeah. But yeah, our 50th issue is out with, we got 50 writers to write about their 50 favourite moments in football, so it's something a little bit different, a taster if people want it.
Beautiful. The only time I pitched to the Blizzard, swung prodigiously from Laws, was I was going to try and do the oral history of the song Will Griggs on Fire, which has now become ubiquitous, free from desire, and every sporting event in the world. Then I realised the originator of it, the bloke on YouTube, has some fairly problematic other videos. I thought I'd better leave that alone.
Yeah, I did accept the commission. That's not me that it didn't get published.
No, it was me. I said to your colleagues, this is the wrong topic to take a swing on. Well, Jonathan Wilson, thank you ever so much for coming and joining us on the Surrey Stream to share some of your insights and how your football writing relates to cricket and all the rest of it. Enjoy your afternoon celebrating 50 editions of the Blizzard.
Cheers, thank you. It's been a great pleasure to be here.
Got Phil Walker jumping in, Daniel Norcross as well. So 138 for 5 the score. We've got plenty of time left for the home side to keep going. 3 quick wickets since I've been on. Phil Walker, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Good chat there between Colo and the great Jonathan Wilson. I wonder if Adam mentioned when he used to go running with the West Ham Ultras. I wonder if that crept in or not. He's shaking his head. We can tell you that another day, folks.
Beautiful shot, that one. Over pitched again from Laws, but he's picked up a couple of wickets today for Surrey. He and Jamie Overton here just resurrecting Surrey's day. I say resurrecting, I mean take a look at the replay here. Laws still getting plenty of movement, but that is nicely put away by Karen there. Northants have never got away from Surrey. They've not been going at any great rate. You can see the run rate on the screen there, under 2.5, even with that boundary. But Surrey felt frustrated in their lines and lengths so far today.
Yeah, they've never got away from them, Northants. They've hung in there, doubtily, but still 142 for 5. It's not been given to Surrey, and perhaps a few of us anticipated Northants, heartbroken from last week's reversal against Warwickshire, coming here and perhaps struggling to get up for this one, but they've been really impressive overall. Nonetheless, Surrey are in a decent position here. It could happen quite quickly under lights with 20 overs to go in the day.
Yep, it's a tough old ask for McManus to come out in these conditions with Overton, who bowled 2.5 overs earlier in the day. Then he went off the field quite briefly with what looked like a groin niggle, then came back out, stood at slip for a couple of hours.
Dropped one, caught one.
Caught 2 in the end.
Caught 2 in the end.
Yeah, 2 in the end. But now he's come back for a second spell, picked up a wicket in his first over back. It's why, if you're watching at home, well, of course you're watching at home if you're listening to this, but you may wonder, if you've just joined, the discrepancy between Overton bowling 4.1 overs and 58.2 overs having been bowled. Well, he only bowled 5 overs of his third over before he went off. And one of the great moments of the day was Rory Burns, the skipper, bringing himself on for a ball that might have got some social media traction. It was that sort of a ball.
Well, he lived up to the moment, didn't he, Daniel? It was utter filth. 3 bounces down the leg side to the left-hander. It's exactly what we required, and almost tempted to think that's what he was looking to do.
It's almost, wasn't it? I mean, I did think, Yaz was saying at the time, why has he come on? Why wouldn't you bring Laws on to bowl that ball? But actually, I do think that it was because he was acting as rather a sacrificial lamb. You don't want your bowlers, one of your frontline bowlers, to come on to bowl unwarmed up, unstretched. And he didn't disappoint. So yes, it's been a strange old day. Sort of day when you think a side's going to Surrey top of the table. what felt like favourable bowling conditions going to run through another side. But you know, you can be mistaken for thinking, oh, grey, gloomy, it's great for bowling. It's actually cold and windy and difficult.
Yeah.
These are difficult conditions.
Yeah, it's hard to control the swing as well, with the breeze as it was.
Oof, thick inside edge there from there, picks up a single.
I noticed that the flags have gone.
Yes.
Daniel.
Well, yes, they went about an hour ago and I came on, but they were rattling at some pace. The Northants flag in particular was rather stretching the flagpole. So I wonder if that was done as a health and safety precaution. Now, I want to come back to a point that you raised a moment ago. Well, wondering if Northants, crestfallen after last week's reversal, as you put it, might not be up for the fight, but you know better than that. You know better. You know that any side that comes to Surrey is incentivised, strongly incentivised.
Why would that be, Dan?
Well, there is a misapprehension around the cricketing world that Surrey haven't necessarily earned their right to be where they are, and they're the team to beat. Now, of course, Surrey are perfectly happy to be the ones to generate this feeling. I've got some bad news though for our fans. Great news for Phil Walker next to me. Matt Critchley and Adam Rossington have now put on unbroken 6th wicket partnership of 117 in just 27 overs. 255 for 6. They've got to their first batting point with a 6. Matt Critchley has just walloped Felix Organ for 6. They're in the 80th over there at Chelmsford, so a second new ball will become available shortly. Barker, Abbas and Abbott may have more joy with that. So it's as you were, as that ball's going to squirt down to the boundary for 4. So each side has got 1 bonus point apiece today so far. Surrey, if they pick up another wicket, will then go back up.
Yep, they've done well today, Essex, really. 2 down for 18, 3 down for 80 odd, and then 96 for 4 when Dan Lawrence went for, I was watching some of that on the stream, for a breezy 30 odd, 36 he made. Since then they've done very well. They're not going to give this one up, Essex.
They never do.
Yeah, they've won 6 on, well, it would be 6 on the spin, 7 on the spin if they win this one.
Oh, he's got him straight through. McManus, he's not looked, well, comfortable out there. I'm not totally surprised, and Surrey have picked up their second bonus bowling point. It's Tom Laws again, 3 for 38. Talk about a golden arm. It suggests, when you say a golden arm, it suggests a sort of part-time bowler, but Laws is much more than that.
He certainly is, and we were saying this earlier, Yaz and I, he's underestimated. Perhaps it's because it all works so beautifully and in such straight lines, he has such an immaculate style, that perhaps he's misrepresented as a useful medium fast kind of seamer, where he's a lot more than that. He gets real nip off the pitch, surprises you with pace, and he's doing it again here. He picks up wickets in the middle overs when there's not much happening. We've seen it throughout the summer.
And here he's taken off stump clean out of the ground, really full, just a little bit of shape, and that is the Yorker, Justin Broad, who's played a bit of cricket here for the Surrey second 11.
He has indeed.
A man of Esher, or at least Esher Cricket Club.
Yeah, you feel like these are delicate moments now for Northants. 6 down suddenly. They were going okay. They were 132 for 3, and now they're 6 down, and this could fall over very quickly if they're not careful. And again, Laws came on the back of Dan Worrell's mammoth spell earlier, and we sensed that in these kinds of conditions he would be threatening, and he's changed the tempo and complexion of this day completely.
Certainly has. There are, in theory, 18.4 overs left in the day. I don't think we'll get there. We are quite late now in the autumn. We're coming up to the equinox. I'd better double check when the equinox is, because it's around about now. So light will become an issue. The 23rd of September. So that's Saturday. We're pretty much at the point when night starts to take over from day.
Definitely the shadows are lengthening out there. It's okay at the moment. Surrey have really rattled through their overs as well since tea. They've been impressive.
Well, wickets do that to you a little bit, don't they? 106 for 2, as you say, 132 for 3. So the last 4 wickets have gone for 45. Karen Nair still there, having survived on 11 when he was dropped by Jamie Overton. Sharp chance off Dan Worrell.
The thing is, though, they're so good, this seam attack. They're so insistent and relentless that if you're in Karen Nair's shoes, the notion of pushing on, seeing where you can get to as you bat with the tail, it's easier said than done against this kind of attack because there's just no weak points on it.
And also Karen Nair doesn't really know this team particularly well, does he? He's a very recent addition to the Northants squad.
It's great to see, though, Dan, this sudden influx of Indian cricketers into red ball cricket in England. It's fabulous to see. They're not doing it for money, they're doing it for enjoyment, prestige, and to test themselves.
And to play shots like that, absolutely splendid shot that.
More than an echo of Rohit Sharma in the way he plays, even the way he leaves it as well. He plays it very late under his eyes, and then when he eases himself into the occasional cover drive, no one does it quite like Rohit, of course, but he's a Russian doll version of him for sure. A Matrushka doll, I believe.
Yeah.
No?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I like it.
Jamie Overton, to continue, it's been sharp, right? Considering it looked like his day might have been done around midday when he hobbled off. He's come back strong here and he's bowling wheels.
I'd love to know what it was that was the issue, because it was very clear that he couldn't bowl. Oh, I say, has he got a little tickle on that?
I think so.
It's a great effort from Folkes, diving above his head. Look for the umpire's signal and there is none. So yes, a little edge, fencing at a short, hostile ball, and that went through very quickly. Folkes sets very high standards, so he'll be annoyed with himself here. It's a tough chance. Yep, you can see clearly the edge. He got a good glove on it.
Yeah, just pierced between the 2 fingers. He couldn't get it in the mitt. It was a wee bit too high for that. Would have been a ridiculous snare.
So it's Ben Folkes we're talking about there.
True.
Ridiculous snares. I think I saw a montage of his ridiculous snares at the beginning of the Ashes series when he was overlooked. And
there was quite a lot of that going around at the time.
Quite a lot, yes.
Everything's a culture war, and whoever keeps wicket for England, that's become squarely English cricket's one, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Anyway, we can park that for a time. It was all rather exhausting.
Yeah, now Broad here isn't looking particularly comfortable against the pace of Overton. He's fenced at one. He's looked to leave a ball alone that's rushed onto him.
I think as we sit here, Daniel, as determinedly amateur cricketers, long retired, he's right up there with bowlers I'd least like to have found myself facing. You know, every now and then you find yourself in a club game, someone's coming back from injury or whatever it might be. He would be right up there, Jamie Overton.
Sort of sun-blockingly huge, hard, heavy ball, not shy to test out the middle of the wicket, and indeed your own bravery. And
The biggest bullet I ever dodged in cricketing terms was not facing Tino Best.
Oh, well done.
Thank you. He was due to be opening the bowling in a league game, and I was due to be opening the batting. And on the morning of I didn't sleep, Friday night obviously, morning of the game.
Made a will.
Yeah, still hearing that Tino's on his way. And he gets a phone call just a couple of hours before the start of the game from Lashings, offering him considerably more money than the club in Essex that he was playing for was prepared to offer him at the time, and so he diverted and went and played for Lashings.
So how much money did you pay Lashings?
Contra deal, Dan. Everything's a contra. Yeah, and you cannot imagine how I felt when I turned up at the ground to hear that Tino was not in the building after all.
Did you get out third ball to a dobber?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I did, I can't remember.
Crucially, you're alive to tell the tale, as is Karen there at the end of that over, just fencing a ball outside the off stump. So Broad survives that over, gave a chance, albeit a very difficult one to Ben Folkes. Yes, those are one of the more relieving things, aren't they? I had to face Rion King once.
Oh, okay.
I found
sharp?
That. Sharp. Too sharp for me. I mean, there's many that was too sharp for me, but he was quite definitely in the category of too sharp for me.
The thing with Tino, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, he's partial to a flat one from time to time, Tino, one that doesn't bounce and careens into your head.
That's a fine shot from Broad. I tell you, despite the roughing up he got at Overton's hands, he's moving nicely into the ball here, is Broad. He's not got stuck on his crease.
Yeah, tidy shot. And so I could handle not seeing it and getting cleaned up by Tino. That was fine. That
That's
was all.
Fine.
That was all.
That's out is fine, isn't it?
Exactly. That was all part of the nightmarish scenario that was playing around in my head on the Friday night. But the thought of not seeing one and it not bouncing and it heading towards me, that was the real fear.
But I mean, presumably he wouldn't do that unless you'd done something foolish like hit him for 4. I suppose the problem is if you get the edge, if you get that little edge, you get the greeble down to deep third, pick up 4.
Exactly that. That's the fear.
That's the fear. Well, I think if you do that, you then go off with a hamstring injury, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I always had that ability to irritate the opposition without necessarily knowing why, and so I was always aware of that as well.
It's funny you should say that. Well, I was actually going to talk about Vic Marks,
the most inoffensive man in cricket.
Inoffensive man in cricket, and for some reason Sylvester Clarke took against him.
What?
Which was the last man you really wanted to take against, and it was unclear. Vic would play against Surrey year after year, and then when he'd walk out to bat, Sylvester would demand the ball and greet him with a bouncer that just had a little bit more in it than normal.
Maybe he was too nice. Maybe that's what it was.
Apparently didn't like the way he walked.
There you go. Doesn't take much. Not known for his swagger, is Victor?
No, but it's he's like, I think he told the story. He said, after a few years, I just asked, I thought, what is it? What have I done? Because he's the most inoffensive man in the world, Vic. Going down, I think, that one, and so does the umpire.
That's what he's good at, though. He bowls, he varies his length deliberately, and he's not afraid to throw it up there. He gets driven sometimes, does Tom Laws, but he's always at you. He doesn't mind a player playing an attacking shot against that full one because he knows that he gets that little bit of late swing in and away. That's why he picks up good wickets. I've said it before today, but that spell he bowled against Kent on the Saturday morning, day 3 here earlier in the piece, when he changed the direction of that game, it was a brilliant spell. There's a reason why they like him so much here. It's not just that he's resourceful and that he's a versatile cricketer, it's that he's a seriously good red ball bowler.
He is. I mean, his numbers back that up.
Exactly.
There's more to come with the bat as well. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, he made 3 or 4 50s, didn't he, in his first 50 over outing last year, maybe the year before. I forget now. I think it was last year.
I don't like the look of this, though.
No.
Umpire's conferring. It doesn't look gloomier, but that could be the lights. And this gets talked about a lot, about the lights taking over, and they're off. They are off, and they're off for bad light, and they will now take a meter reading, and that will be the light. That'll be the reading that they take that will determine bad light for the rest of this match. We're expecting a fair bit of that to come in. The forecast is not great, and we are at that time of year where light is an issue. Ground staff are coming on. Northants 164 for 6. Frustrating for Surrey, because with the forecast the way it is, they would so love to have been able to get through Northants today if they could.
Yeah, one thing I would say, fair breeze coming from right to left on your screen as you look at it, and the clouds are moving across. It may well, of course, just result in more clouds.
Yes, there's a fair
but
bit
it's
of
not
that
like
about.
it's set in. It's not like it's a pea super. So we might not be entirely done here. The assumption, of course, that just gone 20 past 5 in late September is that we're probably shaking hands on the day, but we shall wait and see. Well done to Karen now, by the way.
Is there any... Because now we're supposed to know the answers to these things, but when you go off at a certain time, do you have to be back out by a certain time? In Test cricket, it's deeply frustrating. At 6 o'clock are the hours of play, and you can find yourself having gone off at 20 to 6, and then at 5 past 6 the sun comes out, and I'm afraid it's too late because it had to be light at 6. Now we lost over half an hour, so they were making up half an hour. So my question to you is it 6 o'clock they've got to be out there by, or do they have to be back out there by 5:30? And that was an unfair question to ask you.
Well,
I can see that.
It's a question that anyone who does the job that we do should really know the answer to.
That's
but
right.
By the same token, it's inevitable that we don't.
That's
it?
right, because the playing
need
conditions
Yaz.
change from...
We need Yaz.
We need Yaz.
Yaz knows.
Are you there, Yaz?
Yaz knows this stuff.
Well, the ground staff have brought out the protective matting for the pitch in anticipation, but they would do that anyway. You're right, away to our right, as you can see behind the scoreboard that you can see on your screen right now, behind the light pylon, there's about to be a patch of brightness. How long that patch of brightness lasts, I don't know. The umpires have stayed out there, which is a promising sign, but the players have made their way back up towards the changing rooms. So
I don't dispute that there has to be a limit whereupon bad light has to come into play and players' welfare has to be considered, and so on and so on. But to the naked eye,
doesn't look any different.
doesn't look any different at all,
No.
Daniel.
And the lights are on to make it lighter.
Yep.
But then it becomes...
But then they
too
take
light.
over.
Do you know?
Go on.
I had an idea that I thought was going to be shot down
By
Graham Swan.
Okay.
I was commentating on TMS with Graham Swan once, and I posited something that to me seems like common sense, but as you will hear it, you would think that he would entirely disagree, but I've managed to get Graham Swan and Alistair Cook both to agree with this. We don't have bad light in pink ball games.
No.
Pink balls do exist.
Mm-hmm.
My suggestion is that at the moment at which you come off a bad light for a red ball, you replace the ball with a pink ball of the same age until such time as the light improves enough for you to go back out there with a red ball.
It's entirely logical, entirely sensible, eminently workable, and you know that it would never happen. Welcome to cricket. But you're right. Look,
I mean,
white ball.
It's so confusing
White
for
clothes,
people.
white
Yeah.
clothes, and pink or orange balls are a feature, not just of cricket around the world, in Australia in particular, but over here too. We've tried it. It's gone okay. It's not been disastrous. The players are a bit sniffy about it, but we have to remember it's meant to be an entertainment. It's meant to be getting the game on as best as we possibly can. It's absolutely rock solid logic.
Well, the 100, for example, was designed because there was a fear that cricket was inscrutable and complicated, and apparently, you know, counting up to 6 is too difficult. And you say what you like about that, but that was where the English administrators were going. Imagine how confusing it is to a young lad who's just watched a pink ball game and there's no bad light.
Yep.
And he's also seen in that pink ball game the ball being changed twice because it's gone out of shape. And then he says, goes to see a red ball game, because why can't they just change it? What do you mean bad light? The lights are on. They played with the lights on the other. They played with the lights on and it was pitch black.
Yeah. Now, dear boy, it's not how it works.
It is
Yeah.
faintly ludicrous.
Yeah, that's
And,
the game we know and love.
Is it getting any brighter? I don't know. The clouds are skitting across the sky. There is a little bit of brightness away to our right. Not brightness in the, conventional sense of sunshine or blue sky or anything as outlandish as that.
No sign of bad light just yet down at Chelmsford, by the way.
No,
2
what's the
7
score?
8 for 5 now. Essex,
5 down.
from 81 overs, and so they are heading towards another bonus point.
They've got plenty enough overs there to get 4 bonus points if they can
Yep.
stick in. Matt Critchley going well with Adam Rossington.
Indeed.
Fine acquisition, Critchley, I thought.
Yeah, we were chatting about him just now. Yaz and I, brilliant cricketer, number 5 in the MVP list for the year across the formats. Spoke to Tom Wesley about him. He's very, very fond of him. He thinks he's as good a leg spinner as there is out there in English
Really?
cricket. Yep. He says really come on this year. His leg breaks, and of course he's a lock in there at number 5 for Essex. But yeah, 282 now for 5 at Chelmsford, and so they're not going to go quietly in this scrap to the line.
They never were going to. This era, despite Warwickshire's win, it's really been a bit of a duopoly, really, hasn't it?
It has.
After Middlesex's victory in 2016, it's been Essex and it's been Surrey. Those have been the 2 standout teams.
Yeah, I think that's why Dan Lawrence's move across London has stung 1 or 2 Essex fans.
Well, I can imagine, because you are sort of going to the direct rival, aren't you?
Indeed.
In this era. Essex, arguably Essex are the team of the last 45 years. They won 7 county championships from a standing start. They hadn't won one at all until 1979, am I right?
79 was the year they won the B&H and their first championship, and that was also the year, I'm giving away my secrets, that was the year I was born, Daniel, 1979. And in my lifetime, Essex are the most successful county.
Yeah.
They've won more trophies than any other county.
Yeah.
And more trophies than, I did this 2 years ago, so it might have changed now with Surrey winning last year, but more trophies than Surrey and Yorkshire put together across that period.
Well, I never.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to win this year. I think it would take something spectacular, but Northants have held up their side of the bargain today, I would say. They've got through 62 overs, losing just 6 wickets. The umpires are still out there.
Well,
they look like
good
figures in a
reason,
Lowry painting. Look at this on the screen.
They do. They really do. But they're out there for a good reason, because the sky's just brightened a little bit. There was some thicker grey cloud which has gone across. And you can tell by looking at the shadows cast of the umpires from the floodlights. And they're looking a little bit less defined. But you do sort of think if they're not out there in the next 10 minutes, then I'm not sure when they're going to get out, if at all. Now then, they're taking another meter reading. This is positive. Seldom you see this. Do they just wave and say come back out immediately if the light's fine? Looks like the light isn't yet fine. That's my interpretation from that little dance.
It's undoubtedly no darker than it was at any point really through the afternoon.
Well, this morning we began in sepulchral gloom, didn't we?
But again, this is cricket, and so in the mornings you can play.
That's right.
Because
That's
it's
right.
the morning.
It's a different darkness. Morning darkness.
It's optimistic darkness.
You can't go off a bad light at 10:30 in the morning.
No, God no.
No, that just wouldn't be right. That's just not cricket.
And we've been following as well the under-19s test match, and I'm afraid it looks like that's succumbed to bad light as well. It's a real shame for England under-19s, because they were only needing 105 with 21 overs still available and 8 wickets in the hutch, but that game at Northampton looks like it's bitten the dust as well.
Well, in the olden days, of course, that game would still be going because the umpires would offer the light. Now here, of course, they'd have offered the light and the batters would have gone off.
Yep.
But in that game, no. When did that change?
I think when it became, I don't know exactly when, but when it became so clearly a tactical device. And so I can understand that you need to take it out of the the players' hands. Nonetheless, I can't help thinking that it's been used a little bit too unnecessarily here, and this game could still be being played for my money.
Yes, I do think that. I mean, we came off a bad light against Warwickshire, didn't we? At the back end of the game, when the sun was shining vigorously on the Galladari stand. Now they're checking the light again.
Big Lee, head groundsman here, the legendary head groundsman Lee Fortis. He is pointing past the Lord Tennyson School to the azure skies and saying, come on lads, let's get a bit more cricket in tonight. I don't think he's going to get his wish, you know.
No, I mean, but fair play to him, because groundsmen aren't always the ones keenest for players to play cricket.
Good bonus for a championship win, I reckon.
Yeah, that might be right. Oh, they've checked at both ends. Now they're chatting. It should be a very simple binary process. Presumably you take the meter reading. Now then, now they're walking with purpose.
Is that for a cup of tea?
Not at great pace, but at purpose here. I'm liking this. It could be a positive development, but Lee Fortis hasn't removed cover. But the stumps haven't been removed. They've not plucked them out or anything. Now, what could be the reason for this? Why would you walk away
when you could merely beckon them back?
Well, there's two things at play here. Why would you walk away and leave the stumps out there if you thought there was still chance that the light would improve?
Mm-hmm.
If you thought there was chance that light would improve, you'd stay out there. If you didn't think there was chance light would improve, you'd take the stumps out. But if you're thinking that the light's fine now, a beckoning should do it.
You'd think
and
so.
At the very least, a brisk walk might also be welcome. But I've always said there is no movement on this earth slower, and I include the two-toed sloth in this, than an umpire bringing on a box of replacement balls.
Mm-hmm.
And the standing umpires moving towards that umpire to inspect that box of balls.
And no walk slower or more pointless than the move from the square leg umpire to the standing umpire to discuss whether the ball is carried when you know they're going upstairs regardless.
That's an amazing one, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when we talk about overrates and we blame the players a lot of the time. But you do think there's about 15 seconds there on each of those occasions which could be sorted out. Now the umpires have gone up to the changing rooms. Let's see what they're saying. They've not, and now they're walking back.
I think we're on here, Daniel.
This is promising. And that means it's time for a change in the commentary box. I think whoever's going to relieve us has gone home.
I was enjoying talking about nothing at all.
Well, we could keep talking about nothing if you'd like.
Arguably, that's a living right there.
Well, it's the raison d'etre of almost any commentator in this country.
So
see, that's the thing. If you cut your teeth on commentary in the UAE, I wonder how much rain filler you'd ever have done in your life. Not a lot.
Just briefly, slipping down to Division 2, Worcestershire 103 for 1 in that big game against Durham. So that's a good start for them. Rain earlier in the day at Worcester, but at least they've got away there. Not much play elsewhere in Division 2, in truth. No play at all at Old Trafford. That was called off early on. Yorkshire 155 for 9 against Leicester. No play at Derby.
Now Leicester could be doing the double there against
Indeed.
Yorkshire. When was the last time Leicestershire did the double on Yorkshire? Did I sound unusually excited by that prospect?
Yeah, you never miss a chance. And back in Div 1, Somerset 197 for 1 against Kent, so they've really done well there. Kent need a win, of course, down there at the bottom. And they've not found too much luck there at Taunton.
Now, I'll tell you something.
Tom Lammermead, by the way, 105 not out. Good for him. Good player. He's had a really rough time.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Good player, though.
Do we know? Is there any underlying reason?
I don't know. I just think it's the slings and arrows of county cricket. I think, he started so well in the COVID year and then struggled for a couple of years. But he's a classy player. Good to see that he's made some runs at the back end of this summer.
I'm going to make way. Adam Collins has come in for what could be 20 minutes. It could be 5 minutes because there's a big bank of grey cloud coming over. But but the great thing about it is that whoever's on commentary when the clouds come on and the bad light is on has to take over. and stay on.
Well, I enjoyed that stint, Daniel. That was good fun. So, we have play, folks. 5:37. Adam Collins had packed his bags and was halfway down the Harleyford.
Well, I was not far from wrong. Sincerely thought they were coming out to knock the bales off. I said to John, the supremo of the Surrey stream, John Surtees, something to the effect of, right, I'll just start getting my stuff together. We'll catch up tomorrow, and so on and so forth. Pleasantries being exchanged.
Yeah.
Then saw the players walking down the steps. Here we are. County cricket. Wouldn't want it any other way.
Well said, sir.
Here's Jamie Overton. He's got 3 slips. Northants in a world of pain. Broad back in the side. And his fixture, he's on 7. He's a real success story of twos cricket, isn't he, Broad? He played a lot of twos here at Surrey, a lot of club cricket in the area, then went up and banged the door down at Northants to get another opportunity as a full-fledged professional, and here he is.
So I'm here to tell you that there is a blanket of grey cloud moving in above us, but nonetheless we're out there. There's definitely no difference to what we had 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, but we play on.
Overton in the dark. Good leave on the basis of length. Broad, who has played some games for Germany as well.
Of course.
I don't think he's particularly German. He's quite South African, if I recall correctly. But
we don't need that to get in the way, though, do
but he has turned out for the German national side periodically, and primarily here for his batting. But he's walked out at 8. Got a couple of starts so far this season. Didn't play last week, but back in the side. Highest score this campaign of 31 against Middlesex up at Merchant Taylor's School. His 4th game. He'll bowl some medium pace as well.
Yep. Yeah, they'd be desperate just to get out of this mini session without any further damage. They were sitting relatively pretty, 1-3-2 for 3. 3 quick ones thereafter.
Oh, it's got to be close. Sliding.
Did seem to move right across his stumps, perhaps. Height as well, Adam. Close, though.
I think height. My instinct is height. I mean, we'll need a second look, of course, to...
He's not happy, Jamie O.
Chuntering past the umpire. We'll see here which replay do we get. Front on to begin, so slowed down. Oh, it's close. It's close.
Yeah, could have gone either way, that one. Perhaps on his tippy toes, gets the benefit. But you were saying county cricket wouldn't have it any other way. Fair play to Northants today.
Yeah.
Because they'd have come into this game on a downer. They'd have been talking themselves up as best you can. A lot of pride at stake, but last week would have really hit them hard against Warwickshire. And to come out and really get stuck in here, credit to them, credit to the tournament.
Yeah, they just need to find a way to sneak past, not just 200, but like 250.
Yep.
Get one of those batting points we've been sort of talking about.
Well, he's your key man, of course. Karen Nair. Been a joy to watch him today. He's ridden his luck a little bit. Feels like he's learning the game in these conditions, learning as he goes. But he's played 1 or 2 glorious shots through the offside. Been very quiet on the leg side. Hardly played a shot in anger through mid-wicket. He's been pretty circumspect after a skittish start. Been fascinating to watch him.
Last ball here. Good leave again from Broad. Yeah, Kuranaya, I mean, we make a lot of the fact that he's got a triple ton and that'll be with him forever. No one can take it away. But you kind of go through it and you look at his domestic numbers since he first broke into the Indian Test team, and it's not as though he's fallen away dramatically necessarily. I mean, he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket. That's the main challenge. We're talking a handful of games since the pandemic. This is his 5th white ball game since 1920. So still playing in the Indian Premier League and playing all the white ball formats, but just starved of opportunities to bang the door down and get back into the frame for Indian selection. So it all helps. Facing down Worrell under lights won't be easy though. Short one just to get all the muscles working for Worrell. Bowled a beautiful spell after that rain delay, I thought, without luck.
Yeah, he really did. Could have picked up 3 or 4, and he set the tone for the afternoon. Surrey got serious after lunch, and then Tom Laws just continued. Similar style of bowlers as well, both benefiting from that breeze that's been blowing across the ground all day long. Late swing, he's a real master, is Dan Worrell. He loves it here. Do you know him?
Glorious shot. Square drive from Kurunaya. Takes him beyond 50 as well. In tough conditions late in the day. They've been tough throughout with lights on here at the Kia Oval. He's played some really nice shots. That might be the best of them. Gets the chance to raise his bat. And putting in the resistance that Northants require.
Yeah, he's been compelling to watch, really. He's got real style as well.
Style from the chief groundsman here, Lee, as well. That ball ricocheted off the rope and he took it with one hand with a minimum of fuss to his right.
Also was very present when they went off a bad light, I noticed as well, pointing beyond the school there to our right.
There's a lot of authority around these parts.
That he does, as well he might. Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Dan Worrell, do you know him that well?
I don't. It's one of those players. So I when he was in Australia and when I was working more over there, I never interviewed him or anything like that. But well familiar with his story though, and his options that he's had, and how keen he was to play over here, which I think is quite interesting. You don't often hear that from Australians. Oh, that's got big on him. Hits broad on the glove. We saw that with Saif Zaid, copped one on the gloves and was out a couple of balls later. So the surface has got plenty in it if you hit the seam. But no, and by that I mean, I don't just mean coming out to play as a professional in England, but he's been keen to play for England.
Yeah.
And this is all part of that, and he'll be eligible at some stage next year if I've got my calculations right. I've got the light meter coming back, sitting on the bails, and that might be that. We're seeing the umps come together, officiating this week. Paul Pollard and Rob White, plenty of experience. And yep, that's it. The batsmen have been told that bad light will stop play, but at 16 to 6 local time, the probability of getting back on is pretty slim, so it might just be a short mini session that we've had since the previous bad light delay, Phil.
Yeah, you would feel that having given it one last go, this will be curtains for the evening, you would think. There's certainly no evidence away to our right of any break in the cloud.
And the difference between this delay and the previous one is that we're past the scheduled close of play.
Yeah.
So the previous bad light delay was taking us up to 5:30. They were back on just as the clock struck 5:30, so we were already into extra time. But whether it should or shouldn't, when you get beyond that scheduled close, bad light tends to feel a little bit more favourable in terms of the prospect of getting back. They're checking bad light at both ends. I don't expect them to change processes. Another thing I like about Dan Worrell, before we move off him, and I know we're likely to go off air shortly if it is stumps, some bowlers make foot marks on the way in and some bowlers don't. He makes foot marks. You can see there he's digging in as he charges in from our Vauxhall end throughout the course of 3 or 4 spells today, that he leaves a heavy mark on the way on that angled run up that we make such a big point of mentioning each time that he bowls here. That old-fashioned approach. He's not kissing the turf. I think of someone like, I'm trying to think of a bowler who kisses the Michael Holding.
Yeah.
On the way in, his, I guess, the quintessential whispering death and all the rest of it. Well, he's on the other side of it. Worrell, he's stamping all the way to the popping crease.
You say about, having aspirations to have played for England. Certainly test quality bowler, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. What was his record like in Australia when he was in his pomp, in his 20s, coming through? Was he ever really a chance?
He made the Australian one-day team.
Yeah.
And that was, I would say, on the back of some pretty good Big Bash form with the Melbourne Stars. He was in that South Australian attack, which at the time was led by Chad Sayers, Had
Yeah.
Joe Minnie playing for them when he was closer to the peak of his powers. He played Test cricket as well. Kane Richardson, who's been a feature of Australian squads for a number of years. So there was 4 South Australian quicks. Got them to a couple of finals in 15-16 and 16-17. So not for nothing, given South Australia's domestic record in 4-day cricket, it's not crash hot that they made the decider twice in as many years with Worrell in that team. So a tick on that front, but I think over time he found himself down the pecking order a wee bit and saw the right moment to pull the ripcord and has, I mentioned optionality, like let's not forget that if he chose to, he could play for Ireland as well. He's got that that access to the passport. Now I think we're past that point of his story. He's on the qualification path for England, and you've got to spend 3 consecutive years in the UK where you're living here for 240 days or more. So you can't go back and play a full domestic season, which is why he retired from the Sheffield Shield in order to take up his full-time deal with Surrey. I suppose if he had his time again, he might have gone 1 year earlier, played with Gloucestershire in 2021, and he could have started that qualification a little bit earlier, but went back to the Redbacks for 1 more season, and of course in his second year of a 3-year deal here at Surrey, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's re-signed in the winter for, well, as long as he's willing to play, really.
Only just turned 32 as well.
Yeah.
Keeps himself fit.
Yep.
Economical action. Everything going right as well. Nothing too challenging for the body. Beyond the general wear and tear, of course, bowling a lot of overs, and he does, but he stays fit. He's a dream county signing to begin with, but he's also young enough that he could yet feature. It's not impossible at a higher level if that is his intention, if that is his plan. He's certainly good enough. We've watched a lot of him this year.
Yeah. And he's the best bowler we've seen this year, right?
I would say
so.
I
don't think I've seen a player in domestic cricket who's as good as him.
I would say so.
So on that basis, I know he's going to be 34 or something like that when he officially gets the paperwork in order, but you couldn't completely put a line through it. And I know you can't take this beautiful oval surface everywhere with you as a fast bowler in England. I know it's not always this way, but a lot of surfaces give plenty to quicks on days 1 and 2 of a test match, and with his experience, I don't think it's as far-fetched as it might have seemed when he arrived here a couple of seasons ago. And 47 wickets he's up to in this campaign at about 20, and last year it was 42 at 19 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, joint highest with Jordan Clark. Those two have been real Trojans across the summer, really, and 47 apiece now for the two of them. It's always a real team effort here, though. They have this enviable bank of quicks that they rotate at will. If they lose one to England call-ups or to injury, then they bring another couple in. That's the way they do it. It's a brilliantly run cricket club. In the meantime, we're back in the midst of this Samuel Beckett play. Adam.
We can't be far away from them telling Lee, mate, just quietly pull the stumps out, will you? We're surely getting to that juncture. I might just check around the grounds one final time today while we have this opportunity. So the game that most people have had their eyes trained on is Essex Hampshire, and I can report that Essex have made quite the comeback. They were in quite a lot of trouble early on. They were 5 down for 134 when Paul Walter was dismissed in the 49th over. We'll press fast forward to the 87th over, and they're 308 for 5. An unbeaten century from Adam Rossington, formerly of the Northants Parish. 104 from 141 balls, and my favour and yours, Matt Critchley's 82 down the other end. So they've put on an imposing stand, which is now up in the 180s or thereabouts. So Hampshire, a lot of work to do there, but Essex giving it their best shot to claim every single batting point. That's the main story here. They've got 23 overs to make another, 141 runs. You'd back them from there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, longish tail, but it can happen for them. And Adam Rossington, he's a big match player for Essex. He's a real explosive option for him in the middle order. He made a brilliant 100 here, actually, in that crucial game last year that Surrey, it was a real tug of war, and Surrey managed to get over the line thanks to a stunning 150 from Will Jacks. It was a real kind of graduation knock for him. Rossington replied with 100 of his own. Surrey then knocked off the target in the 4th innings, a few down. But yeah, Rossington is a very dangerous player.
Oh, I love this, by the way. Umpires being asked to sign the scorecard.
including the cricketers who's who.
That's there it is. That's a most dedicated fan. The who's who getting signed by the two
Not an easy subbing job, that one, Adam, I can tell you.
Paul Pollard and Rob White, they'll be well chuffed by that.
Yep, they'll dine out on that tonight, folks.
Where else? What other games take your interest here? I can tell you that Yorkshire are 155 for 9 against Leicestershire. I don't think Leicestershire have a mathematical chance of being promoted from where they are, although the Sussex Sussex
do
yesterday might just have it within their gift if everything went right. But they've taken 9 wickets on day one inside 40 overs. Stumps there with rain earlier today, but Yorkshire down the bottom of the table, highest score of 40. That was Finlay Bean, and with the ball it's been Will Davis 4 for 28 on the back of their One Day Cup win on Saturday. So they would need Worcestershire to fall in a heap, who are on the cusp of promotion, which of itself's a good story, isn't it? I mean, Worcestershire have been a bit of a production line of sorts for
absolutely.
It's been a feeding frenzy. Let's not, the other clubs are hovering around. Just waiting for the announcement here. I heard on the tannoy about no further play today, but was that end of play on our screen? That's the real story. Here we go. That's Stumps. We haven't heard officially. No one's told us upstairs, but we don't need to know because our screen has been updated by the match officials. End of play. Northants 171 for 6 at the close. The wickets they lost today. Emilio Gay, first man to fall, caught behind from the bowling of Clark for 16. It was 1 for 33, or 33 for 1, I should say. The second wicket, Luke Proctor, was caught by Jamie Overton in the cordon from the bowling of Laws for 8. After lunch, Azad put on 55 for the third wicket, but he was caught behind as well from the bowling of Worrell. 48 from 151 for the opener. It was 106 for 3. Rob Keogh took 17 balls to get off the mark, then hit 4 boundaries, and then was caught that second slip from the bowling of Laws, his second wicket. He made 16 from 36, 132 for 4. Saif Zaib came and went. He was whacked on the gloves, huge shout for leg before, a couple of balls before, and then eventually nicked off to Overton. A busy over from the big man after returning to the attack, caught by folks behind the wicket. For 2 was Saif Zaib, 138 for 5, and then McManus was castled by Laws for 6, 151 for 6, and this pair put on a subsequent 20. Broad back in the side, 7 from 18. Batting with Kurunaya, who's been there for most of the day, 51 not out from 109 deliveries, and seeing there the pick of the bowlers. Well, it won't show it, but Dan Worrell 1 for 34 from 16.4. 3 wickets for Tom Laws, who blew hot and cold but got a couple to really go, and wickets as well for Jamie Overton and Jordan Clark. Phil Walker, your assessment on day one?
Yeah, well summed up. Tom Laws has that knack. He changes the direction and tempo of a cricket match. He's been doing it all season. He's become a key part of this setup. And those 3 wickets on the back of a Herculean spell by Dan Worrell in the middle of the afternoon really did turn the tide towards Surrey. 6 down. They've had to work hard for it. Real credit goes to Northants, who would have been really on the floor, on the canvas after that defeat against Warwickshire last week, but they've come here and they've got stuck in and they've shown real ticker. It's been good to see. And in Karunaya, they have a real star who's just finding his way in county cricket, but 2 innings, 2 50s, this one unbeaten. Join us again in the morning, Adam Collins, for what should be another interesting day's cricket. It's been a slow burner today, but it's been oddly compelling.
That it has. Thank you, Phil Walker, Dan Norcross, Cam Ponsonby, Yazrana. Good evening from us all. I'm Adam Collins. We'll be back tomorrow about 10 minutes before the first ball, 10:30, where Northants will resume at 171 for 6. Thanks for watching.